Hawkeye Football is brought to you by Authentic Brand. Shop premium Hawkeye apparel at authentic-brand.com. Also brought to you by Alliant Energy. Visit AlliantEnergy.com to see how they're using their energy to power beyond. Hy-Vee. Score big savings and shop online at HyVeeDeals.com. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit IALottery.com for details. Come and Go. Order ahead on the Come and Go app and we'll bring it to you curbside. Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. And by Honda. To see how Honda crushes the competition, see your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest. Now live, Hawkeye Football is on the air. This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show.
Well, two of the oldest programs in the Big Ten, both dating back to the late 1800s, resume their rivalry at Kinnick Stadium here today. Of course, set aside what happened in Indianapolis just 6 games ago in the Big Ten championship game. The Hawks have actually won 5 of the last 8 and the last 4 in a row in this series here in Kinnick Stadium against the Michigan Wolverines. Certainly hope that continues as number 4 Michigan joins us here for the Big Ten home opener today inside Kinnick Stadium. Good morning and welcome to the Krause Family Plaza and the Iowa Corn Growers stage. Andy Peterson and the Authentic Brand Game Day Show. The Hawks will be here on the team bus momentarily. It's ANF Day as well with our friends at Iowa Farm Bureau. So the stadium will be striped. The 2002 football team having a reunion. A lot of stuff going on in addition to the football game that we look forward to enjoying. And we'll have a lot of that coming up here on the Authentic Brand Game Day Show. Right now, though, we want to head to the skies and get you in here safely to enjoy a couple hours of tailgating with us before kickoff. Trooper Pilot Taylor Grimm is high above Johnson County with our game day traffic report. Good morning, Taylor.
Good morning. How are you guys doing?
Hey, we are ready to go. What's traffic look like today?
Well, our major roadways are moving pretty good. I really have no complaints there. In town, though, First Ave and 2nd Street in Coralville, you want to avoid Melrose, kind of the same story. If you're trying to take any of those routes into the stadium right now, good luck. It is going to be a long time. It is gridlock through there right now. It's moving, but it's just real slow. Dubuque Street or Dodge Street, another good option for you. Or if you're going to try to take Melrose, maybe go down to Highway 1 on 218 and skip north after you get off on Highway 1. Those are my suggestions. Otherwise, things are moving pretty good.
That sounds great. Great suggestions there, Trooper, and we'll talk to you again here in a few weeks. Trooper Pilot Taylor Graham, Game Day Traffic Report to start us off here on the Authentic Brand Game Day Show. Tony Moiaki will be enshrined as the 10th American Needs Farmers Iowa football player on the Wall of Fame. We'll chat with him coming up. Gary Dolphin talks with Iowa Farm Bureau President Brent Johnson on the way as well. And the Hawkeyes are arriving here at Kinnick Stadium on the Hawkeye team bus, powered by the Iowa Soybean Association and the Soybean Checkoff and fueled with biodiesel. Iowa leads the nation in biodiesel production. Using biodiesel provides cleaner and healthier air, homegrown jobs, and value to every bushel of soybeans grown by Iowa farmers that are being harvested across the great state of Iowa. Give a shout out to our farmer friends here combining today on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Better, cleaner, now that's biodiesel. Find out more at IESoybeans.com as the Hawkeyes are arriving at Kinnick Stadium. More of the Authentic Brand Game Day Show in just a minute, where you can freshen up your Hawkeye wardrobe with Authentic Brand. The unique and versatile styles are just what you need to look your best on game days and every day. Shop authentic-brand.com. Tony Moiaki joins us when we continue. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters, they've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
Businesses like yours count on EMC insurance companies for protection with the standard coverage they need. But EMC agents go further, tailoring coverages with the specialized products and services every unique company requires, including yours. EMC has insurance solutions for nearly 500 types of businesses. So whatever your specialty is, count on EMC to protect it. Visit emcins.com to find your local agent.
This summer, just say, what the fun, in a rugged, fuel-efficient Honda SUV, America's most fuel-efficient full-line automaker, and have whatever fun you want. Camping, water skiing, a 12-game round-robin travel ball tournament crisscrossing the entire region. What the fun indeed. New Hondas are arriving daily, so get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer today. Honda gets the Midwest. Based on EPA estimate of model year 2020 large full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy. 2021 EPA Automotive Trends Report, November 2021.
This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. Gear up for game day and every day with premium Hawkeye apparel from Authentic Brand. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
And those who know me know of my love for Iowa sports and Iowa history. We have a lot to be proud of, like the Herbert Hoover Presidential Library and Museum in West Branch. That's why I'm a supporter of their campaign to renovate and modernize the museum space there. And better yet, Iowa taxpayers who contribute to the effort will receive a 25% state tax credit on gifts of any size. Join me and help share Hoover's history. Get the details at standwithhoover.org.
Iowa Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is brought to you in part by American Equity, Beaver Creek Golf Course, Arding Creek Winery, Farm Credit Services, Great Southern Bank, Lennox Heating and Cooling, Splash Seafood Bar and Grill, Schneider Graphics. Show your support to our local Iowa radio business partners and support those who support the Hawkeyes.
Well, we are celebrating not only the home opener for the Iowa Hawkeyes today, but Iowa's farm families who go the extra mile to provide the food, fuel, and fiber that we all depend on each and every day, as it's A&F game day in Iowa City for Iowa and number 4 Michigan. We continue here from the Kraus Family Plaza and the Hawkeye Radio Network. Andy Peterson in the Authentic Brand Game Day Show with the guy whose face will forever be adorned inside Kinnick Stadium, now the 10th honoree enshrined into the A&F Wall of Fame. That's Tony Moiaki, the outstanding tight end, not only for Iowa, but in the NFL. Congratulations, Tony. Absolutely very deserving. Big crowd here to see you today, and I'm sure it's great to be back at Kinnick Stadium, first of all.
Oh, yeah, it's been great to be back. Me and my family have been here all week. So many memories here, and it's just been it's a cool way to honor the farmers of Iowa, and my grandfather was a farmer too, so I'm sure he's smiling down.
Absolutely. You come from, as I was going to mention, you come from a traditional farm, of course, through your family history. So when you got the call that said, hey, we're going to put your face on the A&F Wall of Fame, what did that mean to you?
Oh, it was a tremendous honor. I was with my parents, actually. I was out in Utah with my family and told them, and I've heard stories about my grandfather and his farming for all my life, and I hadn't heard some of the stories in a while. So there's my mom can't stop talking about it. She's so excited. She's somewhere over in tailgating right now.
Out in the crowd cheering you on, like she has been for so many years.
She's excited to be back.
That's awesome. Obviously, this matchup is one of the core Big Ten, traditional Big Ten power matchups. I'm sure you've got some great memories from these games over the years as well.
Oh, yeah. There's nothing like Big Ten football. When I was getting recruited, I kind of wanted to stay in the Big Ten, and then Coach Ferentz came, and it was just a natural fit, and there was nothing like it.
The rest, as they say, is history, right? Do you have any plays stick out in this series playing Michigan to you?
Oh, yeah. We had a night game here. I had a couple touchdowns, and it was a close game that I think we were undefeated and continued that streak for a little while, and then we finished finished that year with the Orange Bowl. But that Michigan game in 2009 here was a night game, and that was a special memory.
You played in a lot of stadiums. Yeah. Is there any of them that match Kinnick Stadium?
Oh, there's nothing like it. Yeah, there's nothing. When it's a full house and the offense and defense are rolling, it's hard to beat.
Well, hopefully we'll have more of that here today. Yeah. Congratulations,
Thank
Tony.
you.
We'll look forward to seeing your picture inside Kinnick Stadium on that A&F Wall of Fame. Tony Moiaki, the outstanding tight end for the Hawkeyes and in the NFL, is our A&F Wall of Fame honoree here today. America needs farmers during the Iowa-Michigan game. Hawk fans, cheer for those Mershman Seeds quarterback sacks by the black and gold during today's game. A $150 donation to the University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital will be made for every Hawkeye sack by Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field. We're brought to you by our friends at the Iowa Egg Council, where dietary guidelines recommend eggs as an important first food for infants and toddlers, as well as for pregnant and lactating women. Eggs are one of the best sources of choline, a nutrient critical for fetal brain development. How do you like your eggs? Scrambled and preferably with bacon as we kick off a pork month here in October. Mentioned a lot of stuff going on, including A&F Game Day. It's also a reunion for the 2002 football team that went, of course, undefeated in the Big Ten. Quarterback Brad Banks is here. He'll join us on stage as the Authentic Brand Game Day show continues in just a moment. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
To have a strong finish, you need an excellent start. It's true on the track and also in the field. That's why Mershman Seeds works tirelessly to deliver cutting-edge technology year after year. This is Joe Mershman, introducing Starting Line, Mershman Seeds' latest advancement in seed treatment, now providing added protection from white mold and sudden death syndrome all season. Ask for Starting Line seed treatment from Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field.
This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. Premium Hawkeye gear for game day and every day. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Criminal charge or complicated family law situation? Carr Law Firm has the trial experts you need. As experienced trial attorneys, we understand how much is on the line. Go to carlawiowa.com for a free consultation. That's Carr with 2 R's, lawiowa.com.
Get low rates and high yields from Spraytech fertilizers. Yes, get low rates and high yields from Spraytech's Full Tech, the most complete adjuvant on the market. Full Tech offers burn control, better fixation on leaves, better homogenization in the tank mix, mixed drift control, better spreadability, and more. Full Tech is changing the way you treat your crops. Get higher yields and more money in your bank account with Full Tech from Spraytech. Call 515-252-7777 for Full Tech details or visit spraytech.com.
The most powerful ideas come from understanding. By asking what's important here. At Great Southern Bank, we start by asking our customers to find out how we're doing and what they really need. Then we get to work, making banking easier and more effective, financing more flexible, and our communities better places to live. It's an ongoing team effort to keep improving how we serve our neighbors day after day. And it all starts with understanding what really matters. Learn more at greatsouthernbank.com. Member FDIC.
Schneider Graphics is a family-owned company providing full vinyl graphic services for over 30 years. We proudly provide vehicle wraps, fleet graphics, wall murals, signs, banners, and more using quality 3M products. Large or small, Schneider Graphics can help you with your next project from design to installation. As a proud partner of the University of Iowa, you can see our work on game day on the Hawkeye team bus and the gates and sidewalks of Kinnick Stadium. Schneider Graphics, located in Des Moines, service throughout Iowa.
Hawkeye Football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly Med Farm. Bud & Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned company providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
Boy, you couldn't ask for a better day or a nicer day weather-wise here at Kinnick Stadium. It is just perfect as we start the month of October. Kickoff, as I mentioned, pork month here in the state of Iowa, the #1 pork-producing state, and it's been that way since 1883. And these two programs have been playing football about that long. The late 1890s is when football was born at both Iowa and Michigan, and the Hawks look to get their 5th win in a row here at Kinnick Stadium today. As we open the Big Ten in just about 90 minutes. Andy Peterson and the Authentic Brand Game Day Show. Mentioned there are a lot of things going on. It's the American Needs Farmers Day. And by the way, Tony Moiaki, who is just with us, is signing autographs inside the Farm Bureau Legends tent. So if you're on your way into the stadium, why make that tent here just in front of our stage on the Hawkeye Radio Network? That's a must stop here on your way into the stadium this morning. And, you know, a lot has been made, certainly, of the high ranking for Michigan and what that means for the Iowa Hawkeyes after the Big Ten championship game results from just 6 games ago. But we think back to 2016 and what happened in maybe fairly similar circumstances.
You know, I think most of the guys in this program, on this team, for the most part, were recruited by Michigan, were recruited by Ohio State, were recruited by Penn State. You know, obviously there's some that probably were, but and, you know, we feel that, you know, we can play with any team, and I think our program has showed that over the years that, you know, as under-recruited as we may be, you know, we still, you know, consistently are a pretty good football team. So I think it's something to take pride in. But really, it doesn't mean anything if we don't go out there and play well on Saturday. So yeah, that's the main focus.
That is the main focus here, going out and playing well today. Spencer Petras, the quarterback, he'll have a full-strength backfield with 3 unique running backs that the Hawks will have available. Great to see LaShawn Williams back after that family tragedy last week. Of course, Caleb Johnson and Gavin Williams. 139 yards on 33 attempts last week against that Rutgers defense. Look forward to seeing more of that here at Kinnick Stadium today. Entertain your clients, employees, or friends at each home game in Hawkeye Village. Powered by Kubota, Hawkeye Village is located inside Dwayne Banks Field, and tailgate packages include game tickets, along with catered food that is mouth-watering and scrumptious, and beverage prior to kickoff. Visit HawkeyeSports.com for more information. Authentic Brand is your destination for officially licensed Hawkeye apparel and accessories. Look your best on game days and every day. Shop Authentic Brand's exclusive selection at authentic-brand.com. I'm enjoying a Hawkeye vest here. Perfect for today's fall-like weather at Kinnick Stadium from Clark and the crew at Authentic Brand. Rob Rooks and the Media Roundtable coming up next here on the Authentic Brand pregame show. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
It's game day. Hey farmers, did you know you can get paid for a new crop of high-quality carbon credits and up your profitability game? Improve soil fertility and increase income potential through carbon farming practices. Learn about our program and see how much you could earn producing credits at indigoag.com/Iowa. Carbon by Indigo, a proud partner of Hawkeye Athletics. Terms and conditions apply.
When it comes to choosing a Medicare Advantage plan, Blue is affordable. Blue is convenient. Blue is staying healthy. And now, Blue is Medicare Advantage from Wellmark Advantage Health Plan. All-in-one plans including medical and drug coverage, plus health benefits like dental, vision, hearing, fitness, and more. Some available at $0 premiums. Compare plans at wellmarkadvantage.com. Wellmark Advantage Health Plan is a PPO and an HMO plan with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in Wellmark Advantage Health Plan depends on contract renewal.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
Draft Day Sports Lounge is the ultimate place to watch the game, have some fun, and show off your golfing skills with Top Golf Swing Suite. Top Golf Swing Suite in Draft Day delivers a one-of-a-kind simulation that's fun for golfers and non-golfers alike. Pair that with Draft Day's live sports viewing, local craft beers, and delicious menu, and you have a winning pair. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Top Golf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City.
This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show, offering unique Hawkeye apparel and premium branded merch. Shop authentic-brand.com today. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
Medical cannabis can seem confusing, but you can trust the experts at Bud & Mary's dispensaries. I'm Ed Podolak, and after a long NFL career and a terrifying car accident left me with chronic pain, Bud & Mary's helped me get relief with Alleviar tablets. Bud & Mary's cannabis products are available in a variety of forms, sizes, doses, designs, and strengths. Explore their brands like Batch, Alleviar, and Become, and discover what works best for you.
Welcome back to the Game Day Show as we get ready for Iowa and Michigan. I'm Rob Brooks on the Roundtable segment. Pleased to be joined by Rick Brown, a contributor for Hawkeye Nation, and also has authored a few books. And Rick, great to see you. And this has been a series that has really been a lot of fun. We go way back and certainly remember in 1983, 1985, the 12-10 game, a game you'll never forget. And it had been, since the 50s, since Iowa had defeated Michigan previous to that. Hayden Fry, Bo Schembechler, and really got the series on the map. And, of course, it's continued now with Kirk Ferentz and the Michigan coaches that have gone through. And then you've got Jim Harbaugh now as the head coach at Michigan, played in that 1985 game as the starting quarterback for the Michigan Wolverines. And for the most part, and especially here at Kinnick, it has been a wild series, and you just never know what's going to happen. And I think it's become one of the top rivalries in the Big Ten.
I think it's been a terrific rivalry. You know, you go back when Hayden Fry came, Iowa defeated Michigan 4 times total. Hayden beat him 4 times, and Kirk's beat him 7 times. So that's how they got to 15 the hard way. But actually, the 1981 game was the one Kirk says really brought validity to this program. They went to Michigan, won 9-7.
9-7. Tom Nickel, 3 field goals.
3 field goals, and Kirk was in his first year as the offensive line coach. And when he came, he thought, all I knew about the Big Ten was Ohio State and Michigan. Well, he got a heavy dose of it. He said that was huge to Hayden getting the corner turn.
You know, the funny thing about that game, too, Rick, is that was a pay-per-view game. I remember going to the then 5 Seasons Center downtown Cedar Rapids, watching it on the big screen. So it wasn't even on regular television back there, if you can imagine that.
I remember I did something similar, and I remember I think Nickel's last field goal to put Iowa up was with 3:20 to go in the third quarter. And then everyone's holding their breath. You know, can they really finish this off? You kept waiting for a disaster to happen. It never did. The defense was terrific, led by Andre Tippett, Pat Dean, and those guys. Shut them out.
Yeah, that was a great time, and really put Iowa up there with the likes of the Ohio States and the Michigans, and made it a series. And now, of course, Jim Harbaugh's talked about coming into Kinnick Stadium as a top 5 team. We all know the quote from this week, and there's a lot of validity to it, because it has been tough to play Iowa, no matter a great team, a team that is having a so-so campaign. You go back to the 2016 game, the Iowa victory. Iowa lost the 2 games previous to that, and then lost to North Dakota State in September of that year.
And the week before, they got it was 41-14 at Penn State. They just didn't have a pulse. And Michigan comes in here, undefeated, sights on a national championship. You said, well, surely Iowa can't compete with them. Well, that was a night game. It was a magical night, and they pulled it off.
And then now you look at this Iowa team today, and I thought really made some strides last week, especially offensively against Rutgers. They go back to the 2 drives, one at the end of the second quarter, marched down from inside the 10-yard line to get a field goal, and then really came out with a terrific drive, got a touchdown, and really kind of felt like it sealed the victory there. And you know, that is what you wanted to see out of that game, because Rutgers had a lot of hype around that game in New Jersey. It was technically sold out. Students were talking about it. There was some buzz there, kind of like Maryland the previous year. And you kind of thought, okay, what's going to happen today? But Iowa really took control of that game. Obviously, the 2 defensive touchdowns, but the offense, I thought, especially the running game, looked good.
Showed a lot of growth. Caleb Johnson has people excited around here. He's a difference maker. He's got that it factor. But I think Petras threw the ball. He's thrown the ball well the last 2 weeks, actually, I think. And I think all the criticism on him has been totally unfair. The offensive line has been trying to find its way. All his best receivers haven't played. You know, Keegan Johnson's out again today. It's hard. It's hard to move a ball against a Big Ten team that knows what you're going to do. But I thought there was progress, definitely.
And hopefully some more progress today. We'll be back with Rick Brown in just a minute. It's A&F Game Day, and a terrific time to celebrate Iowa's farm families. A&F Game Day is proudly presented by the Iowa Farm Bureau. Green State Credit Union is proud to support Kirk's Kids for the entire season. Participants in Big Brothers, Big Sisters programs throughout Iowa attend a Hawkeye football game, tour Kinnick Stadium, and receive team gear. This week, we welcome Big Sister Claire and Little Sister Jalea from Central Iowa, and Big Brother Austin and Little Brother Skylar, also from Central Iowa, with contributions totaling more than $3.7 million, and staff volunteering over 3,100 hours to support local events and programs this year. Kirk's Kids is yet another way that Green State Credit Union is involved in your community. More of the Authentic Brand Game Day Show continues after this. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
Hi, this is Hawkeye coach Kirk Ferentz. My players know that determination and strong will can lead to endless possibilities. For years, Iowa farmers have believed in that too. Farmers are the backbone of this country, and their dedication to bringing us food and energy has never been more important. That's why we're proud to wear the America Needs Farmers logo on our helmet. Join the Hawkeyes as we celebrate America's farmers. To learn more about A&F and pick up some great A&F merchandise, visit americaneedsfarmers.org.
This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. For unique Hawkeye apparel and premium accessories, shop authentic-brand.com today. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
Touch on your next new construction or renovation project with Windsor Windows and Doors. With made in the USA quality, Windsor Windows and Doors are built to last. To learn more about what we have to offer, stop into Gilchrist Jewett at one of our 6 locations in Iowa.
Let me ask you a question. What has 27 challenging holes, bent grass fairways and greens, a great location just 5 miles northwest of Des Moines, a perfect setting and venue for corporate and fundraising golf events, a driving range, season passes for avid golfers, and a great food and beverage division? You're right. The answer is Beaver Creek Golf Course, the same place I have never ever seen a beaver. If you like to golf, you'll really like Beaver Creek.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 Degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 Degrees. Lennox, 72 Degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
At Golden Harvest, our best skill is knowing how to listen. From our Gold Series soybean and game-changing corn portfolios to our expert insights housed in the Illuminate digital agronomy platform. Everything we offer is an answer to what we've heard from you. This is how we listen.
Copyright 2021 Syngenta. The trademarks or service marks used herein are the property of a Syngenta Group company. All other trademarks are the property of their respective owners.
Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting your card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
Welcome back to the Authentic Brand Game Day Show, Superior Hawkeye Apparel. But did you know that they offer the same premium gear for your company branding? Start your custom merch project at authentic-brand.com/project. Iowa and Michigan this morning. The Wolverines come in at 4-0, 1-0 in the Big Ten with a victory over Maryland last week, 34-27. No problem in the non-conference portion of the schedule with Colorado State, Hawaii, and Connecticut. But Maryland showed some offensive punch last week, but Michigan did too. They've got a lot of weapons on the offensive side.
They really do. I think it starts with Blake Corum. That guy's a terrific running back. He torched Iowa last year on that first touchdown. I think he went 67 yards in the championship game. He's just hard to bring down. He's a powerhouse, and it'll be interesting to see what Phil comes up with trying to shut down J.J. McCarthy. I know I hope they start all the drives deep in the front of the north end zone, so make it hard for him to hear. It'll be interesting.
Yeah, first road game of the year for Michigan as well, and you know that the crowd will certainly be ready. And you talk about special teams too. Iowa puts a premium on that, but so does Michigan. Outstanding punting and kicking. The coverage is very good, so two of the top units in the Big Ten will be on display today.
Yeah, I mean, and that's a great point. Michigan is really solid in that aspect. We're used to seeing really good special teams out of Iowa, but Michigan's right up there with the same level.
Well, Rick, as you look at this game, how does Iowa hang around and win this? Obviously, we'll talk about getting it into the fourth quarter. No big plays, got to win the turnover margin, and you just feel like that offense is going to have to put together some drives today.
Yeah, they will. I think the turnover margin, Rob, is the biggest stat to watch, because you go back and look, when Iowa wins the turnover battle, they almost always win the ball game. And whether that leads to a defensive touchdown or puts the offense in position for a short field, you got to watch for that, and Iowa can't give it up.
And then you talk about the playmakers on defense, and Cooper DeJean has really burst on the scene. And you almost look at each week where, okay, who's going to make the defensive touchdown or the big play to put Iowa in position to be able to score? And now you just almost expect it.
Yeah, I don't know how many fans could have told you who Sebastian Castro was.
Right. How about that
last week,
yeah.
And he leveled that guy. But yeah, you're right. I mean, Cooper DeJean, it's hard to believe that Iowa was the only Division I program that offered him a scholarship, and you watch him play. You go, what are they? Someone asked Kirk Tuesday, what do you see that other schools miss? He kind of got a sheepish grin. He says, you'd have to ask them. Basically, I don't know.
I mean, state champion long jumper, outstanding basketball player. Everybody around here knew who he was.
Kirk can still give you the play-by-play of his high school's championship game when they came from behind and won in overtime. Kirk has that down pat.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Well, Rick, appreciate your time, and always great to see you. Enjoy today.
Thanks, Rob.
Rick Brown, contributor for Hawkeye Nation, also has authored a couple of books and has been around the Hawkeyes a long time. Appreciate his insight here on the pregame show. Hawkeye hydration stations inside Kinnick Stadium are brought to you by Delta Dental of Iowa, Iowa Corn, and Pivot Bio. With locations throughout the concourse, we encourage you to bring reusable water bottles and fill up with fresh drinking water all season long. Delta Dental of Iowa, farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and Iowa Corn Promotion Board, and Pivot Bio care about the water that we share. We are also proud to introduce today's University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital Kid Captain, 15-year-old Adam Arp from Williamsburg, Iowa. Adam's parents knew before that he was born that he would have severe birth defects and chronic conditions, including spina bifida and fluid on the brain. He had his first surgery within hours of being born, and another 2 weeks later. He has had a total of 14 surgeries and more than 140 medical procedures throughout his life. Congratulations to Adam Arp, this week's University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital Kid Captain. It'll be great to see Adam Arp on the field before the game. More of the Authentic Brand Game Day Show continues after this. Freshen up your Hawkeye wardrobe with Authentic Brand. The unique and versatile styles are just what you need to look your best on game day and every day. Shop authentic-brand.com. This is Rob Brooks. Thanks so much for joining me on the pregame show. Talk to you from the Iowa sideline in just a little bit. Iowa and Michigan this morning from Kinnick. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Is your work environment safe? It can be with help from EMC insurance companies. Use our loss control resources for online driver training, tools to avoid slips, trips, and falls, ways to improve workstation ergonomics, techniques for proper lifting, and so much more. Get safety videos and materials for your employees, all at no additional cost. When you insure your business with EMC. Learn more at emcins.com.
Even the simplest act can set a chain of good in motion, like choosing Delta Dental of Iowa for your dental and vision insurance, because we invest in your community. So whether you get your plan at work or purchase it through us, you make a difference for others. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental for your smile, for your health, and for your community.
I'm here for Pioneer Brand Seeds, a block away from another ag company's corporate office. This company concentrates their breeders here in one centralized location. That's not how Pioneer works. Our breeders are located where their test plots are. That way, Pioneer corn breeders gain insights about what does and doesn't work for a local geography in real time. Ask your local Pioneer sales representative about field-proven Pioneer brand corn hybrids. And like our breeders, they're located near you.
Get your game day tickets and hotel for Iowa at Ohio State through Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited official Hawkeye land-only travel packages. Go to HawkeyeSports.com/travel and see the Hawks on the road. Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited, official Hawkeye travel for fans.
This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. Gear up for game day and every day in Authentic Brand apparel. Shop premium branded merch and Hawkeye gear. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Today's agriculture demands expertise, and no lender delivers more ag expertise than Farm Credit Services of America. More than simply having the financial products and services you need to do business, we have the knowledge and commitment to help grow your business. From financing the next season to growing the next generation, we work to achieve your goals. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Call 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
Hog fans, we invite you to visit the iconic Midwest venue right in Kinnick's backyard, Arden Creek Vineyard and Winery. Located just 35 minutes southeast of Iowa City, Arden Creek is the perfect destination to sample and enjoy award-winning handcrafted wines. Our selection of reds, whites, and rosés will keep you coming back. Pick up a bottle today at your local wine and spirits retailer across Iowa and western Illinois. In fact, Arden Creek is now a proud sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes and is now being served across Kinnick Stadium this fall. Go Hawks!
The Iowa Farm Bureau and Iowa Athletics celebrating America's farmers. This is the 11th annual America Needs Farmers Game Day. We've flipped the calendar to October. The harvest is underway. And so please give our farmers a break. If you get behind them out there on the gravel road or the secondary roads, let them cross the highway and get from one field to the next. We're all about our farmers, of course, and it's a real honor and a pleasure to have Brent Johnson, president of the Iowa Farm Bureau, join us. Iowa Farm Bureau, of course, sponsors the America Needs Farmers game and day here at Kinnick Stadium. And Brent, Hayden sure hit the jackpot when he put that decal on the helmet, didn't he?
Yeah, you know, that's a tremendous story all on its own. You know, there's a lot of history around the A&F logo and that entire promotion. And Coach Fry, you know, back in the 1980s, you know, it was a really tough time for farmers.
Terrible farm crisis.
And, you know, he had the foresight to bring that awareness forward into circles that maybe don't, you know, resonate within the farming community very well. You know, there's a lot of different people here at this game today, and for him to bring that awareness forward, it's absolutely tremendous. And you move forward several years now, and here we are in a new campaign with Coach Ferentz, and appreciate his partnership and the University of Iowa and Farm Bureau to bring awareness to food production and make sure consumers everywhere understand that when they eat 3 times a day, that food comes from somewhere.
They just don't create it in the grocery store, do they?
That's right.
Brent Johnson, president of the Iowa Farm Bureau, with us today. You're honoring Tony Moiaki, one of the great tight ends from Tight End U, and what a perfect candidate he was, and now what a perfect recipient. Farming in his background all the way from Tonga.
Yeah, you know, he's a tremendous individual. I've gotten the opportunity to speak with him several times over the last week or so, and you know, his grandfather had a farm in Tonga, and he raised enough food to sell locally, and actually made a pretty good living for his family, the way it sounds. And what he didn't end up selling, he gave away to those folks on the island who really needed it.
Great story.
And that kind of character and dedication, really clearly Tony picked that up through the family lines there, and he's just a tremendous individual, and couldn't be prouder to have him as part of the A&F Wall of Honor this year.
Very humble human being, which all our farmers are. You have a corn and soybean operation up near Manson.
Yes. Yep, I'm a 5th-generation farmer myself, so hopefully my son, Matt, is at home in the combine today. Listening and working, hopefully bringing in this year's crops as well.
As we go to a break here, what's the biggest myth about farming today?
Well, you know, there's a lot of misconceptions about agriculture in general in Iowa, but you know, the truth of the matter is that Iowa's farmers, American farmers, we really are the best at what we do in the entire world.
For sure.
I've had the opportunity to travel around the globe, been in a lot of different countries, and everywhere, if you have that conversation, they do understand what Iowa agriculture is all about, and that's really a big testament to what Iowa farmers have done historically over years, year in, year out, just that consistency. And as we move agriculture forward here, you know, we're consistently increasing production. We're using less inputs all the time, being more efficient with all those things. So we're doing so many good things environmentally, not only with the crop side of things, but also the livestock. I mean, taking care of our animals is top priority. And so anytime that consumers purchase any sort of food or meat products, I mean, they can be assured that Iowa farmers are at the top of their game.
Enjoy the day. Thanks for the partnership with the Hawkeye Radio Network,
Absolutely.
Brent. Appreciate
Thank you, Gary.
Brent, our man Brent Johnson, president of the Iowa Farm Bureau on A&F Day. We'll wrap up the Authentic Brand Game Day show after this. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Oh, you know that old injury of yours? The one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, why not start with therapy first? Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Get your game day tickets and hotel for Iowa at Ohio State through Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited official Hawkeye land-only travel packages. Go to HawkeyeSports.com/travel and see the Hawks on the road. Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited, official Hawkeye travel for fans.
This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show, the official outfitter of our game day crew in Learfield. Shop Hawkeye gear today. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
On 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly MedFarm. Bud & Mary's line of full THC products gives me pain relief after an NFL career in a terrifying car accident. Learn how you can relieve your pain. Visit budmary.com.
It's game day. Hey farmers, did you know you can get paid for a new crop of high-quality carbon credits and up your profitability game? Improve soil fertility, and increase income potential through carbon farming practices. Learn about our program and see how much you could earn producing credits at indigoag.com/Iowa. Carbon by Indigo. a proud partner of Hawkeye Athletics. Terms and conditions apply.
Today's agriculture demands expertise, and no lender delivers more ag expertise than Farm Credit Services of America. More than simply having the financial products and services you need to do business, we have the knowledge and commitment to help grow your business. From financing the next season to growing the next generation, we work to achieve your goals. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Call 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
Hello, Hawkeye fans. I'm Bruce Titus, Director of Dining Services at Oaknall. We are presently hiring full-time and part-time cooks to work in one of our 4 dining venues. Our cook shifts end at 8 p.m., meaning no late nights and more time with friends and family. We work with fresh foods and we show off your creativity. Does having paid time off and benefits sound good to you? Learn more. Go to oaknall.com. Go Hawks!
What's better than bread? More bread. Put more bread in your wallet when you move your car loan to Community Choice and make no car payments for 3 months. Just 60 seconds to get started. Go to unbankyyourbread.com. Loan subject to credit approval and analysis.
Hawks scored 2 defensive touchdowns a week ago. Might need some more of that today as number 4 Michigan is in town at Kinnick Stadium. This has been the Authentic Brand Game Day Show. Your destination for officially licensed Hawkeye apparel and accessories is Authentic Brand. Look your best on game days and every day. Shop Authentic Brand's exclusive selection at authentic-brand.com. I'm Andy Peterson. Gary Dolphin and Ed Podolak are on deck as the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle commences next. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Every team needs the right players in the right positions to provide the winning combination. It's no different with insurance. You need to have the right coverages on the right policies for the right price. IMT Insurance is proud to partner with independent insurance agents to offer auto, home, and business insurance for you and your family. Together, we'll help customize an insurance plan for you. You, your IMT agent, and IMT Insurance. We're a team that can't be beat. Find your local IMT agent at imtins.com.
Tournament Club of Iowa, designed by golf legend Arnold Palmer. TCI is his only signature course in the state. TCI is a public course that offers a challenging yet enticing experience for golfers of all levels and is now managed by Kaler Golf. Cap off your round with breathtaking views and a delicious meal at the Copper Oak Restaurant. Looking for a unique setting for your wedding, party, or outing? Look no further than TCI. Visit tcofiowa.com to book your tee time today.
At the Machine Shed, award-winning pork entrees are our specialty. Try the Parmesan crusted America's Cut, charbroiled and served with a mushroom white wine sauce, or a roasted stuffed Iowa chop. This center-cut bone-in chop is stuffed with a apple raisin dressing and glazed with an apple whiskey sauce. Your meal is never complete without one of our homemade apple dumplings. See you for dinner.
I-80 in Hickman Road, Urbandale, and I-80 and Northwest Boulevard, Davenport.
People say you should see the ball drop at Times Square at least one time, but being there for New Year's Eve and winning $1 million live on national television? How's that for a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? With the Iowa Lottery's Powerball First Millionaire of the Year, you and a guest could appear on Dick Clark's New Year's Rockin' Eve. One lucky winner will win $1 million just after midnight. Enter your Powerball tickets and see rules and complete details at ialottery.com/VIP.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 degrees. Lennox, 72 degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
Hawkeye football is brought to you by Whiffles Hybrid, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. Also by Case IH. Enter the red zone with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawkeyes. Mid-American Energy. Save energy, save money. Visit midamericanenergy.com for energy-saving tips. Shields, right there with you. And by Bud & Mary's, medical cannabis farmed and formulated in Iowa. Here we go! Now live, this is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle pregame show.
Oh, the seasons have changed. The calendars flipped from September to October. And from here on out, it is Big Ten football all the time through the conference championship game the first weekend in December. Speaking of that, we've got the two recipients of invites to the Big Ten title game last December. Michigan had the upper hand that day, defeating the Hawkeyes 42-3, pulling away in the second half. And here come the fourth-ranked Michigan Wolverines into Kinnick Stadium on this beautiful Saturday morning, soon to be afternoon. Michigan has lost the last 4 times they've come into Kinnick. Hi, everybody. Gary Dolphin with former Hawkeye great Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl champion Ed Podolak. Hawkeyes opened defense of their title last Saturday, their West Division crown, with a convincing 27-10 victory at Rutgers. It was another marvelous performance by the defense and special teams, especially punt cover. And the offense continues its gradual improvement, Ed, most notably no turnovers.
Yeah, I think the coach expressed that after the game, too. And, of course, in a game against Michigan, you can't have turnovers for sure. Now, they're a little different team than the team we played for the Big Ten championship. They had 2 number-1 draft choice defensive ends, edge runners, rushers that were just incredible, both of them going in the first round, and we just couldn't handle them in that game last December. So let's hope we don't let them get too far out in front of us and beat them right up to the end.
What's that line about 2 immovable objects colliding today? Iowa has the #1 scoring defense in the country, 5.8 points a game. That's it. That's all teams are getting. Michigan is the top scoring offense, averaging 50 a game through 4 victories. How do you analyze that?
Well, let's hope they meet somewhere in the middle. That's all you can hope there. I mean, yeah, they have not played a Big Ten level schedule. Michigan hasn't. They played Maryland, and Maryland played them with 1 touchdown. Was in it right up toward the end of the game. So that scoring record may have a little puff pieces in it, you know.
The stars are out on this day where Iowa, Michigan is concerned. The 2002 Big Ten champions, Hawkeyes, we'll talk about in a minute, are being honored today. It was the following year, October 4, 2003, almost 19 years to the day. That's the subject of our Hawkeye Historical Winning Moment, sponsored by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, a luxury hotel and spa, 5 restaurants, and more, just minutes south of Iowa City. On that day in 2003, the Hawkeyes spotted Michigan a 14-0 lead. Chris Perry ran it in from 5 yards out. Quarterback John Navarre hit Braylon Edwards for a touchdown pass, and that game didn't start well. But the Hawks rallied, scoring 20 consecutive points and went up 9 midway through the 4th quarter. Nathan Chandler found our buddy Ramon Ochoa open.
3 big back-to-back-to-back conversions on 3rd down. Right now it's 1st and 10. But the Hawkeyes have burned all their timeouts. Double tight end set here. Chandler rolls right on play action. Wants it all. Goes to the end zone for Ochoa. Caught! Touchdown Iowa! Touchdown Iowa! There are no flags.
Ramon Ochoa, he's here today. He was a big part of that 2002 team. Hawks extended the 23-20 lead to 29-20. Nate Kading kicked the extra point. Kading had 3 field goals that day, and the Hawkeyes hold on to beat Michigan 30-27. We'd certainly take that today. A lot going on off the field today, and we'll talk about it as the afternoon wears on. A good chunk of Iowa's past glory will be feated, starting with that 2002 Big Ten championship team that dazzled, winning 11 games with the likes of Heisman runner-up at quarterback Brad Banks, Outland Trophy winner Robert Gallery, Mackey Award winner Dallas Clark, Groza Kicking Award winner Nate Kading, and of course the incomparable Bob Sanders. And Coach Kirk Ferentz, just a young coach at that moment, he thinks often about that team.
All 5 of those guys fit that description. So they all have different paths of getting here, but boy, together collectively, what a group they were. And I can't say enough about that entire team. It's hard to believe it's 20 years, but just an honor to have them back on campus. And, just really thrilled to, I just, the only downside of this whole thing, I never get to visit with those guys because they have a party on Friday night and then, they're in the end zone on Saturday. But I know they're going to have a great time together. So we're just happy to have them back here.
Coach Ferentz talking about that glorious year of 2002 where the Hawkeyes shared the Big Ten title with Ohio State, faced Carson Palmer in Southern Cal in the Orange Bowl. That's our Hawkeye historical winning moments, courtesy of our friends at Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. Let's pause 10 seconds right now for station identification. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye Football. This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. When it comes to selecting your seed corn partner, you've got a choice to make. At Wiffles Hybrids, we've made a choice too. A choice to remain independent. A choice to remain farm family owned. A choice to stay American. So when it's time for you to make your choice, make a statement. Plant your independence. Plant Wiffles. Wiffles. Coming up next, our visit with Iowa Athletic Director Gary Barta. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
Hawk fans, do you want stylish Hawkeye gear at an exclusive listener price? Authentic Brand offers the most premium selection of unique Iowa apparel that has me looking my best on game day and every day. Shop their comfortable and versatile styles at authentic-brand.com and save 15% with this radio offer. Use the code Hawkeye Radio when you shop authentic-brand.com. That's all one word, Hawkeye Radio at authentic-brand.com.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. It's within walking distance to Extreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as some great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of the Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey radio show. Come find your place at Hyatt Regency, where we care for people so they can be their best.
Even the simplest act can set a chain of good in motion, like choosing Delta Dental of Iowa for your dental and vision insurance, because we invest in your community. So whether you get your plan at work or purchase it through us, you make a difference for others. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental for your smile, for your health, and for your community.
When our team takes the field, it's important to have a good game plan. The Iowa Secretary of State and I want you to have a good game plan for the November 8th election, too. It's important to have your voice heard by voting. You have options when it comes to casting your ballot, whether it's at the polls, your local election office, or from the comfort of your couch. Pick the play that works best for you. Remember these 3 important keys for the upcoming election. Visit voterready.iowa.gov, get in the game, and be a voter. Go Hawks.
Welcome back to Kinnick Stadium, where it's ANF game day, Iowa and Michigan. Please join the Hawks in the Iowa Farm Bureau as we stand together in celebration of America's farmers. Not only will we honor Tony Moiaki a little bit later on, It's a day to salute a good chunk of Iowa's past glory, starting with the 2002 Big Ten football champions, a dazzling team that won 11 games with the likes of Heisman runner-up Brad Banks at quarterback, Outland Trophy winner Robert Gallery, Mackey Award winner Dallas Clark, Groza kicking award winner Nate Kading, and of course, the great Bob Sanders. Iowa Athletic Director Gary Barta agrees it was a special team.
In a group of guys that still come back on a regular basis, I see Brad often, and a lot of those guys, Bob Sanders has been back, and I just saw Robert Gallery and his wife, Becca. They now have three wonderful a young family, and so it was good to see them the other day. But it's a great, think about that, 20 years. I bet most Hawkeye fans can't imagine or believe that it's been that long, so it's great to have them back on campus.
And trailing those guys in by a couple years was Tony Moiaki, who is this year's America Needs Farmers a Wall of Honor honoree. He's up there with 9 others. They have the tenacity and the work ethic and the will of the American farmer, and thanks to the American Farm Bureau for sponsoring this. A&F Day is always fun.
It's a great tradition. We have a lot of great traditions here, and A&F is one of them that Hayden started and Kirk has continued. And Tony and his wife have been here, throughout the week and have their brand new baby with them. So it's so much. One of the favorite parts of this job is to watch young men and women come through the program, leave here as adults, and then come back with their families and come back to visit. It's fun to see.
At some point during the game, the Hawkeye women's basketball team is going to be honored with their Big Ten championship rings. Basketball Media Day here at Iowa is next week. My goodness, the colors are changing, aren't they?
It's a fun time of year. We start to have overlap. Field hockey had a win over #1 Northwestern last week. Football's 3-1. And to your point, we're going to honor. We honored the men's basketball team with their rings a couple games ago. We're going to honor Lisa's team with their rings. They won a regular season and a tournament championship. This has been fun, honoring all these teams and their championship rings over the last couple of years.
Yeah, and I guess it's 25 years. Since the Iowa softball team, Gail Blevins, a Hall of Famer, led the Hawks to the World Series that year, 51 wins. Think about that. That's off the charts.
To make that World Series and the career that Gail had, and she's, of course, in our Hall of Fame, and then also celebrating the 72 the baseball team for their incredible run, and the 98 wrestling team. So it's we're having a lot of fun celebrating the past, but we have laser focused on the current day, and that's a big football game today in Kinnick.
The Hawkeyes haven't committed a turnover in each of the last 2 games. In fact, the Hawks tied a season high, forcing 3 turnovers at Rutgers, 2 interceptions and a fumble recovery, moving the team to +2 in turnover margin. The Hawks have scored 21 points off turnovers this first third of the season. Michigan is +4 in turnovers. And in a big game like this, turnovers and special teams are always a factor. By the way, good to see Athletic Director Gary Barta back in the saddle this week, recovered from a couple days of illness last week. We're coming back with more Whiffles Hybrids pregame coverage in just a minute. The University of Iowa Healthcare has the game plan for your same-day healthcare needs. If you need treatment for a common illness or minor injury, visit one of several UI Quick Care or Urgent Care locations throughout the Iowa City-Cedar Rapids corridor. Their care and expertise will help you get back in the game. UI Healthcare is proud to sponsor your Iowa Hawkeyes. This is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Every year, corn growers have a choice to make, and that choice is like a stake in the ground. One that says staying independent, staying family-owned, means something on your farm. So plant your independence. Plant Whiffles. And the harvest is underway. Just check the fields nearest you. Up next, we'll hear from Michigan head coach Jim Harbaugh. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Oh, you know that old injury of yours? The one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, why not start with therapy first? Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with
with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatkirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Wiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
What are you craving? The Wigan Pen in Ankeny across from DMAC is proud to be the home of the famous Flying Tomato Pizza. The Wig has all your favorites, including thin crust and Chicago-style pizza, appetizers, lots of sandwiches, pints of beer, plus a full bar. And this family-friendly local favorite is hiring. All ages are encouraged to apply from 15 to 115. Flexible hours and a fun environment? Call or just come on in. The Wigan Pen in Ankeny. What are you craving?
When our team takes the field, it's important to have a good game plan. The Iowa Secretary of State and I want you to have a good game plan for the November 8th election, too. It's important to have your voice heard by voting. You have options when it comes to casting your ballot, whether it's at the polls, your local election office, or from the comfort of your couch. Pick the play that works best for you. Remember these 3 important keys for the upcoming election. Visit voterready.iowa.gov, get in the game, and be a voter. Go Hawks.
Welcome back to the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. I'm Gary Dolphin. We're settling in, getting ready for Michigan and Iowa. That always has a special ring to it, and there'll be a lot of additional adrenaline flowing today. The Hawkeyes are celebrating the 20th anniversary of that 2002 Big Ten co-championship team when Iowa went 10-2, led by today's honorary captain quarterback Brad Banks, the Heisman runner-up that season to Carson Palmer. What a year that was, and it sure is great seeing many of those familiar faces off that team in and around campus today. Iowa football is brought to you by Shelter Insurance. Shelter Insurance for your auto, home, and life. Visit your local agent or find us on the web at shelterinsurance.com. We're your shield. We're your shelter. Well, Michigan coach Jim Harbaugh is certainly qualified in preparing his young quarterback J.J. McCarthy for the environment he'll face today at Kinnick. Harbaugh was at the controls when his second-ranked Wolverines faced number 1 Iowa and Chuck Long back in 1985, and he and Coach Ferentz have had some real close encounters here and in Ann Arbor since Jim took over the program. Young McCarthy is a chance taker, but he makes plays. J.J. McCarthy's directed 26 series this season, ending in 16 touchdowns and 3 field goals. Now, Harbaugh wants McCarthy to stay aggressive, but with more caution against defenses like the Hawkeyes.
Look to, just fundamental football, going through the progressions, going through the drops, the ball handling, making sure that, we're as detailed and as fundamentally sound as we can possibly be going into this game.
Quarterback McCarthy leads the nation with an 80% completion average. He's completed 48 of 60 passes and thrown for 5 touchdowns. McCarthy has no problem handing off to preseason All-American running back Blake Corum, who's averaging 7.5 yards a carry. Harbaugh loves the way the junior from Virginia carries himself.
A running back who can miss somebody by the narrowest of margins is a unbelievable talent. Now Blake can get so close to a defender, would-be tackler, within inches, and then make the slight move where somebody that close doesn't even touch him. Some backs will make the cut a yard away or 2 yards away. Blake Corum gets to the point where he can smell their breath and then make the slight 6-inch cut, missed by the narrowest of margins. It's incredible. And the vision, the low center of gravity, players talk about having just a hard time finding him. And the real key to the success is just how close he can get to a defender and then miss by the narrowest of margins.
Corum is putting up 119 yards a game. He leads the NCAA stat sheet with 54 points and 9 touchdowns. Now, Harbaugh understands the Big Ten schedule degree of difficulty ratchets up on the road, starting with Kinnick Stadium in Iowa. Today marks the 25th visit to Iowa City for the Maize and Blue.
I think it's more the team that's on the field, and they produce one that's really good every single year. The biggest thing is just how good the team is. I mean, and then you turn on the offensive tape, and it's a Kirk Ferentz coached offense. I mean, everything is detailed, everything's precise, same fundamentals. They just get so good at what they're doing that they beat you with the execution. It's wide zone, it's tight zone, it's play action, off the it's boots and nakeds, and they just out fundamental you, they out technique you, and they aim to out execute you.
Michigan is 15-8-1 all-time against the Hawkeyes at Kinnick. Harbaugh is concerned with the here and now, though, and that starts with an Iowa defense that leads the nation in points allowed at 6 a game and is 6th in total defense.
And it's really good. Everybody knows what to do. Everybody's playing the proper leverage, the proper technique, the proper fundamentals at all times. Opportunistic, the challenges that it presents are, if you are inaccurate with a throw, overthrow, underthrow, tip ball, it's highly likely that it's going to result into a turnover. If you're not as sound as you can possibly be, then you're in for a rough one.
Michigan's defense ranks 7th in points allowed at just 11 a game. The Wolverines are led by edge rusher Mike Morris, who has 7 tackles, 4 for loss and 2 sacks, and nose tackle Mozzie Smith, along with linebacker Junior Colson. Michigan has won the last 2 meetings with the Hawkeyes. That includes last December's Big Ten title game. Iowa had won 5 of the 6 previous between 2009 and 2016. Overall, Michigan holds a 43-15-4 advantage. In the Hayden Fry, Kirk Ferentz era, the Hawks have won 11, lost 19, and there's been 1 tie. Hawk fans, do what Pody and I do. Experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. Homewood Suites and Home 2 Suites by Hilton. Each offer guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, a pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country. Iowa, Michigan, straight ahead. The University of Iowa Sports Medicine Injury Update is next. You're listening to the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Get your game day tickets and hotel for Iowa and Ohio State through Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited official Hawkeye land-only travel packages. Go to HawkeyeSports.com/travel and see the Hawks on the road. Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited, official Hawkeye travel for fans.
When you set up a savings goal with U.S. Bank, it grows with you. There's no limit to what you can crochet. Can do. Doesn't have to be crocheting, but it totally could be. Like the headphones you're listening to this ad with, you could totally crochet those. There's no telling where your savings goal will take you. Maybe you'll save enough for yarn to crochet your house or the whole town. Oh, right. Doesn't have to be crochet related.
Set up savings goals on the U.S. Bank mobile app, even for the wildest of dreams. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
My name is Matt Ditch, and I am an Iowa pig farmer.
Iowa pig farmers like Matt and Melissa Ditch are committed to teaching their kids about doing the right things when it comes to pig care and protecting the environment.
As they get older, we do start to have those conversations. Well, hey, Dad, why do we do this or why do we do that? And so they kind of get a firsthand lesson of why we do those things and why they're good for the environment and the pigs and us.
Learn more at iowapork.org.
We care about Iowa, too.
When our team takes the field, it's important to have a good game plan. The Iowa Secretary of State and I want you to have a good game plan for the November 8th election, too. It's important to have your voice heard by voting. You have options when it comes to casting your ballot, whether it's at the polls, your local election office, or from the comfort of your couch. Pick the play that works best for you. Remember these 3 important keys for the upcoming election. Visit voterready.iowa.gov, get in the game, and be a voter. Go Hawks.
Reducing energy usage sounds good. Saving money sounds really good. Mid-American Energy helps you do both. Find tips, rebates, and programs for your home or business on our website. It's just another way we're obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Wiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Playing games with your bills?
Duck. Goose.
Quit the runaround and consolidate them into one low monthly payment with a home equity line of credit from Community Choice. Now with a special introductory rate of just 0.99% APR for your first 6 months. Plus, no closing costs. Get started online in less than 60 seconds by going to unbankwithus.com. Low-rate HELOCs with no closing costs from Community Choice. Unusual? Nah, it's unbanking. Loan subject to credit approval analysis. See credit union for details.
We believe banking should make your life greater. It starts with affordable options to meet today's needs and tomorrow's dreams. From smart account options that fit your style to flexible loans for what comes next. It means convenient ways to access and manage your money whenever you need it and wherever you're headed. Most of all, it takes great support. Someone you can count on for trusted guidance and to be there for you every step of the way. Great options, great convenience, great support. For life, Great Southern Bank. Understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
And welcome to the Iowa Sideline, as it is time for the University of Iowa Sports Medicine Injury Update with Dr. Brian Wolf. We talk about a subject as far as injuries are concerned, and we talked hamstrings last week, and let's talk quadriceps injuries this week, Dr. Wolf. Not quite as common as hamstrings, and you see a lot of strains, I'm sure, but thankfully a tear is a fairly rare occurrence.
Yeah, there's a whole variety here. It is a lot less, hamstring by far and away is our biggest muscle problem in the leg, but we do run into some strains. People, especially up by their hip, will strain their quad, or what sometimes we'll call it a hip flexor. You'll hear that on Saturdays and Sundays. We see a lot of quad contusions where somebody will get a helmet or a knee, especially if, some of the kids will take their pads out sometimes, and that's a very painful injury. They can get some swelling in their thigh, which can be problematic. So that comes up with the quad, and then fortunately a rare one that we only occasionally see is when they actually tear the quadriceps, and that's usually where it pulls free. There's a big tendon that hooks into your kneecap, your patella, and in the right situation that can tear free. It's pretty uncommon in kids these age. It's a little bit more common in my age, the weekend warrior type.
And that's a pretty long recovery too if that happens.
Yeah, that's a 6 months to a year type deal, usually out for the season and back to next year.
That'll be nice not to get to bed at 3:30 this morning, right?
It will be much nicer than that, yeah. Let's get a win.
Let's do it. Dr. Brian Wolf before Iowa and Michigan here. And as far as injuries for the Hawkeyes, of course, Kirk Ferentz announced earlier this week that Justin Jacobs will be done for the year. He's going to have surgery. Only played in 2 games this season. Certainly wish him the best. And Yahweh Black is still out along that defensive front. It'd be great if he can get back and add some depth, but still out with a foot injury. And then also defensive back Brendan Diaz-Fernandez is still out, played in just one game so far this year. And then Keegan Johnson, wide receiver, is not available this week. But the good news is Terry Roberts is dressed, did not play last week at Rutgers, but has a shot today. Today's field conditions report is brought to you by Iowa Kubota dealers like LDI Implement in Council Bluffs. Well, of course, Gary's told you all the hoopla that's going around with honoring past teams here inside the stadium, and it's also the striped stadium today, which always looks great. One section wearing black, the next one wearing gold, and the fans certainly do a great job with that. And of course the field ready to go with the Big Ten logo painted in between the 20 and 30 yard lines, and opposite of that in gold, Duke Slater Field. Hawkeye logo at midfield painted in black and trimmed in gold. Kinnick is ready to go for this one. Iowa and Michigan coming up. It's time to save on the versatile Kubota M7 tractor, rated #1 in durability and owner experience. Get the Kubota M7 tractor for 0 down and 0% APR for 60 months, plus $8,000 loyalty cash reward through September 30th. See your local dealer or go to KubotaUSA.com. To experience the power of Kubota, visit LDI Implement in Council Bluffs. Coming up next, Gary Dolphin chats with head coach Kirk Ferentz. This is the Wiffles Hybrid Hawkeye Huddle, and this is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hi, welcome to US Cellular, where new and current customers choose any phone they want for free.
Free? Even the one with 5G and lots of storage?
Free.
What about the one that takes incredible pictures?
Free.
And the one with the latest everything?
Free.
How about this giant cardboard phone?
Oh, that stays.
At US Cellular, new and current customers choose any phone they want for free. That's any brand, model, or size. Free for everyone. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
Hey Hawkeyes, this is Kirk Ferentz. We've been working hard all year long, just like Iowa's corn farmers do. Because when the Hawkeyes take to the field and Iowa corn farmers take to theirs, Iowans win. You want to support Iowa's corn farmers? It's easy. Buy corn-fed meat, dairy, and eggs. Fill your cup with safe drinking water right from the tap, and fuel your vehicle with clean, renewable, homegrown E15 and unleaded 88. Now who's ready for some Hawkeye football?
Blue is freedom. Blue is endless possibilities. Blue is trustworthy.
Attaboy.
Blue is caring.
We got this.
And now, Blue is Medicare Advantage from Wellmark Advantage Health Plan. All-in-one coverage, extra benefits, and the confidence of being covered by Wellmark. Because Blue is always here for you. Learn more at wellmarkadvantage.com.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. It's within walking distance to Extreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as some great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of the Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey radio show. Come find your place at Hyatt Regency, where we care for people so they can be their best.
This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Wiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Has a new name. It's Bud and Mary's, a tribute to the founders of their third-generation family business, Bud and Mary. Family-owned, family-operated right here in Iowa. Bud and Mary's was founded through plant science and medical cannabis research that delivers high-quality products that are approved by the Iowa Department of Public Health and tested at the University of Iowa. Explore brands including Batch, Aliviar, and Become. Visit budmary.com.
Hawk fans, are you looking to travel in style like the Iowa Hawkeyes? WinStar Lines provides luxury charter bus service, van service, and employee shuttles. We travel throughout the Midwest, providing ground transportation service to or from anywhere in the continental United States and Canada. With multiple locations throughout the Midwest, call WinStar Lines to transport your group. Our friendly, safe drivers will get you to your destination in style. Visit GoWinStar.com to book your travel plans today.
The Hawkeyes host number 4 Michigan this afternoon here at Kinnick Stadium. Welcome back to our Wiffles Hybrids pregame coverage. This is the 9th time in the Kirk Ferentz era that Iowa has hosted a top 5 team at Kinnick Stadium. Cenex is proud to celebrate University of Iowa football. Thanks to Cenex for supporting the Hawks. Fuel your fandom with your favorite snacks from your local Cenex station. Hawkeye Pride, powered locally. Where did September go? The Hawkeyes are a third of the way through the schedule after logging a couple night games, a couple that started in daylight, a few lightning delays in between. And here Iowa is 3-1. The players' mental sturdiness certainly has grown. As for Coach Kirk Ferentz, he says it's been absorbing.
Last couple of weeks, I think interesting. We got to bed later last week than we did after Nevada game, so that's interesting in itself. But that's college football right now, nighttime. 11 o'clock, you could kick off anytime, really, and that's the way it is. But to your first point, it is amazing. Like that first game week just takes forever. It's like a 11-day week, and then ever since then it's been rolling by. I can't believe it's our 5th game already. But the guys are working hard. They've had a great attitude, and I think we're making improvement week to week. So we're going to need every bit of that against a very talented and very well-coached Michigan team.
Yeah, and October's here, and going forward, it's Big Ten all the time.
It really is, and we broke it up with our team. It's a 6-week season because we have a bye after next week. So just told them to focus on the first 6, and it's pretty much the same each and every week. Once you get to Sunday, it's a 6-day week, and that's where our focus has been. And again, this has been a full week just because of the opponent that we're facing.
Well, good for Kayvon Merriweather. He's so deserving of the Big Ten Defensive Player of the Week. Torrey Taylor has won his 2nd special teams nod this season, and Cooper DeJean could very well be on that same platform with Kayvon.
Yeah, both those guys are playing really well, and Kayvon had a heck of a game with a pick, a near pick, or would have been a pick in a normal circumstance, and then picking up the loose ball after Sebastian made a big play. So he had a tremendous game. We're counting on that from our seniors. And then you mentioned Cooper. Cooper's a young guy who's just really done a great job in all phases. And last week he returned punts and did very well doing that as well. So it seems like whatever we ask him to do, he does it. Not only does it, but does it very well in a high-quality fashion. And can't say enough about Torrey. 4 punts last week that were 11 yards, and then one on the 11, the other 3 inside the, I think, 7 or 8. So, he's just playing great, showing off for his parents a little bit. They're in town, and they're in the States, I should say. So this, I think, is their last game here for a while, but he's done a great job.
Well, hopefully he can pin the Wolverines back today, Coach. This Jim Harbaugh squad leads the nation with 50 points scored, and it starts with J.J. McCarthy. I mean, you know him. You recruited him out of the Chicagoland area. He's got a lot of ability.
He does. He lost interest in us real quick, so, that's the way it works. But, he's a high-quality player, and they've got a really good team. They were good last year, obviously, and stating the obvious there. But, I think what's a little different this year, they come into this season with 2 quarterbacks. And, I'm not sure if the other guy's injured or what, but McCarthy's done a wonderful job. He's a guy who can hurt you with his feet. He can throw it. He can run and then throw. So you have to stand coverage against him. And very dangerous performer, very confident, and he's got great teammates around him.
He sure does. Let's talk about Blake Corum, who's averaging about 7.5 yards a carry. I'm sure he's been the focus in those defensive chart rooms all week.
Yeah, I mean, if he wasn't on the other team, I'd really like him. He's a really good football player and runs tough, and he's just, he's easy to like as a football player. You have to respect him an awful lot. But he makes it dangerous, and 3 of his big runs last week. One not as big, but it was a 15-yard run. It's just where he things are clogged up a little bit, and then he'll bounce it outside. He's got great quickness and great vision. So, just everybody has to be on spot. And that's kind of the nature of playing Michigan. They've got guys at every position that can really make it difficult on you. So you have to really be on top of your technique, and whatever your role in the defensive scheme might be, you have to fulfill it, or they're going to find you.
Defensively, I don't see any Aiden Hutchisons over there, but they got some good players.
Yeah, I'm not sure we've played anybody more active than him. My 20-plus years being back here, so I look at him. I think about players like Randall L. Going back 20 years, or think about the running back at Penn State, Barkley, or a couple of the running backs Wisconsin's had. So he was so difficult to block, and I assume he's doing really well now. But I'm just glad he's moved on. And but we're still facing a lot of guys. They look like an NFL defense. They've got great size. They've recruited big people up front. You'll see great size up front, and then their back end guys, their secondary, and their linebackers are guys that can get to the ball and make plays. So we're really going to have to be on top of our deal offensively as well. Everybody's going to have to do a good job, not only knowing what to do, but finish in place.
That's why it's great LaShawn Williams not only got back, but took off for roughly 65 yards in limited duty last week. Man, it's great to have him back in that mix.
Yeah, I thought he really ran well. It was great to have him back, to your point, for a lot of reasons. And Caleb's really coming on, and it's good to have Gavin. I don't know if he's 100% healthy, but I think he's getting closer with each day. So to have all three of those guys right now, we're going to need each and every one of them, and hopefully they can be productive in this game.
Kirk, Jack Campbell this week was named a semifinalist for the Campbell National Football Foundation Scholar Athlete of the Year Award. It's a extremely prestigious award that's given by the Hall of Fame, and it proves once again that Jack is the complete student-athlete package.
He really is. He's been that way since he's gotten here. Obviously, he's gotten better as a player. That comes from hard work and experience, but everything about him is just first class, and he's been such a strong leader on our football team. And then when he walks out of the building, maybe more impressive there, just what he does class-wise, and just his citizenship in general. So he really represents all that's good, I think, in college football, and it's just a really delight to have him on our football team.
Jack Campbell starts his 20th career game today as a Hawkeye. He has a team leading 39 tackles. That's second in the Big Ten. The All-American will look to introduce himself to Michigan running back Blake Corum early in the game. The Iowa Secretary of State and the Iowa Hawkeyes want you to have a good game plan for the November 8th election. It's important to make your voice heard by voting, whether it's at the polls, your local election office, or the comfort of your couch. Pick the play that works best for you. Visit voterready.iowa.gov. Get in the game and be a voter. Go Hawks. Ed Podolak is next with his Club Car Wash keys to the game. The Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle rolls on. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Get your game day tickets and hotel for Iowa at Ohio State through Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited official Hawkeye land-only travel packages. Go to HawkeyeSports.com/travel and see the Hawks on the road. Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited, official Hawkeye travel for fans.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
It began a half-century ago, and thanks to you, our residential tractors and compact excavators have become top sellers. Together, with a committed dealer network of 1,100 strong and a complete lineup of tractors, mowers, RTVs, and compact construction equipment, we're ready to help you get more done for the next 50 years. Together, we do more. Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
This summer, just say, what the fun, in a rugged, fuel-efficient Honda SUV, America's most fuel-efficient full-line automaker, and have whatever fun you want. Camping, water skiing, a 12-game round-robin travel ball tournament crisscrossing the entire region. What the fun indeed. New Hondas are arriving daily, so get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer today. Honda gets the Midwest. Based on EPA estimate of model year 2020 large full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy. 2021 EPA Automotive Trends Report, November 2021.
Mid-American Energy would like to turn this down to net zero. We mean net zero greenhouse gas emissions, not your playlist or podcast. Reaching net zero by 2050 is just another way we're obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
This is the Wyffels Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Wyffels Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Windsor Windows and Doors are designed and manufactured to give you an inspired look for your next new construction or remodeling project. As your local Windsor distributor, Gilchrist Jewett is here to help you get the right fit for your style and performance needs. We offer the full line of made in the USA Windsor windows and doors, including wood-clad, cellular PVC, and vinyl products. To get your next project started, stop into Gilchrist Jewett at one of our 6 locations in Iowa.
Iowa Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is brought to you in part by Burger Shed, Grizzly, IMT Insurance, Tournament Club of Iowa, Machine Shed, Iowa Bankers Association, Wild Rose Casino, Dupaco Community Credit Union. Show your support to our local Iowa radio business partners and support those who support the Hawkeyes.
Ed Podolak's keys to a Hawkeye victory over 4th-ranked Michigan. Sponsored now by the official car wash of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Club Car Wash with unlimited membership starting at just $20 a month. There's no better time to join the club. Visit clubcarwash.com and find a location nearest you. Michigan is +4 in turnovers on the young season, Ed, and a third of the way through, the Hawkeyes are +2, so they've righted the ship. They were negative after the first 2 weeks, but they've been opportunistic the last couple weeks. Let's start there.
Yep, we can certainly start there because you can't turn the ball over against this Michigan team. They are so solid and so veteran. If you look at their offensive line, Gary, and that's the toughest position to really get your timing down in. They start a graduate student, a senior, a fifth-year player, a junior, and a senior. And all of them over 300 pounds. So they've been playing together a long time, and their timing is good. Our defense will be very challenged today, so that's why field position is going to be so important. We got to go to our punter and say, punt it out inside the 10. We got to make them march the distance of the field. You just can't give them any easy scores. You know, there's a little bit of a bad taste in one's mouth after what happened last December, and I'm sure that was on the chalkboard this week. But you know, we match up pretty well. You know, this running back of theirs is 5 foot. They say 5'8", looks more like 5'6", and he weighs. They say 210. I'd say 220.
He reminds me. He looks a lot like Freddie Russell.
Yeah.
And Freddie's bigger than 5'6", of course. Maybe not 5'8", 5'9", but he talking with Coach Ferentz, he said he's a darter. Boy, he runs up. If it's a middle run, he's got great low center of gravity, so he can dart and bounce to the outside in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, he does those jump cuts. You know, he goes off one leg, cuts out to the outside, and then accelerates after the next step. He's at full speed. You got to gang tackle him. There's if you get him one-on-one with a defensive back, you're in big trouble. So we know what we've got here today. We've got a perfect day for football. We've got the skill set to play with Michigan. Now we just got to go out and not make any mistakes, make them earn everything, and we'll have a heck of a football game.
Error-free on America Needs Farmers Day, and Tony Moiaki will be one of the interested onlookers. He's had some big moments against Michigan. I'll never forget that seam route at the time was the coldest game wind chill-wise ever played in Kinnick Stadium against Michigan. The Hawks got away with a win that night. Those are Ed Podolak's Iowa Hawkeye Club Car Wash keys to the game. With unlimited membership starting at just $20 a month, there's no better time to join the club. Visit clubcarwash.com and find the nearest location. This is the Wyffels Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. When you plant Wyffels, you're not just choosing superior seed corn, you're making a statement. One that says staying independent, staying family owned means something on your farm. So make your choice, plant your independence, plant Wyffels. Up next, the Mid-American Energy starting lineups. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hi, this is Hawkeye coach Kirk Ferentz. My players know that determination and strong will can lead to endless possibilities. For years, Iowa farmers have believed in that too. Farmers are the backbone of this country, and their dedication to bringing us food and energy has never been more important. That's why we're proud to wear the America Needs Farmers logo on our helmet. Join the Hawkeyes as we celebrate America's farmers. To learn more about ANF and pick up some great ANF merchandise, visit americaneedsfarmers.org.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
It began a half-century ago, and thanks to you, our residential tractors and compact excavators have become top sellers. Together, with a committed dealer network of 1,100 strong and a complete lineup of tractors, mowers, RTVs, and compact construction equipment, we're ready to help you get more done for the next 50 years. Together, we do more. Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
There's a hero in all of us. Shields is proud to partner with Iowa and Nebraska for the Shields Heroes Game. Together, we want to recognize and celebrate local heroes who exemplify the goal of positively impacting the community and who stand as an inspiration to others. If you have a family or community member you'd like to recognize and nominate, please do so at shields.com/hero so we can celebrate the heroes in our community.
This is the Wyffels Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Wyffels Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
You did it, Iowa! You've won more than $20 million in jackpots this year from Wild Rose Casino and Hotel. And we're not stopping anytime soon. Winning is more fun at Wild Rose. From jackpots to cars to cash and more. We've got 20 million reasons and more why you'd rather be here. Wild Rose Casino and Hotel.
Must be 21 or older. If you or someone you know needs gambling treatment, call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Laser Graphics and Signs provides big signs, bold graphics, and beautiful results for Hawkeye athletics around Kinnick Stadium and Carver Hawkeye Arena. Laser Graphics and Signs helps you build your brand through the use of high-impact graphics, signage, and video displays designed specifically to tell your story and grow your business in a big way. That's Laser Graphics and Signs, an official graphics and signage provider for Hawkeye athletics. Visit them online at laser.com to see how they can bring your big ideas to life.
Iowa, Michigan, Kinnick Stadium. Bright sunshine, just a few clouds, headed for a high of around 70 before this game concludes this afternoon in Iowa City. The 20th anniversary of the 2002 Big Ten title team, led by Heisman runner-up quarterback Brad Banks. Only Carson Palmer got more votes that year. All-American safety Bob Sanders, tackle Robert Gallery, kicker Nate Kading, and the great tight end Dallas Clark. The Hawkeyes stormed to an 11-1 record, 8-0 in the Big Ten, sharing the conference championship with #1 and eventual national champ Ohio State. Brad Banks, we think about his home in Belle Glade, Florida today. That devastating Hurricane Ian roared through there earlier in the week, ripped apart places like Naples and Marco Island and Fort Myers, and the Red Cross would sure appreciate your support. If you want to text IAN to 90999 to donate $10 to the Red Cross for hurricane relief funds. I asked Brad Banks, who is today's honorary captain, to share some of his message he gave the team earlier this morning.
We work hard. We do all the right things. We prepared ourselves, and I think it was more so about having fun with each other in these type of games. And not only just this game, but as we go on with the season, and to enjoy each other's, to respect each other, to feed off each other, to hold each other accountable, and most importantly, hold yourself accountable.
I don't know that there was a more, I didn't see Niall Kinnick play, but I don't know that there was a more exciting player to watch with the ball in his hands, Eddie, than Brad Banks. And he's right. If you're not in this atmosphere, this game, if you're not out there having fun and enjoying the moment, you ain't got a heartbeat.
Well, every time he had the ball in his hands, he could make a play, whether it was throwing it or running it. And he was the most all-around quarterback we've had here in all the years that you and I have been doing the games together, and he always performed under pressure too.
He was a pressure player. Starting lineups are brought to you by Mid-American Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service. The number one scoring offense in the land, the Michigan Wolverines, will start J.J. McCarthy at quarterback, 6'3" sophomore from LaGrange Park, Illinois. The tailback, and he is outstanding, Blake Corum. Michigan always has great running backs. He's a junior from Marshall, Virginia, averaging 7.5 yards a carry. Ronnie Bell is the best of the receivers, 6-foot graduate student from Kansas City. Caught 17 balls, 253 total yards, 1 touchdown along of 49. They'll throw it to Donovan Edwards. Roman Wilson, their best tight end, is Eric All, 6'5", 255, a senior from Fairfield, Ohio. Cornelius Johnson is another good one, a 6'3" senior from Greenwich, Connecticut. Up front, nothing new. Their offensive line averages about 305 to 310. At left tackle, Ryan Hayes, grad student out of Traverse City, Michigan. At left guard from Crystal Lake, Illinois, the home of Brian Bulaga, 6'6", 305-pound senior Trevor Keegan. At center is Olusegun Oluwatimi, 6'4", 50-year 305-pounder from Easton, Pennsylvania. Zach Zinter is at right guard from North Andover, Massachusetts, 6'6", 315. And a little guy, Trent Jones, at 6'4", 311, a senior from Grayson, Georgia, at right tackle. Jake Moody, former all Big Ten kicker. He's 6 of 8 on the year from field goals, 4 field goals. Their punter is Brad Robbins, averaging almost 47 yards a punt. Outstanding punter, but we'll stick with Torrey Taylor for at least for another week, huh? The number 1 ranked scoring defense in America, the Iowa Hawkeyes, giving up just under 6 points a game, led by middle linebacker Jack Campbell, 6'5", 245, a senior from Cedar Falls. Seth Benson on one wing, 6-foot senior from Sioux Falls. Logan Klemp will start at the Leo, or the cash position. Of course, Cooper DeJean will be in there early and often. Klemp is from Jewel, 6'2", 235, and a senior. In the back end, don't know that Terry Roberts is back yet today, but if he isn't, Cooper DeJean will be back there, the sophomore from Odebolt Arthur. 3 interceptions in 3 games now, 1 each in the last 3 weeks. Riley Moss at the other corner, the All-American from Ankeny Centennial. Quinn Schulte and Kayvon Merriweather are the safeties. We'll see Sebastian Castro. Boy, has he earned more playing time.
Boy, he's a hitter. You know, he was so devastating on special teams last year. And now that he gets his regular reps in there, you got to know where he's at.
A former star quarterback in Oak Lawn, Illinois, 5'11", 207 is Sebastian Castro. Up front, Joe Evans and John Wagner. Wagner had a great game last week. He's really playing well, the senior from Dowling. Joe is from Ames High School. Logan Lee and Noah Shannon are the tackles. It's good to see Noah running around healthy again. The 290-pound left tackle from Oswego. Logan Lee is from Orion, Illinois. But of course, we'll see Lucas Van Ness, Ethan Herkett, Deontay Craig, and Louis Steck, Aaron Graves, Y.A. Black. Hopefully he's back today. And Max Llewellyn, who's coming on like a runaway locomotive. The Hawkeyes and the Michigan Wolverines. We're about 15 minutes away from kick. Those are the Mid-American Energy starting lineups. Coming up next is the Hy-Vee coin toss and the come and go kickoff. This has been the Wyffels Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. At Wyffels, we focus on one big thing: developing, producing, and marketing superior corn hybrids. A big part of that is doing all the little things right, no matter how small, to keep our customers coming back. Turns out the little things aren't so little after all. Wyffels Hybrids, one thing done right, and all the little things too. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
We all love a good win, catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, Start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/Iowans win.
This summer, just say, what the fun, in a rugged, fuel-efficient Honda SUV, America's most fuel-efficient full-line automaker, and have whatever fun you want. Camping, water skiing, a 12-game round-robin travel ball tournament crisscrossing the entire region. What the fun indeed. New Hondas are arriving daily, so get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer today. Honda gets the Midwest. Based on EPA estimate of model year 2020 large full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy. 2021 EPA Automotive Trends Report, November 2021.
This is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Whiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The most powerful ideas come from understanding. By asking what's important here. At Great Southern Bank, we start by asking our customers to find out how we're doing and what they really need. Then we get to work, making banking easier and more effective, financing more flexible, and our communities better places to live. It's an ongoing team effort to keep improving how we serve our neighbors day after day. And it all starts with understanding what really matters. Learn more at greatsouthernbank.com, member FDIC.
You did it, Iowa! You've won more than $20 million in jackpots this year from Wild Rose Casino and Hotel. And we're not stopping anytime soon. Winning is more fun at Wild Rose. From jackpots to cars to cash and more. We've got 20 million reasons and more why you'd rather be here. Wild Rose Casino and Hotel.
Must be 21 or older. If you or someone you know needs gambling treatment, call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
I always have loved kids, like having a daycare, extending our family, having another kid, and just kind of made sense to do more improvements. Having that availability to put back into our home from the home equity basically saved us.
With the fence closed in, it's like, wow, we actually got a yard, you know, like.
It makes the yard feel bigger. There is just another example that Tobacco Credit Union has had our back.
Your money for good. Learn more at tobacco.com. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity.
Hello, seafood fans. This is Bruce Gerleman, and I own Splash Seafood Bar and Grill. Have you been to Splash lately? Come back downtown and let me spoil you. White linens, fresh flowers, candlelight, award-winning wine lists, professional staff, and best of all, my fresh fish are jetted in from Hawaii every morning. Enjoy my homemade lobsters, Alaskan king crab, fresh oysters from the cold, clear, clean waters of the Pacific Northwest. My favorite is the surf and turf featuring my hand-cut prime steaks and lobster. Splash, a truly special evening of adult indulgence.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network, from Learfield, Hawkeye football is on the air. Brought to you by Whiffles Hybrid, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. Also brought to you by Authentic Brand, unique Hawkeye apparel at authentic-brand.com. Brought to you by Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. And by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Topgolf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City. You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Now let's join Gary Dolphin for the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield first half.
Hawkeyes and the Wolverines about to kick off here at Kinnick. Today is the ANF, America Needs Farmers game, sponsored by the American Farm Bureau Federation. It honors former Hawkeyes who exemplify the tenacity, the work ethic, and character of the Iowa farmer. And nobody put that on display more than the former All-American tight end, Tony Moiaki. His name will be added to the ANF Wall of Honor this afternoon. Tony will be introduced, and he'll then be perched next to the likes of Robert Gallery and Casey Wigman and Aaron Campman and Jared DeVries and Dallas Clark, another pretty good tight end. Kirk Ferentz is proud of them all, but especially the young man, Tony Moiaki.
Well, and a big part of the reason he came was because of what those guys, the 2002 group, started. And, we're just talking about, outstanding people, not only great players, but people. And Tony certainly fits that bill. So you look at the guys that have been recognized by the ANF Award, and that's a really prestigious honor as well. And Tony certainly is more than deserving.
And he's a former Kansas City Chief, drafted in the first round by the Chiefs. I remember his first game, Monday Night Football. I caught a touchdown pass, and he was telling me the other day he just gloats over the fact that the Ed Podolak banner sat right above his locker in the Kansas City locker room.
Well, I'm glad it's still up. That's great. Of course, that was 20 years ago, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't 20. Tony. He left here in 09.
09.
So it seems like 20 years.
13 years ago. He was always exciting. Every time he touched the ball, he could break it. And then he got into that kind of high ankle sprain stuff in pro football. And, man, that's a killer. It's just difficult to get rid of that.
What an engaging personality, though. Terrific young man. He and his wife, beautiful bride, just had their first baby. 5.5-month-old Penelope Marie, and they were at Hawk Talk the other night. We had Tony on. By the way, he's the subject of this week's Fight for Iowa podcast, about a 15-minute chat with the Tony Moiaki. If you'd like to listen to the podcast, Fight for Iowa, log on to HawkeyeSports.com. Both teams about ready to come back out on the field. We'll have the Hy-Vee coin toss and then the kick and a go. What do you remember most about that 2002 team? Kirk referenced that a couple times today on our pregame visit. So many All-Americans on that team. I mean, it was just such a wonderful group of people that came together. Timing is everything, and they all found their niche. Dallas Clark, who walked on. Bob Sanders had 1 or 2 offers, maybe. Joe Moore called Kirk Ferentz late one Friday night and said, "Hey, I just watched this kid in Erie, Pennsylvania. You got to offer him a scholarship." And Joe Moore usually knew what he was talking about. Robert Gallery, as great as Robert was, he wasn't offered by all the Blue Bloods.
He came as a tight end.
Yeah, we watched him against Randall L. in Indiana that first night game, Saturday night game down in Bloomington, that Robert caught a pass on a crossing route, as a matter of fact. But it evolved into the great team that it became.
Well, and that was a group that was recruited during a time that we weren't having a lot of success. It was right after Coach Fry had retired and Coach Ferentz had come in, and there was a changing of the guard, and those guys bought into the program and ended up undefeated in the Big Ten.
Yeah, and Robert Gallery, we visited with Robert last night as that 2002 team got together. Grant Steen was back. Robert Gallery said, people forget the year before we went 7-5 and got to the Alamo Bowl. But prior to that, it was 1-10 and 3-9. So This thing all of a sudden exploded, and it's been there ever since.
Well, and that's exactly right. And to get those guys to buy into this program, that was a great recruiting job by Coach Ferentz and his staff.
Well, here are the names on the ANF Wall of Honor. Many you've already heard, but listen to this All-American unit. We mentioned Tony Moiaki, Casey Wigman, Jared DeVries, Bruce Nelson, Robert Gallery, Dallas Clark, Chad Greenway, Aaron Campman, Matt Kroll, and Marshall Yonda.
Oh, my goodness. That was something. You just brought up some great Hawks that really were successful in business after they played here at Iowa too. A lot of them played in pro football, but all of them have a lot of them moved back to Iowa.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification with Back in Black in the background. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye football. You're hearing us today on our flagship stations WHO in Des Moines and WMT in Cedar Rapids, along with KXIC here in Iowa City. In Clinton, KROS, AM and FM. Also in Burlington, KBUR, AM and FM. Fort Dodge, FM 96.9, KIAQ. And in Esterville, it's KILR 97.3 on the FM dial. In Creston, Listen in on KSIB 101.3. That's not far from Atlantic.
No, they were in a conference. They were in the, what would we call it, the Hawkeye 8 back then.
As we await the Swarm entry here with Coach Ferentz, he'll let him go here shortly. And then we'll have our national anthem, the coin toss, and we'll be underway. Gosh, it's good to play football in the daylight.
Oh, I mean, I was a little difficult when that alarm went off this morning, but
well, you're wide awake now.
Yeah.
And here come the Hawks. It's black and gold stripe day. Tell you, our fans get it, don't they?
Oh yeah, they get on the computer and find out. You know what I love seeing there? Terry Roberts breaking the swarm, so he's back.
Boy, and they need him too. Is it as simple as containing J.J. McCarthy, keep him inside the hash marks?
Well, yeah, he's just got sprinter speed for a quarterback, and if he just gets a little opening, he can take off. He had a couple of big runs against us in December. I
like Kirk's explanation. He can run, he can throw it, and he can run and then throw it. So
it's interesting. Cade McNamara, who has been their starter, was still elected as a captain of the team.
I got to believe he's beat up a little bit. He's nicked up, and of course, you know Harbaugh. He keeps the lid on everything. The colors are now parading to center field. The state of Iowa flag, of course, the red, white, and blue. And then we will have our national anthem after hearing from Niall Kinnick. The officials today, led by referee Mark Klaczynski, umpire James Shaw. The head linesman is Daniel Richard. Rudy Studd is the line judge. Ray Daniel, the field judge. Grady Smith is the side judge. The back judge is Justin Stair. And Amanda Sauer will be centering the football today at Kinnick Stadium. Iowa has 4 total touchdowns on offense. The offense does. The Michigan offense has averaged 4 touchdowns in 4 games. Something's got to give. And that Iowa defense, we think, is up for the test. Let's enjoy our national anthem from Kinnick Stadium prior to Iowa, Michigan. Here comes a pair of 2 Navy T-45C. Go Hawks. That'll enlarge in your goosebumps. The Saberhawks Squadron 8-6, based at the Naval Air Station in Pensacola, Florida. At the head of the crew, Lieutenant Commander Jeremy Willis from Iowa City. University of Iowa grad 2008. Lieutenant Commander Dan Ruffin, a Michigan MBA grad. Lieutenant Chris Willenborg from Manning, Iowa. And Lieutenant John Pinky Root from Dubuque. That's overloaded with Hawks.
Yes, it is.
Speaking of the Hawks, let's go to center field for the coin toss. Robbie Brooks.
Captains are out. Laporta, Campbell, Merriweather, and Brad Banks is the honorary captain. Riley Moss as well. And of course, Michigan, being the visitors, will make the call.
Gentlemen,
referee
good luck today.
Klaczynski.
This is our coin.
The eagle is tails. This is heads. Heads, tails. Michigan, your choice. Heads or tails? Tails. He called tails. And it is a heads. Iowa won the toss. Iowa won the toss. They defer their choice to the second half.
So Jack Campbell makes the call and wants to get that Hawkeye defense on the field first off. Here we go, the Hawks and the Wolverines.
Okay, Robbie, our coin tosses each week are brought to you by Hy-Vee, the official grocery partner of Hawkeye football. Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle. There's some smiles on that Iowa sideline. That's 2 weeks in a row the Hawks have won the toss and deferred.
And there's really no wind, Gary. There's no advantage to kicking the ball in one direction or the other. So that's great. Get the defense out there first.
Hawk fans stop in to Come and Go before and after the game today. Experience a fresh perspective on convenience. At Come and Go, you'll find a wide selection of snacks and drinks and more healthier, fresh food options. So you can always find what you deserve. Order ahead via the Come and Go app, and we'll bring it to you curbside. Come and Go, a fresh perspective. The officials will break their huddle at center field right on the Tiger Hawk logo, and we'll be underway here. Hawkeye football is brought to you this afternoon by EMC Insurance. You've worked hard to build your business. Now count on EMC Insurance companies to protect it. Find your new agent and the right coverage for your company's assets at EMCINS.com. And by Mid-American Energy. If you need to recycle old working refrigerators, perhaps a deep freezer, visit MidAmericanEnergy.com for details, plus energy saving tips. Drew Stevens will kick off. We're finding out he's got a really strong leg, Ed.
Well, their punting and kicking areas are very strong at Michigan. What a veteran team. We were going through some of those players, and I think they've got 6 graduate students in the starting lineup.
Well, if you're going to go to grad school and you're a good football player, Michigan presents a great option, for sure. One of the could be considered one of the blue blood programs in all of college football. Harbaugh's got him in high gear now, but no Aiden Hutchison, no David Jabo. A couple others that are in the NFL, but they're still awfully talented. Joel Metzger is back deep, and along with Joe Taylor for Michigan. Taylor's about 2 yards deep in the end zone. And Drew Stevens ready to run up. He'll kick from the north end to the south end. Iowa, Michigan. Here we go. Stevens steps into it, and it's a side winding kick that sails over the head of Taylor, out of bounds. Michigan will bring it on, go 1st and 10 with quarterback J.J. McCarthy, tailback Blake Corum. The receivers are Ronnie Bell, Roman Wilson, Cornelius Johnson. They freelance a lot on their routes. Michigan last week, we were watching the replay of that game. They throw a lot of short, flat routes. Get those talented individuals out in space.
Yeah, and we've got Cooper DeJean starting at the one corner. Roberts is not starting.
Corum's a single setback. 3 receivers to the left bunched up. They run up the middle. Corum is grabbed and spun down after a gain of 2 or 3. Noah Shannon got his mitts on him first. Joe Evans came in to help out.
Yeah, good to see Noah Shannon back and getting the reps. He normally plays more defensive plays than any of the other defensive linemen.
Go without a huddle. Twin receivers to the right and the left. Double slot. Gain of 4. 2nd down 6. Michigan at the Wolverine 29, just underway at Kinnick. In the gun is McCarthy. Hands the draw handoff. Good block over the left side. It'll be a 1st down across the 35 to the 36 for Blake Corum. Nobody touched him till he had the 1st down.
Yeah, that's that senior offensive line we've been talking about, running to the left side. He's got a graduate, a senior, and a 5th-year player to follow.
Ryan Hayes and Trevor Keegan open the hole. Joe Evans got the tackle. A gain of 6, almost 7. 1st and 10 for Michigan, just across the 35. Corum's carried it twice. McCarthy to throw here. To the left flat, has his man, and out of bounds, pushed out of bounds at the 43 by Sebastian Castro is Roman Wilson, his 9th catch of the year. He's averaging 24.5 yards a catch. Now they get 8 on first down, so Michigan's on the move off its first possession. Double receiver formation again, both sides. McCarthy changes the play, checks the sideline. They go without a tight end, or actually they split Eric all out. He's in the left slot. 2-by-2 is the formation at the 43-yard line of the Wolverines. On second and short, here's a keeper by McCarthy. Gets to the sideline, gets a block, gets the first down. Across the 45 to the 44. Really good deception there.
Yeah, he was like an Illinois sprint champion, wasn't he, in high school? He ran the 100 meters.
And boy, he can dart. Chased out of bounds by a couple Hawkeyes. So it's 1st and 10 Michigan, and the drive stays alive at the Wolverine 49. Bunch formation right. Single receiver left. One running back, short side of the field in front of the Iowa bench. Here's McCarthy. Looks left, rolls out to his right, chased, throws downfield. It's caught and held on to at the Iowa 38-yard line. Ooh, well-designed play there. Roman Wilson has been the featured guy. Cooper DeJean was right there, but a really good throw by McCarthy.
Yeah, right on the money, and Wilson went up and caught it above the coverage.
Ball down at the 37-yard line. That's a gain of 14 on first down. Michigan, I wouldn't call it a hurry up, but they're going without a huddle. Now the tight end all goes in motion. 3 wideouts, 1 running back. That's Blake Corum. And McCarthy's looking for him. He releases to the outside. The Hawks get him, chase him down after a gain of 2 or 3 to the 35. Donovan Edwards, that was not Corum. Edwards lined up in the backfield, a wide receiver. Kayvon Merriweather with good lateral action got him down after a short gain of 3.
Yeah, he really closed quickly on that. He was chasing a lot of speed.
3 minutes gone on the opening drive of the day. Michigan and Iowa territory. Hawks showing you that bend but don't break. Well, they're going to have to bend a little bit tougher, a little bit more stringent here. Second down. At least they got him second and long. Corum straight through, big hole, and he gets the first down, or very close to it, inside the 30 at the 27 or 8. That short passing game has opened up the running game.
Yeah, they're just so talented with that offensive line, and then with that little tailback, he's 5'8". He can hide behind those 6'5" offensive linemen.
Corum's knee touched down at the 28, so he's a yard shy of a first down. Michigan very good on third down, 46%. 3 tight ends in the line. They're going to run Corum straight ahead. He gets knocked down, but I think he got the first down. He did to the 31. He only needed half a yard to a yard. Good job by Iowa jamming things up along the line of scrimmage. Logan Lee was there along with John Wagner and Riley Moss. Iowa had the play sniffed, but that big old Bluto line, as you like to call it, pushed him back just far enough. 31-yard line of the, or excuse me, 26-yard line of the Hawkeyes. 1st and 10, Michigan, and the drive stays alive. The opening drive of the day. They've used up about 4.5 minutes to start the game. Slot receiver goes in motion. McCarthy looks his way, instead goes to the end zone, or down near the end zone, and threw it behind the receiver. Well, that play action got Ronnie Bell wide open behind the Iowa secondary, and McCarthy just threw it the wrong way.
Yeah, that's just a bad throw. The receiver turned the wrong way, you know.
Either that or the receiver was supposed to run it out, and he ran straight down the field, but Hawks catch a break there, Ed, either way.
Sure did.
Second down 10 at the Iowa 26. Clock stopped, 10:32 to go first quarter. Michigan's first possession has been impressive. And they run the draw handoff to Donovan Edwards. Stop and go move. Gets into the Iowa second level. And close to a first down at the 17-yard line. Let's see where they spot him. Beautiful stop and go move. And Donovan Edwards let those holes materialize.
Yeah, those big-bodied offensive linemen are just getting on top of our defensive line, and they can't get off the block.
Michigan's in the red zone now. They've got 18 touchdowns and 24 trips to the red zone. That's how near perfect they've been. 23 scores, 18 touchdowns. Now they run a slot reverse and head into the end zone and scoring. Great blocking downfield is Ronnie Bell. Might be the fastest guy on the field. And Ronnie Bell came from the wide side slot on a reverse, took the handoff, turned the corner. By then the blocks had materialized, and that's hard to do against this Iowa defense. And I don't think he was touched.
No, and you know, Michigan had wide receivers down blocking defensive backs. That was a perfectly executed play.
16 yards and the touchdown, and Michigan completes a 75-yard march in spectacular fashion. Jake Moody on for the try for point after, and it is good. Wow. So the Hawkeyes get punched in the nose right out of the gate. Let's see if they can respond with a touchdown drive of their own. Timeout on the field. 9:53 to play first quarter. Wolverines 7 and the Hawkeyes nothing. This is the A&F game presented by the Iowa Farm Bureau. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
You mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Banking should make your life greater. It starts with affordable options to meet today's needs and tomorrow's dreams. From smart account options that fit your style to flexible loans for what comes next. It means convenient ways to access and manage your money whenever you need it and wherever you're headed. Most of all, it takes great support. Someone you can count on for trusted guidance and to be there for you every step of the way. Great options, great convenience, great support. For life, Great Southern Bank. Understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
When did business insurance become one size fits all? At EMC Insurance Companies, we've known for more than 100 years that businesses have unique needs. It's why from coast to coast, we provide insurance packages that are designed and tailored specifically for nearly 500 different types of businesses. Add our expert loss control and quick claim services, and you can see why customers count on EMC to help protect what they've built. Find an EMC agent near you at emcins.com.
Michigan averaged 7 yards a play, 11 plays, 75 yards, used up 5 minutes of clock, and they fire the first salvo offensively here at Kinnick Stadium. Beautiful drive engineered by quarterback J.J. McCarthy. It's 7-0 Wolverines, a 16-yard reverse by Ronnie Bell, and the Hawks need to respond in kind. Edward?
Well, and they mixed the plays, run and pass, about equally. They were successful doing both of them.
6 first downs along the way. So looking at the numbers here, McCarthy was 3 out of 4 passing for 24 yards, and they ran the ball 7 times. So they were run heavy, but they can get it done either way. Jake Moody will kick off. Lucky number 13. Back deep for the Hawks is Caleb Johnson. He's not afraid to bring it out, but Moody's got great length. Now he pops this one up. He's going to entice the freshman who makes the catch at the 8. Crosses the 10, 15, gets across the 20 as he angles toward the Michigan sideline and knocked down at the 21-yard line. That's for Spencer Petrus, and the Hawks will start 1st and 10. Zeke Berry downfield to make the stop. Running backs will be LaShawn Williams, Gavin Williams, Caleb Johnson. Wide receivers are Brody Breck, Alec Wick, Sam Laporta at tight end. Arlen Bruce will be in there. And the Hawks will go with Logan Jones at center. LaShawn Williams starts at tailback, so Logan will snap the ball to Spencer Petrus. Hawks wing Porta left, ball on the far hash, and they run straight ahead with LaShawn. Good hole. He gets across the 25 to the 26. Good start, 5 yards on 1st down.
Yeah, and good job of moving the line of scrimmage by the interior offensive line of the Hawkeyes.
Mozzie Smith, their really good nose tackle, made the stop along with Junior Colson. Hawks go with Connor Colby at right tackle, Bo Stevens at right guard, Jennings Dunker starts at left guard, and Mason Richmond at left tackle. On 2nd and 5, they run straight ahead with Caleb Johnson snuck in there for a yard or two. The Hawks are going to face 3rd and short. Excuse me, Nick DeYoung is in there at left guard. They will play Jennings, Dunker, and Tyler Ellsbury today. Michael Barrett, the middle linebacker, on the stop. Iowa just 28% on 3rd down this year. That needs to be above 35 for an offense that's humming. And it's 3rd and 4 right now. So a big play here early in the game for the Iowa offense. Gavin Williams comes in at tailback. So they've used 3 different running backs on 3 downs. Brody Breck goes in motion. Twin receivers to the left. Spencer looking that way. Fires. It is incomplete. In and out of the hands of Sam Laporta. He was double covered. That would have been a tough catch either way, and the Hawks will have to punt it away after a 3 and out. Mike Sainriscrill was in coverage. One of their better defensive backs, the senior from Everett, Mass. Torrey Taylor will make his first appearance of the afternoon. 7-0 Michigan. And back deep is A.J. Henning. He's got a 12.5-yard average on punt returns this year. Let's see what he does with Torrey Taylor's first of the day. He has the sun at his back. Torrey sends it downfield. Good kick. Backs Henning up to the 20, and he's knocked off his feet right away by Cooper DeJean.
Oh, can that kid play football?
You think he enjoys the game? 52-yard kick by Torrey Taylor with 8:19 to go in the first quarter. So the Hawks misfire. Good gain on 1st down with LaShawn Williams, but not much after that. And we'll go to the commercial break with Michigan leading 7-0. 8 minutes 19 seconds to play first quarter. Let's see if the Hawk D can get a 3 and out. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hi, this is Hawkeye coach Kirk Ferentz. My players know that determination and strong will can lead to endless possibilities. For years, Iowa farmers have believed in that too. Farmers are the backbone of this country, and their dedication to bringing us food and energy has never been more important. That's why we're proud to wear the America Needs Farmers logo on our helmet. Join the Hawkeyes as we celebrate America's farmers. To learn more about ANF and pick up some great ANF merchandise, visit americaneedsfarmers.org.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
You mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with 0 sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
I'm in an area called trade integration at Pioneer. So what's the trade being integrated? The Enlist E3 trade for soybeans. And what's it being integrated with? That's the big news. The Enlist E3 trait is now integrated with Pioneer's own exclusive and elite genetics. They're called Pioneer brand A-Series Enlist E3 soybeans. And there are no other soybeans like it on the market. Pioneer brand A-Series Enlist E3 soybeans, like no other.
Hawkeye football from Iowa City, brought to you by Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. 7-0 Michigan. We're about midway through the first period. Each team has had the ball once. Ed, you spotted something in that first Michigan drive.
Well, they're not huddling. They're going up to the line of scrimmage, and they're getting in a set, and then they'll look to the sideline, and however we've decided to cover it on defense, they will then signal in a play from the Michigan sideline.
Called keeping them off balance.
Yeah, it's getting a good read on what you can expect as far as the defense goes.
Now Phil Parker's had 11 plays to look at that now. We'll see how the Hawks counter here defensively. Good start is to put Lucas Van Ness in the game, and he's out there now. Hawkeye football is sponsored by Wimmers. At the game or at home, Wimmers premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork, combine it with natural spices, and you get the best tasting hot dog. Wimmers, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. J.J. McCarthy. Jim Harbaugh's made the decision to go with McCarthy and not alternate quarterbacks. They send Ronnie Bell and Roman Wilson wide right as we get set to play football. 7-0 Wolverines. Single receiver left is Cornelius Johnson. Blake Corum is the tailback, standing a stride away from J.J. McCarthy. McCarthy sneaks up under center, now backs up into the pistol.
See, he's still calling plays right now. He's looked over the defense.
Hawks are looking too. Let's see. The Hawks rush 4. And here's McCarthy straight back in the pocket. Van Ness is double teamed, and that gives McCarthy time to throw and complete a pass across the 30 to the 33. That's the tight end Matthew Hibner. Hit immediately, but too much time.
Yeah, and no pass rush on him, and so he had plenty of time to step and throw it right over the middle.
They doubled Van Ness, and they've seen this guy on tape. They know what he can do. First down on a gain of 13. Michigan 7 first downs in the first 7 or 8 minutes. Here's Corum looking inside, breaks a tackle, now heads to the right. Knocked down shy of the 40-yard line by Seth Benson and Cooper DeJean. And the Hawkeyes give up 7 yards on first down. Second down 3, 7.5 to go. And that offensive line is really working over that Hawkeye front.
Plus, you know, again, being as short as he is, he runs under tackles.
You got to find him first, right?
Yeah.
Donovan Edwards in the backfield now at tailback. Hawkeyes send in Jay Higgins. McCarthy gets rid of it quickly and hit immediately as the tight end, but he's got the first down. The Hawkeye 44. They only needed 3. Luke Schoenmaker. They'll play 3-4 tight ends. Quinn Schulte was right there, but the first down gained at the 45-yard line of Michigan. 7-0 Wolverines. 7 minutes to play first quarter. And the Michigan Wolverines line up again on first down. Twin receivers to the right, tight end left. This time McCarthy up under center. Slot receiver goes in motion. They run straight ahead with Corum. Now he gets to the outside, cuts it back inside. Gets 5 on first down, then he's thrown back by a host of Hawkeyes, led by Logan Lee, Jack Campbell, and Joe Evans. Jay Higgins got a lick in as well. Going to be difficult if they give up 5-6 yards on first down.
The Hawks have to get off the blocks. They are getting tied up on the inside with our defensive line.
A.J. Henning splits wide to the right, slot receiver. Now he shifts and comes in motion to the short side of the field. Tight end right. Here comes Corum. A lot of motion in that Michigan backfield. Corum was stood up after a gain of 2, but then pushed forward for 3 on the first down. Michigan in Iowa territory again at the 45-yard line.
Yeah, they haven't had a lot of third downs. I think they had 1 short yardage third down today. Otherwise, they've been making first downs on second down.
They've only come up second and long once. It was 2nd and 8. So the Wolverines have run 16 plays to 3 for the Hawkeyes. They've got 9 first downs. 16 plays and 9 first downs. That has to stop. Now they go heavy package with 3 tight ends, 1 receiver, and 1 running back. And McCarthy falls down. He turned from center. He was up underneath his center.
He tripped over probably one of the guard's feet.
I was looking to see if Olawatimi, oh no, it was guard Zach Zinter stepped back. Good push from the left tackle for the Hawkeyes. I think that was Noah Shannon. And he stumbles backwards. And look at this, 2nd and 15.
Yeah.
Took a knee right at midfield. So that gets the crowd juiced. Michigan with 3 wideouts and a tight end. Donovan Edwards is the tailback. He's averaging 6 yards a carry, so not a lot of drop off between him and Corum. Now on the pistol, McCarthy straight back, hit. Hawks send a late blitz. He gets rid of the ball. It's caught by Edwards for a short gain of maybe 3. Ooh, the Hawks had that defended well.
Yeah, that was they had the receiver covered and got the pressure on the quarterback. And now we've got 3rd and long.
Kayvon Merriweather and Seth Benson closed in on Edwards, knocked him down. The ball is at the 48 of Michigan. They need to get to the, the 48 of Iowa. They need to get to the 35 of Iowa. Call it 3rd down and almost 13. Defense in a great position here to get the ball back for the offense. 2 tight ends, 2 wideouts. Edwards takes a look downfield. Now he's going to run. Scrambles out to his right, and he's tripped up by Jay Higgins. Good open field tackle by Higgins. That's what McCarthy does. They show pass, and then he'll take off, and he gets maybe 4. 4th down 9 for Michigan.
And Higgins just ran onto the field just before the ball was snapped. Good call by the defensive coaching staff to get him out there and make that open field tackle.
Brad Robbins, a grad student from Westerville, Ohio, averaging 47 yards a punt. Those are Torrey Taylor type numbers, and back deep for the Hawkeyes is Arlen Bruce. Robbins will punt from his own 42. The line of scrimmage, the 44-yard line of the Hawkeyes. Here's the snap. Spot on. He sends it skyward, way high. Bruce. Fair catches at the 9, so the Hawks are going to start deep in their own territory, but good job of the defense. They get the ball back. That's a 35-yard punt. Hawkeye.
Oh, do we have a flag down over there?
Did not see a flag yet.
Well,
we'll check it out when we come back. Bud Light proudly welcomes Hawk fans to Kinnick Stadium this year. Bud Light is for the fans. And we're sponsored by Iowa Corn. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Take a closer look and you'll discover the many connections you have to corn. And those connections translate into wins for farmers and wins for all Iowans. Share your winning moments using hashtag IowansWin. 7-0 Michigan, just over 3 minutes to play first quarter. Hawkeye offense will try and move in a minute. This is Hawkeye football from their field.
It's game day. Hey farmers, did you know you can get paid for a new crop of high-quality carbon credits and up your profitability game? Improve soil fertility and increase income potential through carbon farming practices. Learn about our program and see how much you could earn producing credits at indigoag.com/Iowa. Carbon by Indigo, a proud partner of Hawkeye Athletics. Terms and conditions apply.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
Iowa backed up deep in its own territory at the Hawkeye 9 when play resumes. Michigan leads 7-0. Here's Rob Brooks on the Hawkeye sideline.
Well, Eddie, you talked about Michigan and no huddle, but certainly not in any hurry as they survey the defense. They've not taken a snap with more than 16 seconds on the play clock. And it's one of those teams that's kind of funny that they use different types of pictures to send in the play. They've had a tic-tac-toe board, a sunset, spider, a F with a circle around it. So it's one of those teams that kind of try to give you a different look from a picture standpoint.
Hawkeyes go 2 tights to start this series and hopping through a little bit of a hole and squeezing out 2 or 3 yards is LaShawn Williams. Really good open field tackle there by Chris Jenkins. Their nose tackles, Mozzie Smith and Jenkins. Jenkins is 285. Mozzie Smith is 337. So that's big and small, I guess.
Yeah.
Second down 7. Hawks try to find something off right tackle. Not much. Twin receivers, including Brody Breck, split wide left. Spencer Petras rolls out that way. Pump fakes. Now throws on the run and threw it away.
There's a flag down on the 10, on the Big Ten. That could be holding on the defense.
Or holding on the offense. There's a flag upfield, too.
Prior to the pass, holding defense number 19.
We'll take that.
10-yard penalty. Automatic first down.
Now Spencer had to see that. because he threw that ball away. Wasn't going to take any chances. Rod Moore is the guilty party, or the safety.
That helps, gets us out of the dungeon there.
Michigan has just 9 penalties in 4 games. And you know, the Hawks are they've been penalized more than normal. They typically play clean football, but that helps the Hawkeyes there. A 10-yard walk-off. It's 1st and 10 Iowa at the 22. 2:25 to play in the first quarter.
She's holding him up. She's not letting him go get the ball.
Well, the clock runs out, so Kirk Ferentz.
Timeout. Iowa, the first of the half.
The center judge, she was holding up the quarterback and wouldn't let him go to snap the ball.
And in the meantime, the snap clock emptied, but fortunately Iowa called timeout before that. Yeah, that is really goofy. Kirk Ferentz is not happy, but he's not arguing either. Brian Ferentz is really unhappy, and the Iowa offense continues to have its issues. Clock shows 2:26 to play in the first quarter. We'll come back to Kinnick in a minute, with Michigan leading 7-0 over Iowa, and the offense trying to pump some life into its side of the football. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
On 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly Med Farm. Bud & Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned company providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
Golden Harvest Gold Series soybeans are bred to win. These 19 varieties have strong agronomics within high-demand trait platforms like Enlist E3 soybeans for superior performance all season long. Gold Series soybeans also out-yielded Astro brand soybeans by an average of 1 bushel per acre in 5,542 comparisons. Grow gold at goldenharvestseeds.com/gold-series. From sponsoring cultural events to partnering on community projects, creating youth programs to supporting first responders. At Mid-American Energy, caring about our community goes beyond keeping the lights on. It's about being obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Hawkeyes will have 1st and 10 at their own 22, and play resumes with 2.5 to go first quarter. Our military hero today is 98-year-old Bruce Ramler. R-A-M-L-E-R, served in the Army Air Corps in World War II and the Korean War as a fighter pilot. He turned 18 3 days after the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor. Took him 30 days to convince his mom to sign the papers to allow him to serve. He was sent to Hawaii, where he learned to fly, and then went to Japan, was assigned to support missions. His country called him again for the Korean War. He flew an F-84 Thunder jet. He flew 100 combat missions and was awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross. Congratulations to our military hero, Bruce Ramler. Entered the University of Iowa in 1957. Several family members have graduated. Doesn't say where Bruce is from. We'll find out where his hometown is as we get back to action. Petrus throws, caught, 40, 45-yard line. Up near midfield is Luke Lachey. Lachey ran a beautiful crossing route, found a soft spot, stopped, turned around, and the ball was there. That's good vision by Spencer Petrus.
Yeah, and he looked off the coverage, too. He looked to the one side, then the other side, came back down the middle, and he had time to throw, time to read the field.
26 yards and a first down. The Hawks have their first big play of the day. Petrus to Luke Lachey, and that tight end is coming on. Straight ahead running, good hole, but Caleb Johnson couldn't get there fast enough, and he's thrown back after a gain of perhaps 2. Michael Barrett, the linebacker, the grad student from Valdosta, Georgia. I'm going to have to add up the number of grad students starting for Michigan. Minute 36 to go, first period. Iowa has the ball at midfield, 2nd down 8 against the 4th-ranked Michigan Wolverines. Michigan scored on its first possession. And that's where we sit as we are about out of time for the first quarter. Hawks on 2nd and long. Petrus on a play fake, roll out right, drops it off to tight end Laporta. He's got good yardage, maybe a first down inside the 45. Let's see where they spot him out of bounds, Ed.
I think it's a first down by about a half a yard.
They're checking it out. It is a Hawkeye first down. 42-yard line of Michigan with a minute 10 to play in the first period. 8-yard gain. That's what they needed. Hawks loosening up that Michigan defense with some play action. Harbaugh talked about that earlier in the week. He said Iowa runs that play action rollout as good as anybody. Here's Petrus down the middle of the field. Oh, he had Luke Lachey wide open on a post route and overthrew him.
Yeah, he had just separated behind the linebackers and was in front of the safety. Need to drop that one in there.
Yeah, it was way high for Lachey. Under that, he would have had that down around the 20. Well, Spencer needs to fight back, come back to that play because it was wide open. This is the A&F game presented by the Iowa Farm Bureau. 2nd down 10, 7-0 Michigan. 48 seconds to go first quarter. Clock stop. Hawks in Michigan territory for the first time today. Petrus, shotgun snap, throws on the run and overthrows Brody Breck. Just put too much air under it. Ed, a little overexcited.
Yeah, got to get your body around. He's not getting his body around, and that'll make the ball take off on you.
Yeah, he threw it off his back foot, and Brody's 6'4".
Yeah.
He's hard to miss.
It's a good pattern by Brody.
Yeah, it was. So they're finding some openings in that Michigan secondary, but now it's 3rd down and 10. Gavin Williams is in a tailback. Laporta wings to the right. Lachey shifts from right to left. Out of the gun, Logan Jones will snap to Petrus. Now they go empty from the Michigan 42. Spencer needs to make a big play. Down the middle, overthrows the intended receiver, Sam Laporta. Ball again uncatchable. There was contact there courtesy of Makari Page. The Hawks get a couple first downs, but stall out at the 42-yard line with 38 seconds to go. All 3 of those passes to missed wide open receivers. Don't know that Laporta would have been able to catch that even if it was on his numbers because he was well covered, but Hawks had their chances there.
Yeah. Receivers were open, good patterns were run.
Here's the snap as Torrey Taylor will try and bury Michigan deep. Angles across the way. It hits at the 2 and goes into the end zone. Well, that just proves he's not perfect.
No, and they really concentrating on getting our gunners so they didn't get down there where they could make a play on it.
Good coaching. 42-yard punt, but subtract 20 on the touchback. And the Hawks will trot the defense out on the field. Hawkeye football is brought to you by U.S. Cellular. They bring you Robbie's reports on the sidelines all season long. America's locally grown wireless and official wireless partner. The Iowa Hawkeyes join the national network built by locals for locals. U.S. Cellular. See how aggressive Michigan is here with 28 seconds to play in the first quarter. They go trips to the right, wide side of the field. One of the slot receivers goes in motion, and they run Corum off the short side. And he clangs his way up to the 25. And they're getting 4 or 5 yards of carry. Good hole. Finally knocked down by Deontay Craig and Logan Lee, and that'll be it for the first quarter. Iowa trailing Michigan 7-0. Come back to Kinnick with us in a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Make next harvest your best harvest with Mershman Seeds. This is Joe Mershman. Our connection to MS Technologies makes us an industry leader for Enlist E3 soybean genetics. Starting line seed treatment, our most advanced seed treatment, comes standard with added protection against both sudden death syndrome and white mold. Upgrade with Saltro and Trunemco for maximum protection against sudden death syndrome and soybean cyst nematodes. There's only one leader in soybean technology, Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
When our team takes the field, it's important to have a good game plan. The Iowa Secretary of State and I want you to have a good game plan for the November 8th election, too. It's important to have your voice heard by voting. You have options when it comes to casting your ballot, whether it's at the polls, your local election office, or from the comfort of your couch. Pick the play that works best for you. Remember these three important keys for the upcoming election. Visit voterready.iowa.gov, get in the game, and be a voter. Go Hawks.
Michigan 7, Iowa nothing after one quarter. Michigan 115 yards of offense, 44 passing, 71 on the ground. Iowa has 11 net yards rushing, 34 through the air. Petrus 2 of 6 for those 34 yards. J.J. McCarthy near perfect, 6 of 7 for 44 yards. And on a reverse, the Wolverines scored the only touchdown of the game so far. Ronnie Bell. Well, let me double check that. Not sure it was Ronnie Bell. It was Ronnie Bell. 16 yards on the reverse, so they'll switch ends of the field. And that coming off Michigan's first drive when they used up nearly 5 minutes of clock. U.S. Bank scoreboard update with John Swisher.
Dolph Purdue out of the gate early over Minnesota, 10-0 early in the second quarter. In that one, Illinois and Wisconsin are tied at 7, top 25. TCU over number 18 Oklahoma, 19-3 late in first quarter action. Kansas State over Texas Tech early in the second quarter, 13-0.
We'll give you scores courtesy of U.S. Bank throughout the afternoon. The annual Shields Heroes game versus Nebraska is coming up. Fans of both schools can nominate everyday citizens who have performed extraordinary acts of heroism. To nominate a hero in your community, visit shields.com/hero. That's shields.com/hero. We want to thank our Lennox dealers all across Iowa. Winter's on its way. That call of fall cool weather first, though. Comfortable sleeping weather at night now, but soon the winds will be howling. Call your local Lennox dealer like Air Solutions in Creston, Kelly Heating Service here in Iowa City. In Mount Pleasant, it's Paul's Plumbing and Heating. Up in New Hampton, say hi to Vic's Heating, Plumbing and Vent. And in Webster City, Seiler Appliance.
Yep, the snow will be falling and you'll be awfully happy. I see they're over. We've got some people visiting us in the next booth.
Okay, yeah. Well, they're with the Farm Bureau.
Yeah.
Iowa Farm Bureau. See if the Hawks can get a turnover here, Ed.
Yep.
Start the second quarter. That would flip field position in a hurry. 7-0 Michigan as we go to the second period. The Wolverines got 5 on a run by Corum on first down. 2nd and 5. They send twin receivers both ways. Double slot. And J.J. McCarthy checks the sideline for the play. Blake Corum in that first quarter rushed 8 times for 41 yards. LaShawn Williams 2 carries 8 yards to lead the Hawkeyes. McCarthy gets rid of the ball in a hurry, has a man on the left flat for the first down. He's hustled out of bounds immediately by Riley Moss. That's Ronnie Bell, who has the touchdown. Sure gloved receiver out of Kansas City. And they crossed the 30 to the 34, so they needed 5, got 9. 1st and 10. Just underway second period. Michigan 7, Iowa nothing. Donovan Edwards checks in at tailback. Diamond bunch of receivers off right tackle. Here's the shotgun snap. McCarthy throws it to Edwards out of the backfield. And he's hustled out of bounds after a gain of 6 on first down by Jay Higgins, the 230-pound junior from Indianapolis, and Brebeuf Jesuit, where Jeff Moe starred a few years ago shooting the basketball. Bell now splits wide left. That Edwards, he's an all-purpose back. He stays in. 1st and 10, or excuse me, 2nd and 4. Ball just across the 40 of Michigan. Straight ahead running as Edwards again gets the first down, as that offensive line has owned the day, at least to this point. Big tackle Ryan Hayes leading the charge. Jack Campbell and Ethan Herkett got in his way, but a gain of 5. 46 yard line of Michigan. It's very reminiscent of that first drive of the day, Ed.
Yep, they're getting too many yards on first down.
Trips to the right for Michigan. That's one of them is tight end Schoonmaker. He goes in motion now toward the center, and he's going to throw a block, and here comes Edwards around the right side. He's open. They ran a nice seal block motion there, and he escapes all the way to the Iowa 42 before he's upset by Cooper DeJean and Seth Benson. A lot of tomfoolery at the line of scrimmage, a lot of misdirection.
Yep, and quarterback running along with the running back downfield. McCarthy's just keeping up with the loping down the field. Looked like they could have lateraled it back to him.
12 yards on the pickup. Michigan's bringing everything out today here in Iowa City. Short snap in the pistol. Corum is back in at tailback. 3 receivers. McCarthy, good protection, great pocket. Fires down the middle, has a man open, incomplete. Ooh, that was a well thrown ball. Sebastian Castro got caught looking in the backfield, and Roman Wilson was wide open at the 5. McCarthy really unhitched one and threw it a long way. There's no wind today. Wilson's caught 8 balls this year, a 24-yard average. You can see why.
Yeah, and that he just ran right by Castro, who was out there as a cash cover.
2nd down 10 for Michigan at the Iowa 42. That's the first time they've really taken a shot downfield. Now they go heavy with multiple tight ends. They're going to run Corum to the left, cuts it back. Nobody touches him until he gains 5. And it'll be 3rd down 5 for Michigan. Deontay Craig and Noah Shannon chased him down. Actually, they give him 6. 3rd down 4. Ball at the Iowa 35, outside the 35-yard line. Higgins comes back into the lineup, replacing Logan Klemp. 3 minutes gone, 2nd period. 7-0 Michigan. Here's the snap with Corum, the tailback. No, McCarthy pulls up, checks to the sideline. They have twin wideouts to the right, tight ends left. Crowd trying to get behind this defense. They run the draw handoff to Corum. He's thrown back after a gain of a couple. I think he's short, but after watching spots this season, I give up.
We got a pretty good view up here too.
Ball just shy of the 32. Well, they're so close they'll go for it, I'm sure. On the road, 4th and a foot.
First time they've huddled up today.
And they're averaging 5.5 yards per rush to this point. Why wouldn't you go for it?
I'll bet it's a quarterback carry.
We shall see. They run straight ahead with Corum, and he gets the first down to the 30-yard line of the Hawkeyes, so that'll move the chains with 11:13 to play first half. 11 minutes remaining, 2nd quarter, and Michigan is on the move, leading 7-0. This drive has reached the Hawkeye 30. 9 plays, using up a lot of clock. Hawkeyes trying to get the ball back. Again out of the pistol. Donovan Edwards back in at tail. They've been running Edwards and Corum. And this time it's Edwards. He's latched onto from behind and dropped after a 2-yard gain. Good play by Noah Shannon. Jay Higgins came up to help out. Hawkeye football is brought to you by our friends at Harris Golf Cars, a full service Yamaha car distributor. Harris Golf Cars of Dubuque has one of the largest inventories of new and used golf cars and utility vehicles in the Midwest. Harris Golf Cars offering the best variety of sales and service with a huge parts inventory and service for all brands. Harris Golf Cars throughout Iowa, Illinois, Wisconsin, and Nebraska. McCarthy to throw, completes a short flat route right side, and Wilson paid for it as Cooper DeJean come up and tattooed him. Their first Spahn and Rose hammer hit of the day.
Yeah, he timed that perfect. He was 2 yards behind the receiver. The second the receiver caught it, tried to jar the ball loose.
Toughest 5 yards that Wilson will ever get. And he bounces right up, heads to the huddle. 3rd down, almost 5 for Michigan at the Iowa 24-yard line. Big play here in the first half with 9.5 to go in the second quarter. Michigan 7, Iowa nothing. Single receiver out wide left. 2 wideouts to the short side of the field. Hawks showing blitz. Here comes Benson. McCarthy pitches to the outside, and a loss of maybe 2 or 3. Jack Campbell slid down the chalk line and waylaid Corrin.
And set Benson right behind him. They had sniffed that out. Now we've got a decision to make here for Michigan. It would be a 42-yard field goal.
I'd be surprised if they went for it. Jake Moody does come out of the field. 6 of 8 on the year, kicking field goals with a long of 49. She'll be out of the hold of Brad Robbins from the 34-yard line, 44-yard try. Kick is certainly long enough. It's on the way, and it is good. Just inside the left upright. Michigan with a 10-0 lead. 8:28 to go in the first half. This is the A&F game sponsored by the Iowa Farm Bureau. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Iowa Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Reducing energy usage sounds good. Saving money sounds really good. Mid-American Energy helps you do both. Find tips, rebates, and programs for your home or business on our website. It's just another way we're obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting your card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
Michigan leading the Hawkeyes 10-0 after a 44-yard field goal by Jake Moody. Welcome back to Kinnick Stadium. Special guest in the booth with Eddie and I is WWE star, former Hawkeye Etor Ewan. He's at this weekend's festivities on A&F Day. You were at practice. You watched the Hawkeyes. Probably got your juices flowing, didn't it?
Yeah, man. It was just great to be back on that practice field, man. And, you know, the really cool thing is to see so many of the guys that I played with now who are now on the coaching staff, seeing Abdul Hodge. Man, it's just incredible to be back.
Abdul still looks like he can play, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah, he does. Yes, he does.
Yeah, I saw Abdul he hasn't shrunk.
Not at all. No, that's a large human being.
Yes.
You were here last year for the Penn State game and at Indy for the championship game of the Wolverines. These Hawkeye fans are just like you remembered them, huh?
Yeah, they are, man, and that's why I love coming back. I love just seeing the passion for Iowa football, the way they, just the way the community rallies around everyone. It's always just really a blessing. And I tell people too, man, coming back to Iowa, it feels like I'm coming back to my second home. It really does.
Well, you're from Tampa, and our hearts bleed and ache for your fellow Floridians down there. Of course, we've been to so many bowl games in Tampa, Orlando, Jacksonville. Wonderful people, wonderful communities. It was tear-jerking to see the devastation that Hurricane Ian provided this week, but they'll bounce back.
Yeah, that's what we do, man. There are a lot of very resilient people in Florida, and I'm the same way, man. I'm a native Floridian, so my heart definitely goes out to those who suffered with that hurricane.
Here comes the run-up and the kickoff by Michigan, leading 10-0, and that'll be a touchback. It'll come out to the 25. You were a defensive lineman here. Unfortunately, you were often injured.
Yeah.
But just to be a part of Kirk Ferentz's program had to be a thrill.
So cool for me, man. Too, especially, I was here in 2004. The year prior, I believe we finished 8th in the country. Robert Gallery went 2nd overall. It was just a no-brainer for me to be a part of this program. And just a long, storied history to play with guys, man. That first year on campus was Matt Roth, Jonathan Babineau, D-Rob, Luke Key. That defensive line was very talented, man.
Hey, Roth and D-Rob could be in WWE.
Yeah, they could. Those two personalities, man. Two big personalities.
So how you doing? We all saw that ugly, scary video of you landing on your vertebrae or the back of your neck and causing a break. How you doing? You look great.
Well, thank you, man. I feel really great. Thankfully, right now there's no nerve issues, there's no disc issues. I feel great. I'm just waiting for the bone to heal. That's the only thing. But I'm great to live my life day to day.
What have the doctors told you here in the short term, the near future?
Well, they want to get scans again in March and see how everything looks, and then we can go from there, hopefully get cleared and continue with my career. But in the meantime, the great thing is I have some time off, and I'm able to be here in Iowa City, and that's honestly just warms my heart.
Well, as articulate as you are, you got a future in broadcasting. Of course, you've had that headset on a few times in WWE.
Just a couple times, and that's an honor coming from you, but sincerely, man, just standing next to you is an honor, so I appreciate it, man.
Well, listen, you're next to the great Kansas City Chief here, and
my job isn't available.
I understand.
Why don't you go down there and throw a couple blocks for our offense and get them going, will you?
I'll see what I can do.
Great to see you, Tor.
It's great to see you.
Come back anytime, Bud. We love you.
Yes, sir.
You're always a Hawk. And again, if you'd like to help out our fellow citizens in Florida, text IAN Ian to 90999, and that will automatically donate $10 to the Red Cross. Go Hawks, man.
Go Hawks, man.
Good to see you.
So much.
Etor Ewan, who's been here for a few days on this glorious week where the Hawks are celebrating A&F, that decal that Hayden Fry thought of in 1985. We're in a commercial timeout right now. Why don't we, John, you got some updated scores courtesy of U.S. Bank? As you're looking them up here, hi to Josh from Thompson, Iowa. He's out in the field today. Wyatt, likewise, gathering the harvest in St. Olaf. Don is in Johnston. Blake and Carter are listening in. They're picking Wiffles hybrids in Wellsburg.
There you go.
There's a great endorsement for Bill Wiffle and the gang of Wiffles.
You betcha. In fact, and the 2002 team just taking their bows on the field, carrying the Big Ten trophy with them.
What a great scene that is down there. The Hawkeye women's basketball team just received their Big Ten championship rings. Congratulations to Lisa Bluter. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Iowa football when we come back from a 10-second ID break. You're listening to Hawkeye Football. First snap of the series, Petrus rolls out, drops it off to Sam Laporta, and he gets upfield from the 25 to the 33. Safe play, well-designed play on first down.
Yeah, the deep man running the out was covered. Laporta coming across was very easy throw of 3 or 4 yards to him, and he picks up 8.
Makari Page, a junior defensive back from West Bloomfield, Michigan, made the stop, but the Hawks come up second and short. We like that. Tight end is wing right. They're going to run straight ahead that way with look like LaShawn Williams, and he's close to the first down as he burrows over right guard. John, what do you got for scores?
Purdue still leading Minnesota, but 10-3 now. It's TCU over Oklahoma 20-10. Kansas State shutting out Texas Tech by the score of 13-0. Elsewhere in the Big Ten, Wisconsin now ahead of Illinois 10-7.
It is a first down after a gain of 2, the needed 2 for LaShawn Williams. 1st and 10 Hawkeyes at the 35. Michigan leading Iowa 10-0. Hawks trying to get that offense going. Big hole off left guard and tackle, and flying upfield across midfield comes that very familiar gallop of Caleb Johnson. But I'm looking in the Iowa backfield and I don't like it, Eddie.
Holding offense number 67, 10-yard penalty. Repeat, first down.
Jennings Dunker playing left guard gets called for the hold. Oh my, that wipes out a 17-yard gain, 17, almost 18 yards for Caleb Johnson. Boy, the Hawkeyes seeing too many penalty flags early first third of the season here on that young offensive line and others. So now it's all the way back to the 25-yard line, and that makes it 1st and 20. Petrus has the lines down. He's up under center. And he retreats. Looks downfield. Steps up in the pocket. Fires. Caught. Laporta gets a bunch of it back to the 45-yard line. Or check that. Brody Breck. 14, not 84. Knocked down immediately, but a great route run by Brody there.
Yeah, and he's just a yard short of the first down. But he's, he hasn't been able to practice a lot because of injuries and baseball. But, boy, that was a beautiful pattern there.
Tackle made by Junior Colson, their very active linebacker. But 19 of the needed 20 on that deep square end or deep slant. And the Hawkeyes are 2nd and short. They run LaShawn. Or is that Caleb? Caleb Johnson, the freshman from Hamilton, Ohio, gets the call. And he squeezed out the needed yard and a half for the first down. So the Hawks move the chains. Good news is here they're giving that defense a breather.
Yes.
6 minutes to go, first half. Hawks trying to dent the scoreboard, trailing 10-0 to the Michigan Wolverines. Out of a tight eye, Petrus backs away, hands off to Caleb Johnson. Nice block, gets the corner turn, 50-yard line. Now to the 46.
Yep,
on another flag.
It's going to be a chop block, I think.
Well, this is the age we live in. Rod Moore, the defensive back, made the stop. Would have been a 9-yard gain.
Personal foul. Clipping. Offense number 77. 15-yard penalty. Repeat, first down.
Just killers.
Tripping.
Just killers. Well, they call Connor Colby for a clip. And this will just absolutely bring Kirk Ferentz blood pressure up about 400 points. And he'll tell you, you can't do anything in that offensive line. Referee is coming over.
God, that's just a terrible call. He had his head in front.
They're 2nd of the half.
Iowa calls timeout.
He had his head in front. He was inside of the tackle box, so he can hit below he can cut at that position, and that's just a terrible call.
And Mark Klaczynski, the referee, is going to get an earful from Kirk Ferentz. 10-0 Michigan. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The Hawkeyes know a successful season demands a powerhouse team with a can-do attitude. So does Case IH. We're committed to developing the most powerful, productive, and reliable equipment. From tillage, planting, and harvesting to hay and forage, Case IH equipment meets every challenge in the field and wins. Check out a leading lineup by visiting your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawks!
Hey Hawkeyes, this is Kirk Ferentz. We've been working hard all year long, just like Iowa's corn farmers do. Because when the Hawkeyes take to the field and Iowa corn farmers take to theirs, Iowans win. You want to support Iowa's corn farmers? It's easy. Buy corn-fed meat, dairy, and eggs. Fill your cup with safe drinking water right from the tap, and fuel your vehicle with clean, renewable, homegrown E15 and unleaded 88. Now who's ready for some Hawkeye football?
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
Hawkeye football brought to you by Walmart Blue Cross Blue Shield. Kirk Ferentz is chewing on anybody wearing a striped shirt along the Iowa sideline, and they're all letting him vent, especially that last clipping call on Connor Colby. Rob Brooks is on the Hawkeye sideline.
Well, Dolph, you described it perfectly. Kirk Ferentz has been frustrated the last couple of series, but especially this one. And after watching the big screen, he'll turn and take a look and get the replay, and then obviously called that timeout. Remember, he did that twice last week, too, on some calls that he thought were questionable. But Hawkeyes will have to regroup and come back and see if they can't still turn this drive into some points.
He's got the arms are moving. He's explaining what a perfectly legal block is.
Yeah, and you know that you and I have had many conversations with him about the way they've changed the blocking rules, and he says we put so much pressure on the officials, is the point he takes.
Yeah.
That it's hard for them to determine what's legal and what isn't by the way they write the rules.
Right now it's 11 versus 19. That's hard to overcome. Holding penalty and a clipping call. And the holding penalty, I'm assuming, was legit. Clipping call was not, but we play on. The ball moved back to the 31-yard line of the Hawkeyes, and Petrus will start over. Fires to the sideline. Nice catch. A high throw up where only Nico Reganey could grab it. And it brings the ball out plus 10 to the 42. Micah Pollard was in the neighborhood, along with Mike Sanistill. So the Hawks keep gouging chunk plays back. It was a 1st and 20. Now it's 2nd and about 13. 10-0 Michigan. If you just joined us, 5 minutes 14 seconds to play in the first half. Iowa trying to mount a scoring drive. Here's a draw handoff to LaShawn Williams for a couple. Ball up to the 45-yard line of Iowa. And the Hawks will have 3rd down and 11. Junior Colson, the very active sophomore 235-pounder from Brentwood, Tennessee, got his lick in there. Great to see Etor Ewan. You know, he still holds the record for a defensive tackle bench press here at Iowa. 475 pounds. It's like lifting a Volkswagen. Reganey in motion. 3rd down 11. Spencer trying to set up the screen, but it's going nowhere. Gavin Williams is dragged down for a loss of about 5. What a great open field tackle there by Taylor Upshaw, the edge rusher. They play 8-9 guys, and the Hawkeye drive finally dies with the help of a clipping and a holding penalty. Torrey Taylor will come on to punt the ball away from the Hawkeye 40-yard line. Great play by Taylor Upshaw.
Yeah, he read it all the way. He went with the back as the back went out to set up the screen. So good defensive play.
Taylor standing at his own 25. Michigan has single safety back at the 10. Torrey steps into it. Good line drive boot. Taylor's knocked down after he punted the ball. No flag. And a nice return by Michigan's A.J. Henning as he slid out of a couple tackles and got up to the 20-21 yard line. 51-yard punt. A couple missed tackles there by the Hawkeyes. Slowed him down anyway, and then finished him off. About a 12-yard return for Henning. 10-0 Michigan. 3.5 to go here in the first half. Hawkeyes looking for a turnover or certainly a stop. Get to the locker room and regroup. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hello, Hawkeye fans. I'm Bruce Titus, Director of Dining Services at Oak Knoll. We are presently hiring full-time and part-time cooks to work in one of our 4 dining venues. Our cook shifts end at 8 p.m., meaning no late nights and more time with friends and family. We work with fresh foods and we show off your creativity. Does having paid time off and benefits sound good to you? Learn more. Go to oakknoll.com. Go Hawks!
Hey, Hawkeye fans. This is head Hawkeye coach Tom Brands. This December, the world comes to Iowa, Coralville, Iowa. The best men's and women's wrestling nations will descend on Extreme Arena to battle Team USA for the 2022 World Cup. If you are a wrestling fan, this is an event experience you will not want to miss. This December at Extreme Arena, 2022 World Cup. Learn more at uwwiowacity.com.
Michigan 10, Iowa nothing. 3.5 to go till the intermission. Hawks hoping to get a 3 and out, get the ball back. Contractors, you're busier than ever this fall, but you've got this. High quality building materials like GAF. Use the Spon & Rose Visualizer to plan the perfect roof and blend an elegant architectural look with exceptional performance. GAF, we protect what matters the most. Several Spon & Rose locations are right near you. You can focus on life's other important things this fall. Spon & Rose, buy easier and build better. Kirk Ferentz still campaigning on the sideline down there with the officials, but a little bit more conservative conversation during the timeout.
Yeah, the other issue is we only have 1 timeout left.
Hawks are going to rush 4. John Wagner at left end. Shannon and Logan Lee are the tackles. Joe Evans at right defensive end. Campbell, Benson, and Higgins the linebackers. J.J. McCarthy engineered a good first half. Here's a flat route throw. Couple good blocks by receivers downfield, and here comes Blake Corum up to the 30-yard line. That's a gain of 8 on first down before he's wrestled down by Jay Higgins. Boy, their receivers really block, don't they?
Yeah, it was Max Brodesson, the tight end, 6'2", 232. He was the guy who made that play work.
Well, at the 30. Twin receivers left, single receiver to the short side of the field. One running back, that's Blake Corum. Corum's going to run straight ahead off left guard, gets the first down. Pushed back by Seth Benson and John Wagner. Jack Campbell was in there too. McCarthy's 10 for 12 for 72 yards. Very judicious, very workmanlike. Michigan's run the ball 21 times, or right at 100 yards on the day. Make it 103 to be exact. 175 total yards for Michigan, 85 for the Iowa offense. Those penalties really hurt on that last Iowa possession. Formation is 2 by 2. McCarthy calls for the ball, now takes a step forward. The center checks out the call. Here we come, 1st and 10. Michigan 33. McCarthy back to pass, good protection. Pass is complete, short route to Corum out of the backfield. He's hit immediately by Seth Benson. Benson's got a Spon & Rose waylay. Just a gain of a yard, 2nd down 9. Now 2 minutes to go first half. Michigan 10, Iowa nothing. Well, he's got all day to throw.
Yep. And again, they're calling the play from the sideline. They're not in any hurry.
Ball just shy of the 35. Here's Corum. 5'8", he slides through a hole, keeps his balance, and rushes for a first down.
You look the size.
So strong.
Yeah, his thighs. I mean, they've got to be over 30-inch thighs.
Quinn Schulte came up to help out, but he backed his way for 5 yards. Now Michigan might get a little more aggressive with 1:23 to play in the half and the ball at the 45, so he gets 10 for a first down. McCarthy pump fake short, goes down the field, caught. Like I said, they're going to get aggressive now. Caught at the 28. Great pump fake by McCarthy short, and he fires it to Andrell Anthony, his 3rd catch of the year. Goes for big yardage.
Yeah, that was Riley Moss just let him run past him.
They hurry up now. Here's a keeper by McCarthy on the play fake to Corum. He gets to the sideline and shoved out of bounds by Cooper DeJean.
Well, we got a flag. It should be holding against the offense.
Oh, really? A hold on Michigan.
Yeah.
That was on the receiver that was trying to create a pathway for McCarthy.
Holding. Offense number 0. 10-yard penalty. Repeat first down.
Darius Clemens, a freshman from Portland, Oregon, gets caught with the grab, and you can hear the crowd's reaction. So they'll bring it back. That previous play was 29 yards to Andrell Anthony. So the line of scrimmage originally the 31. They'll
see it's from the
26-yard line.
It's from where the hold took place. So it's not a full 10-yard.
It's a spot foul is what you're saying. So
yes.
That benefits Michigan, but it wipes the play out. Now it's 1st and 17 from the Hawkeye 33. McCarthy out of the gun. Hawks send blitzers and a sack. Well, he got rid of the ball. Now, was it intentional grounding? That's what Seth Wallace is calling for, the Hawkeye linebacker coach. I think it was Wagner who came flying in, crashing in from the right side. But the Hawks were sending extra bodies. Oh, there's an obvious hold when you look at the replay. Good pressure by Iowa. It was Lucas Van Ness. Who else? 2nd down 17 from the Hawkeye 33 with 55 seconds to play, first half. And Michigan leading 10-0. McCarthy steps back, now throws incomplete. Well, beyond
here comes a flag all the way from the end zone.
Ronnie Bell was the intended receiver, and Sebastian Castro was trailing him.
Pass interference. Defense number 29. The ball will be placed at the spot of the foul. Automatic first down.
That flag was thrown from the goal line. He was 30 yards away, the official that called that.
Well, the fans just saw the replay on the big screen. There's no question there was contact, but the ball was so far ahead of him and into the dirt. But 1st and 10 Michigan. They can squeeze out the rest of the first half here if they so choose. Probably take one shot to the end zone. Ball at the 29 of the Hawkeyes, 1st and 10. They run a draw handoff, big hole for Corum. He's at the 21 of Iowa. That's a gain of 8. Michigan with a full complement of timeouts.
They just used their first one.
42 seconds to go. Jack Campbell saved further damage. 2nd down and 8 when play resumes, a 30-second timeout. Blake Corum has rushed for 65 yards on 14 attempts. That's just under a 5-yard average. 10-0 Michigan. 44 seconds left to play in the first half. So we'll keep it right here. Stay with us for the Budweiser halftime show coming up in just a minute or so. Well, basketball's coming. You can order your season tickets now to see both the defending Big Ten champion Iowa women and Iowa men starting in November. Call 1-800-IA-HAWKS, 1-800-IA-HAWKS, or log on to HawkeyeSports.com. Jeff Horner's Truman State will be here to open up against the men Halloween weekend, homecoming weekend with Northwestern. All right, play ready to resume from the Iowa 21. They run Corum off the left side, and he's hit hard, but always going forward, gets to the 15-yard line, where it'll be 1st and 10 after a gain of 6 on 2nd and 1. Riley, well, they're certainly in field goal range Riley Moss on the stop. And here's McCarthy going in a hurry, rolling right, throws, and a great catch at the 11. Wild throw, but caught by Roman Wilson at the Iowa 12. Timeout called by Michigan. 25 seconds to play in the first half. And when play resumes, the Wolverines will have 2nd down and 7.
And I'm going to give you a little idea of what to do with your pain.
Give us a remedy to this situation, will you?
Okay, getting a medical cannabis card in Iowa is as easy as talking to your doctor. Join thousands of Iowans like me using medical cannabis today. Search budmary.com to learn more.
Bud and Mary. Bud Mary tuned in this afternoon. I'm guessing they are. 2nd down and a long 7 for Michigan with 25 seconds to play in the half. Wolverines trying to add to a 10-0 lead. Hawks rushing 4. They have trips wide left, tight end right, and Blake Corum in the backfield with J.J. McCarthy. Here's McCarthy. Rolls out to his right, fires, pass dropped, incomplete at the 4-yard line. Quinn Schulte may have got a glove in there and knocked the ball away from Luke Schoenmaker. McCarthy squeezed it in there, though, in double coverage. And the ball came free. 2nd down 10. Ball at the 12-yard line. 20 seconds to play till halftime. Our halftime coverage will be sponsored by Bud Light. How about a pick going the other way? Crowd's trying to disrupt this Michigan offense. Here's McCarthy waiting for the snap on 2nd down 10. Now timeout Michigan.
Yeah, he never got comfortable with the play call against what the Hawkeyes were doing on defense.
They're going to get a delay here. Well, now the end zone official picked up his flag. So he obviously had dropped the flag for a delay of game. But they're saying that Harbaugh, or the Michigan coaches, got the timeout call. Oh, the Iowa coaches are really upset down there about oh, they did give them the 5 yards. It is a delay of game. Now the snap clock's at 5. They're going to have to rush this snap. Here it is. McCarthy back to pass. Retreats now, throws to the end zone. Incomplete. Great play down there by Sebastian Castro. Got a hand on the football just as it arrived. Roman Wilson went up for it, but Sebastian was glue coverage on that one.
I think that could have been a delay of game 2 there, Gary, by the time they got the ball off.
14 seconds to play in the half, and Jake Moody, who's 1 for 1 on the day, kicked one from 43 earlier. This one will be from 35. See if the Hawks can get in there and block it. Out of the hold of Robbins. Here's the snap, the spot, and the kick. Nearly blocked. Good effort by Cooper DeJean. Kicks right through, though, and Moody gets it off with 9 seconds to go in the half. And Michigan's lead now is 13-0. The drive, 13 plays, 61 yards. That burned 3.5 minutes of clock. That after the Hawkeyes were penalized, had the ball moving in Michigan territory, but brought back once on a hold, brought back twice, a second time for a clip. The drive died. Torrey Taylor punted it away. Nice punt return by Michigan's A.J. Henning, and they go 61 yards, ending in a 35-yard field goal from Jake Moody. Congratulations to our 98-year-old military hero, Bruce Rambler, out on the field with looked like his daughter, or at the very least a niece. It's a great feature they have, our military heroes. Well, that's 4 95-plus-year-old military heroes we've had in the last couple home games.
Yeah, the 3 brothers.
Yep. Kinnick Stadium, historic Kinnick Stadium, of course named after a military hero in Niall Kinnick. All right, we await the run up and the kickoff by Moody. Here he comes. And this one will be well beyond the reach of Caleb Johnson. So the Hawkeyes will have time for a play or two should they choose. If not, Spencer Petras will take a knee and the Hawks will regroup. Good job by the defense. Keep this a 2-score game.
Yeah, and it's especially with some of the questionable calls that I'd have to challenge.
Michigan, another top 5 team coming into Kinnick Stadium. The Hawks had their way with most of them, losing only one of the last 5. There's a handoff straight ahead, a run across the 30. Petras, they showed the victory formation. Spencer took the snap and handed off to LaShawn Williams, hoping to catch Michigan off guard. Nice gain, but first half is over. 13-0 Michigan. The Bud Light halftime show is coming up next. Bud Light proudly welcomes Hawk fans back to Kinnick Stadium this year. Bud Light is for the fans. A beautiful day in Iowa City. Hawks hope to change the outcome on the scoreboard. Second half, Iowa gets the ball to start the second half. This is Hawkeye football from their field.
Hi, welcome to US Cellular, where new and current customers choose any phone they want for free.
Free? Even the one with 5G and lots of storage?
Free.
What about the one that takes incredible pictures?
Free.
And the one with the latest everything?
Free.
How about this giant cardboard phone?
Oh, that stays.
At US Cellular, new and current customers choose any phone they want for free. That's any brand, model, or size. Free for everyone. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
When it comes to choosing a Medicare Advantage plan, Blue is affordable. Blue is convenient. Blue is staying healthy. And now, Blue is Medicare Advantage from Wellmark Advantage Health Plan. All-in-one plans including medical and drug coverage, plus health benefits like dental, vision, hearing, fitness, and more. Some available at $0 premiums. Compare plans at wellmarkadvantage.com. Wellmark Advantage Health Plan is a PPO and an HMO plan with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in Wellmark Advantage Health Plan depends on contract renewal.
Get a Hy-Vee Plus Premium membership for just $99 a year and get fuel savings every time you shop in-store and online. Plus, exclusive deals and offers every month. Plus, free standard delivery and free express pickup. With Hy-Vee Plus, our plus equals more. For a limited time, get $50 off an annual Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG. That's right, get $50 off a Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG.
The right seed portfolio placed on the right acre paves the way for success. In the FS Envision and FS High Soy lineup, you'll find flexibility of choice with plenty of seed and trait options to match any growing condition.
Learn more about our products at fsc.com or talk to your local FS crop specialist. FS Envision and FS High Soy. More options, more yield.
Back at Kinnick Stadium this year are Hawkeye Hydration Stations. Brought to you by our partners at Delta Dental of Iowa, Iowa Corn, and Pivot Bio. Located at multiple areas on the stadium concourse, Hawkeye fans are encouraged to bring their reusable bottles and fill up with fresh drinking water all season. When you visit one of the hydration stations, be sure to learn more about the important clean water initiatives of each of our partners. Delta Dental of Iowa, farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association, and Iowa Corn Promotion Board, along with Pivot Bio, care about the water we share.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, Hawkeye football is brought to you by Bud Light, it's for the fans. Also by Iowa John Deere Dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football. Bud and Mary's, cannabis for the people. Iowa Farm Bureau, who would like to remind you to support America's farmers. Check out www.americaneedsfarmers.org. U.S. Bank, proud to sponsor the Iowa Hawkeyes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field. And by Honda. To see how Honda crushes the competition, see your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest. This is the Budweiser Halftime Report.
Carried often with Ed Podolak. Rob Brooks on the Hawkeye sideline. It's 13-0 Michigan at halftime. And Ed, all you need to do is look at time of possession. The Wolverines with 20.5 minutes to 9:21 for the Hawkeyes. The Wolverines were munching on that clock for most of that first half. Their opening drive, 11 plays, 75 yards. They had a 13-play drive, two 13-play drives, one that used 7 minutes, two that ended in a field goal. The opening drive was impressive, 75-yard, 11 plays that resulted in a 16-yard reverse handoff to Ronnie Bell, who came out of the slot. That was the only touchdown in the first half. Iowa defense fighting their tails off. Hawks have had the ball for just 4 possessions. They had a nice drive going on their last possession of the first half, but a clipping penalty and a holding penalty led to that the drive dying back in Iowa territory after they got in Michigan territory. So, you know, you got to make your own breaks against a team like this ranked in the top 10.
Yeah, and you know, we missed some open receivers that would have switched the field position and give us a better chance to score. But you know, all is not lost. The game is close and time to make some adjustments.
13-0 Michigan. The Hawkeyes get the ball to start the second half. Play Powerball for a chance to win cash and a VIP trip to New York City for a New Year's celebration. The trip includes airfare, hotel, exclusive entertainment, and the chance to be Powerball's first millionaire of the year. Enter at ialottery.com. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Running a business is a lot of work. Luckily, I've got a great partner.
Oh, I thank you.
I meant U.S. Bank.
I knew that.
U.S. Bank Business Essentials is a huge help to us.
Totally. Their comprehensive point-of-sale system does it all. Tracks inventory, manages schedules, customizes orders.
Plus all the regular banking stuff.
If only it could make coffee.
Nah, that's your job.
From point of sale to quick loans, we have many ways to make your business boom. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
You're listening to Hawkeye Football. Touchdown, Iowa! This is Iowa football from Learfield.
At Golden Harvest, our best skill is knowing how to listen. From our Gold Series soybean and game-changing corn portfolios to our expert insights housed in the Illuminate digital agronomy platform, everything we offer is an answer to what we've heard from you. This is how we listen.
Copyright 2021 Syngenta. The trademarks or service marks used herein are the property of the Syngenta Group Company. All other trademarks are the property of their respective owners.
Hey everyone, Chef Brandon here. The Burger Shed features signature handcrafted burgers, real ice cream shakes, and machine shed classics you already know and love, like the award-winning pork tenderloin and smoked turkey Reuben sandwiches. Plus everyone's favorite dessert, the apple dumpling. With plenty of big screen TVs and several local beers on draft, Burger Shed is the perfect place to watch your favorite sports team on game day. And every day, burgers, beers, and a whole bunch of BS. Burger Shed, Bass Pro Drive, Altoona.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Michigan with 236 yards in the first half, 105 passing, 131 on the ground. Blake Corum has 79 yards on 16 carries. For the Hawkeyes, just 91 total yards, 23 on the ground, 68 through the air. Spencer Petras 6 of 10 for 68 yards. J.J. McCarthy, his quarterback, a fine first half. That offensive line's been the story of the day for Michigan. They've given him a clean pocket throughout that first period. But credit the Iowa defense, limiting 2 long drives to field goals. and 1 touchdown. It's 13-0 Michigan at the break. Michigan with 21.5, almost 21 minutes in time of possession. The Hawks with 9.5. Iowa's leading ground gainer, LaShawn Williams, 5 carries, 18 yards. Sam Laporta's caught a couple passes, and Ronnie Wilson has caught 4 for Michigan for 28 yards. 13-0 Michigan. The good news is the Hawks get the ball to start the second half. They need to bale some hay on that first drive. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
At Cenex, we're locally owned and operated, so your community is our community. That's why your Cenex goes far beyond the store. We fuel community connections by supporting local festivals, restoring town monuments, and renovating baseball fields. Now in its 4th year, we'll have contributed more than $400,000 to Cenex communities through our Hometown Pride initiative, because community connections make the places we live so special. Cenex, powered locally.
Hey, Hawkeyes fans, it's time to gear up for the season, so let's do it right. Jerseys, hats, hoodies, and more. Shields has everything you need to show your Iowa pride. Visit our fan shop online or in-store for the biggest and best brands in the game. You'll find the right gear to level up your team spirit with all the essentials for your pregame parking lot party. Shields, proud partner of Iowa athletics and football fans everywhere.
This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The most popular vape brand in Colorado, Batch, is now available in Iowa at Bud & Mary's dispensaries. Medicine shouldn't have to taste bad. Batch vapes are known for being the smoothest, best-tasting carts. In order to bring them to Iowa, we drew on our experience, dialed up the THC, and let the terpenes do the rest. Nothing but nature. Nice. Visit budmary.com to get your medical card and explore what Batch can do for you.
You did it, Iowa! You've won more than $20 million in jackpots this year from Wild Rose Casino and Hotel. And we're not stopping anytime soon. Winning is more fun at Wild Rose. From jackpots to cars to cash and more. We've got 20 million reasons and more why you'd rather be here. Wild Rose Casino and Hotel.
Must be 21 or older. If you or someone you know needs gambling treatment, call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Live from the Learfield Network studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
And from Master Control, I'm Mo Lewis. Iowa on the wrong end of a 13-0 halftime score. Let's check the U.S. Bank scoreboard. Put your trust in a bank that's been focused on serving the people and businesses in Iowa and all across the country since 1863. That's U.S. Bank. Stop at your local branch or log on today. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Elsewhere in the Big Ten, Minnesota right now is trailing Purdue 10-3, and Wisconsin with an early 10-7 lead on Illinois. In the top 25 Thursday night, number 19 BYU over Utah State 38-26. Last night, number 15 Washington was upset by UCLA 40-32. Huskies dropped to 4-1. UCLA now 5-0. Today, number 7 Kentucky trails number 14 Ole Miss 19-6. Oklahoma is trailing TCU right now 34-10. Number 25 Kansas State is leading Texas Tech 13-7. Michigan 13, Iowa nothing. This is Iowa Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Hi, welcome to US Cellular, where new and current customers choose any phone they want for free.
Free? Even the one with 5G and lots of storage?
Free.
What about the one that takes incredible pictures?
Free.
And the one with the latest everything?
Free.
How about this giant cardboard phone?
Oh, that stays.
At U.S. Cellular, new and current customers choose any phone they want for free. That's any brand, model, or size. Free for everyone. U.S. Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
Hawkeye football all season long. This is Iowa football from Learfield.
On 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly MedFarm. Bud & Mary's line of full THC products gives me pain relief after an NFL career in a terrifying car accident. Learn how you can relieve your pain. Visit budmary.com.
Schneider Graphics is a family-owned company providing full vinyl graphic services for over 30 years. We proudly provide vehicle wraps, fleet graphics, wall murals, signs, banners, and more using quality 3M products. Large or small, Schneider Graphics can help you with your next project from design to installation. As a proud partner of the University of Iowa, you can see our work on game day on the Hawkeye team bus and the gates and sidewalks of Kinnick Stadium. Schneider Graphics, located in Des Moines, service throughout Iowa. You don't have to go to the game to get a game program. You can download it now by visiting the game day page on HawkeyeSports.com. That's right, the game program is now digital and it's free. So check it out. Get the roster, the stats, and fascinating stories about today's matchup. Just go to HawkeyeSports.com and click on game day.
This has been the Budweiser Halftime Report. Hawkeye football is brought to you by Bud Light. It's for the fans. Also by Case IH. Enter the red zone with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawkeyes. EMC Insurance. You've worked hard for it. Now count on EMC insurance companies to protect it. Shields, right there with you. Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. And by Pioneer, an American seed brand since 1926. Welcome back to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Here's Gary Dolphin with a Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield second half.
13-0, Michigan leads the Iowa Hawkeyes. Welcome back to Kinnick Stadium on a glorious day for college football. Gary Dolphin with Ed Podolak, Rob Brooks on the Hawkeye sideline. Rob will have Kirk Ferentz alongside here shortly as the Hawks try and figure out how to dent the scoreboard. First time Iowa's been shut out at home in the first half since 2012. 10 years. And the Hawks hadn't been shut out until today by a good Michigan defense. They're not as good as the D last year, but obviously they're very good again. And to me, Eddie, the story has been the Michigan offensive line. Now, neither team has a sack, but the Michigan pocket has been extremely clean for a talent like J.J. McCarthy to sit back there, scan the field. He's only gone deep a couple times, completed one, incomplete on the other, but he's very comfortable back there, and that's got to change.
Yeah, there's been, I think he's been hit one time after he threw it or as he threw it. But those offensive linemen, like we talked about in the pregame, are very veteran. They're massive in size, and we're just not getting off of our blocks in there, and that's something that the defensive line works at every day in practice.
Seth Benson led the tackle chart for the Hawks with 10 for Solo, 7 for Jack Campbell. Linebacker Junior Colson has 5 with 3 solos for the Hawkeyes. Iowa gets the ball to start the second half on A&F Day, and Kirk Ferentz is trotting toward Rob Brooks before we go to the second half. Robbie.
Coach, you had to fight through some things there in the first half, but still have to feel like you're within striking distance.
Yeah, we are. We just, we got to take the ball and go here first possession. Got to find a way to stop their run better, get them off the field. And then on offense, obviously play cleaner. Those penalties hurt us. Make makeable plays, and we got, we got to finish drives here.
Defensively, you had to feel good about at least limiting them to 2 field goals.
Yeah, stopping them down in there is always big, and now, we got to do something with it offensively.
Coach, thanks very much.
Rob.
That's going to be the key thing, and it all starts here on this drive to start the third quarter. Dolph, get some offense going. You got to score points against Michigan, but you go back to that 2016 game that Iowa won 14-13. In the first half of that game, Michigan had a 10-0 lead. Hawks have a 13-zip deficit right now.
Yeah, good point, Robbie. Our Hawkeye historical moment all the way back to 2003. Michigan was up 14-0. At one point, and the Hawkeye offense roared back under Nathan Chandler, and of course 5-6 years ago it would have been C.J. Beathard. So it's there for the Hawks. 2 scores not insurmountable, and Michigan's given up some points this season, Ed. 34 to Maryland last week. You know they've studied that tape a lot. So Spencer and the offense needs to get going here in the second half.
Yeah, there's been holes, or there were holes last week, and Maryland was in it right up to the end of the game. And so I'm sure at halftime there are some adjustments that were talked about. The main thing is we had some open receivers in the first half. We just got to make it work.
Hawkeye field hockey team ranked number 3 this week, lost a heartbreaker in overtime last night to Maryland. 4th ranked Maryland 2-1. This after the Hawks knocked off number 1 ranked Northwestern last week on the lakefront in Chicago. 2-0. And after that game, Lisa Salucci and her team jumped into Lake Michigan. Congratulations to Coach Salucci. Of course, she's a Hall of Fame goalie here at Iowa a few years back. And yeah, the Big Ten is so good in many sports: volleyball, field hockey, soccer, obviously in football and basketball. So it's been a great last couple of years. Had the pleasure of emceeing the Kinnick Society get together last night out at Finkbine, and they were celebrating 11 championships in the last 2 years.
That's remarkable.
Across 21, 22, whatever it is, total number of sports. So thanks to our Kinnick Society supporters, givers, minimum 10,000, many of them way north of that. 200 members 25 years ago when they started the Kinnick Society. Now there's over 600.
Wow.
Hawk fans are always there. And they've been here today in the stands, Eddie. Can't complain about the noise level. Now let's see if we can dent the scoreboard. Here's the run up by Moody as he kicks toward the north goal line. And shielding his eyeballs from the sun is young Caleb Johnson. He said, you know what, I'm not going to mess with this. How did you handle that? That was always so difficult when you were returning kicks and punts. If you're staring into that, especially this time of year, it's low in the sky.
Yeah, and the punts are really terrible. And right now, if you look at the players' shadows, the sun is right straight south of the stadium. So as you're looking to the south, you're going to be blinded.
So here we go. Iowa sends Brody Breck, who's been open a couple times today, and Nico Reganey in the slot out of a tie-dye. 1st and 10 at the 25-yard line. 13-0 Michigan. Play fake. Spencer's going to throw. Now he's going to run, and now he's sacked. Coverage sack downfield, and Mason Graham, 317-pound freshman, gets to Petrus back at the 16. That's a loss of 9. Not the way to start your first drive of the second half.
No, it sure isn't. And you got to get rid of that ball. It's got to. You can't take the sack on the first play of the second half. Throw it up in the stands if you can't find anybody.
Second down, 19. Hawks go with multiple tight ends now, and one back. Petrus stands in there, drops it off to the underneath man. That's LaShawn Williams. He throws his shoulder pad into the linebacker and gets the 9 back that they lost a moment ago. Junior Colson, who's a good tackle. I'll tell you, LaShawn drove him 2 yards downfield.
He got underneath him with that shoulder pad and kept driving his legs.
Well, he's 5'10". Colson's almost 6'3". So good gravity, good leverage there for LaShawn. They spot the ball at the 24, so it's 3rd down 11. We played a little over a minute. Hawks have not converted a 3rd down today. Now, they've only been in this opportunity 3 times, 0 for 3. Petrus looks like he changed the plays. They send a blitzer late. Petrus gets rid of the ball and incomplete. And that sure looked like interference on Brody Breck. He throws his hands up in the air, but no flag. Jamon Green, the defensive back, was in coverage. Another grad transfer from DeSoto, Texas. And the Hawks go 3 and out to start the second half.
Yeah, middle linebacker came on a blitz through the left side of the offensive line. Nobody there to pick him up.
You know, Michigan gave up 34 to Maryland last week, but they're 11th nationally, allowing 7 points a game. So this defense is legit. Here comes the punt by Torrey Taylor. It's a high end-over-end hanger that's caught at the 32-yard line by A.J. Henning, 32 of Michigan. And we'll keep it right here as the Hawkeyes defense races onto the field. Moss and DeJean, Sebastian Castro, Kayvon Merriweather in that secondary leading the way. That Iowa defense +2 in turnovers. 43-yard punt, by the way, for Torrey Taylor. So Michigan with its first possession of the second half. And they go with a tight end in the backfield. Now they shift him out. We hadn't seen this formation. Now he goes in motion. Gives them trips to the right. Corum, who had 80 yards rushing in the first half. Here he comes. Crosses the 35-yard line to the 36. He was necktied there by Noah Shannon. That's a gain of almost 4 on first down. Ball at the 37-yard line, second down 6. 2 minutes gone in the third period. Michigan holding on to a 13-0 lead. Tight formation now with double tights and single receivers. And a big hole for Corum. He roars across the 40, backs his way to the 43. That'll be very close to a first down. I'll tell you, that left tackle and guard, Keegan, Ryan Hayes and Trevor Keegan, they're both 305, about 6'6". They cast a long shadow.
Yeah. Shoulders are about 8 feet wide.
They just drive you into the ground. It's a pretty good Iowa front, don't forget. Well, they say Corum is a yard shy of the first down. Ball at the 42. Third down 1. It's got to be a running play, and it's Corum, and he gets the first down to the 45. So a couple yards more than needed.
Yeah, just dove through the soft spot in front of him, and there was no way you were going to stop him short of the first down yardage.
Seth Benson with the stop. So Michigan swallows some more clock, moves the chains. And the ball at the 45-yard line of the Wolverines. J.J. McCarthy, Donovan Edwards in at tailback now. Give Corum a breather. He releases in passing formation. And the ball bobbled and caught by the tight end. First down, cross midfield to the 37-yard line of Iowa. Luke Schoenmaker. And they really got the Iowa defense off balance here.
Yeah, we send both linebackers here on blitzes, and there's nobody in that mid-range to cover that tight end.
18 yards. And Michigan in Iowa territory at the Hawkeye 37. Again, a clean pocket for McCarthy. They run the draw handout. No, he keeps it. Rolls out to his left. Now throws on the run. Good blocking downfield. Another first down. Inside the 30 to the 27. It's a gain of 10. Ronnie Bell. He came in motion trailing the play. Stepped outside. McCarthy on a beautiful play fake, rolled out with the football and then just flipped it to Ronnie Bell. He could have kept it and got a first down.
Yeah, it was actually a lateral too. It was thrown backward.
Bell got behind the play and brought it 10 yards to the 27, first and 10. 10:40 to go, third quarter, 13-0 Michigan, and they're threatening again. Twin receivers wide right, double receiver to the short side of the field as well. Corum is back in. McCarthy taking a lot of time. Now he steps back, throws, caught inside the 25, but that's going to come back due to a flag.
Yeah, Michigan got a timeout called just before the time ran out. They called it from the sideline over there.
All right, we'll take a timeout as well. Hawkeye football is sponsored by Mid-American Energy. In business, Mid-American can help save you energy and add to the bottom line. Visit midamericanenergy.com and learn more. And we're sponsored by Iowa Corn. Corn grows fuel, Iowans win. Ethanol is a renewable fuel that's better for our environment, our health, and our wallets. Share your winning moments using hashtag Iowans win. Plus, you'll be eligible for some fun, corny giveaways. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye football. This is the A&F game presented by the Iowa Farm Bureau. And this is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
People say you should see the ball drop at Times Square at least one time, but being there for New Year's Eve and winning $1 million live on national television? How's that for a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? With the Iowa Lottery's Powerball First Millionaire of the Year, you and a guest could appear on Dick Clark's New Year's Rockin' Eve. One lucky winner will win $1 million just after midnight. Enter your Powerball tickets and see rules and complete details at ialottery.com/VIP.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
To the game to get a game program. You can download it now by visiting the game day page on HawkeyeSports.com. That's right, the game program is now digital and it's free. So check it out. Get the roster, the stats, and fascinating stories about today's matchup. Just go to HawkeyeSports.com and click on Game Day.
Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly Med Farm. Bud & Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned company providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
When our team takes the field, it's important to have a good game plan. The Iowa Secretary of State and I want you to have a good game plan for the November 8th election, too. It's important to have your voice heard by voting. You have options when it comes to casting your ballot, whether it's at the polls, your local election office, or from the comfort of your couch. Pick the play that works best for you. Remember these three important keys for the upcoming election. Visit voterready.iowa.gov, get in the game, and be a voter. Go Hawks.
Michigan 13, Iowa nothing. The Wolverine drive has consumed 5 plays, 40 yards, and roughly 3 minutes of time here. First possession for the Wolverines in the third quarter, and they're driving on the Hawkeyes. The Iowa 27-yard line, 1st and 10 after calling timeout. Here's Corum getting to the outside, turns, reverses motion, and gets inside the 25 to the 24. He can stop. He can stop on a penny, can he?
Yeah, and the Hawkeyes now with 3 linebackers in the game trying to slow down that running play.
Jack Campbell made a great open field play. He wouldn't give up on it. That's 245 pounds chasing 200, a little over 200. And Jack held him to a 2-yard gain. 2nd down and 8, Hawkeye 25-yard line. McCarthy's in the gun, 3 receivers and a tight end. Donovan Edwards comes into the tailback position. He releases. They go to the tight end. Boy, that play's been open on this series. And Schoonmaker, Luke Schoonmaker, got a couple catches today. Moves the chains inside the 20 to the Iowa 16-yard line. Make it the 15. That's a gain of nearly 10. They're in the red zone again. And dragged down from behind by Higgins.
That tight end could see that he was going to be covered by a linebacker. That's Higgins that's in there instead of a cash defender.
A lot of dinking and dunking here by the Michigan offense. Just get guys in space, get them the ball, and let them make yardage. John Wagner with a nice play as Michigan runs straight forward for little or no gain. Donovan Edwards on the carry. He will come out. Corum will check back in. They're gobbling up yardage. They're using a lot of time, and they're going to try to add to that 13-0 lead, either field goal, which we hope is the case. Hawkeye defense has fought hard. Time of possession starting to wear on him a little bit. Schoonmaker goes in motion. He'll throw a block for Corum. Oh, and a nice play defensively again by Iowa. This time it was Logan Lee. Slid in from the right side. He stunted, grabbed Corum from behind, and limited him to about a 1.5 yard gain.
Yeah, he actually ran around the block of that tackle and caught up to the runner from behind. Big play here.
Michigan's 2 of 6 on 3rd down. 8 minutes to go at this snap. 8 minutes to play third quarter. 13-0 Michigan. Hawks need a stop, force him into a field goal try. Here's McCarthy in the gun. Low snap. He gathers it in. Hawks send a blitzing linebacker. McCarthy runs away from Campbell and throws a touchdown pass. Back of the end zone. Donovan Edwards.
Takes a real athlete to make this play right here.
He's an athlete.
Yeah.
Boy, what a great catch of a low ankle snap. And coming in was Lucas Van Ness. They let him come free. And Donovan Edwards caught it in the back line of the end zone. 19-0 Michigan. I don't know what the delay is. It
I
ends
think
up.
they're reviewing that to see if he had control of the ball.
Well, they bobbled it when the ball first arrived. Looked to me like he had possession when he fell out of bounds. 7:51 to go in the third quarter. It's 19-0 Michigan, and about to become 20-0. The crowd doesn't like the call, but that's the right call. Moody for the point after try, and it's right through. 20-0 Michigan. Midway through the third quarter. Hawks got to find an answer offensively. Time of possession 26 minutes 11 seconds for Michigan, 10:58 for the Hawkeyes. This is Iowa Hawkeye football from Learfield.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Iowa Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football.
With that Podolak, Gary Dolphin back at Kinnick Stadium. Sun-drenched crowd getting a little uneasy, Edward.
Yeah, this it's really a tough way to start the second half. You've kept them to 13 points in the first half with only 9 minutes of offense, and then come out and take a sack on the first play. That's a momentum killer, and it happened. We got 3 plays. We went to the sideline, and Michigan drove it for a touchdown.
And Michigan was 15, 16 minutes more in time of possession that the Iowa defense, even the Iowa defense, will start to wilt if this continues. So simply put, the offense has got to put a time-consuming drive together and get some points out of this next possession. Test after test and field after field, Pioneer is tougher on our corn hybrids than ever before. Pioneer brand corn hybrids are field proven and ready for yours. Talk with your local Pioneer sales representative to learn more. Hawkeye football is courtesy of Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Blue is freedom to choose the doctors you want. Blue is affordable with plans to fit your budget because Blue is Medicare Advantage from Wellmark Advantage Health Plans. Get all-in-one plans with the confidence of being covered by Wellmark. Find the plan right for you at wellmark.com/touchdown. It's a word I'd like to use here. I mean, I guess I got a little excited there on that Wellmark commercial. I apologize.
You need to ask for spelling on that, or
would you look that up in the dictionary?
Yeah.
What's that mean? Here's a touchback. Caleb Johnson battling that sun. Michigan has won the last 2 meetings with the Hawkeyes. That includes last December's Big Ten title game. The Hawkeyes won 5 of 6 from the maize and blue between 2009 and 2016. Overall, Michigan holds a 43-15-4 advantage. In the Ferentz era, the Hawks have won 11 and lost 19. There's been one tie. But in the here and now, the Hawks just need to start moving the football, move the chains, and they turn to the running game. And here comes Caleb Johnson. Hops through a hole, gets a first down on the first carry of this series, 11 yards. You know, he's got some finishing punch too, doesn't he?
He's got great vision, and he gets down and into that tackler.
He mowed over the defensive back DJ Turner to get an extra yard or two. Well, there's a good start, almost 12 on the first play of the series. As the Hawkeyes go with two tights, including Laporta, who goes in motion. Now they run left to right. It's Johnson again to the 39-yard line. That's a gain of 2 on first down. Jimmy Rolder, the linebacker, just a freshman from Orland Park, Marist High School. Second down, 8 for the Hawkeyes. 7 minutes to play third quarter. Plenty of time left in this game, but Hawkeyes need to generate some offense. Yards and then points. Michigan's over 300 yards on the day. Hawks have 104 total. Porta stands up. Sam goes right to left, now stops. He's going to throw a block. They go the other way, and there's not much. Caleb Johnson squirmed away from one tackler, and I see a late flag. Might be a hold on Michigan where it was dropped. At least I hope so.
Yeah.
Wishful thinking. Let's check it out.
Personal foul. Blindside block. Offense number 89. 15-yard penalty. Repeat second down.
That wasn't what you were looking for, was it?
Blindside block on Nico Reganey. That's the 4th penalty of the day. Trying to get a look at it here, but I don't. I'm not seeing it. Johnson had gotten about 2 or 3 yards, just a simple off tackle run. Boy, I don't know. I don't know what I don't know what they saw there. You got to live with it. So Iowa again comes up second and long with a major penalty. And that's 4 penalties on the day for the Hawkeyes and now we have.
We'll reset the play clock to 25 seconds. Second down.
4th penalty for 44 yards. They reset the play clock. Well, this is
stop the play in motion.
Frustrating. So Michigan got a look at that play after Petrus released from center. They blew the whistle and they reset the shot clock, snap clock. 5:48 to play third quarter. 20-0 Michigan. Petrus in the gun. Second and long. Looks left, comes back to the right, and nearly intercepted. That would have been 6 for DJ Turner. Pass intended for Reganey on the near sideline. 3rd down and 21 for Iowa.
Oh boy, that looking at the replay, that cornerback baited that throw, just absolute baited it and then dropped it.
Jumped the route.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he was step in front of Reganey, who slid out to the Iowa sideline, was waiting for the pass to arrive. And Turner had already jumped in front of Nico. 3rd and 21. Hawks with trips to the right, single receiver to the short side of the field, and Petrus gets dropped. Took a deep drop, stepped up in the pocket, and had no chance to break away Mike Morris, who's a really good edge rusher. He's not Aiden Hutchison, but Petrus all the way back to the 18-yard line will make it 4th and 29. Torrey Taylor inside his 5. Michigan showing punt block. Hawks keep him out of there, and Torrey hits a beauty. Driving A.J. Henning all the way back to his 27.
Yeah.
Looked like a block in the back.
It was.
Oh, yeah, there's the flag. Terry Roberts, great job of getting downfield. He is really unhappy. I don't think he's seen the flag.
No, he hasn't seen the flag yet.
He is upset. 4:48 to go, but there is a flag.
During the return, illegal block in the back. Return team number 28. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. First down. Timeout.
Michigan's Quentin Johnson is called for the illegal block to the back. So they'll bring that back inside the 20-yard line, or right at about the 20. So it's a major walk-off from near midfield back to the 20. Hey, this is the A&F game presented by the Iowa Farm Bureau. Just a little less than 5 minutes to go in the third quarter. Hawks need a 3-and-out here on Michigan. They get the ball back. 20-0. The Wolverines in the lead. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Strong finish, you need an excellent start. It's true on the track and also in the field. That's why Mershman Seeds works tirelessly to deliver cutting-edge technology year after year. This is Joe Mershman, introducing Starting Line, Mershman Seeds' latest advancement in seed treatment, now providing added protection from white mold and sudden death syndrome all season. Ask for Starting Line seed treatment from Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field.
Facing a criminal charge or complicated family law situation? Regardless of the circumstances, Carr Law Firm has a trial experts that understand how much is on the line. Your priorities are our priorities, and we will fight for the solution that best fits your needs. Our experienced trial attorneys will aggressively defend your rights in court and do everything they can to protect your future by fighting for you. Go to carlawiowa.com for a free consultation. That's Carr with 2 R's, lawiowa.com.
Welcome back to Iowa City, Kinnick Stadium, Iowa Hawkeye football. Hawks with just 98 yards of total offense, 4 penalties for 44 yards. Michigan is past the 300-yard marker, 145 on the ground, 158 rushing, 145 passing, 158 rushing, 303 yards. Iowa just unable to get jump started against this Michigan defense, Eddie. They had one good drive going late in the first half. Called back once by a hold, called back a second time after they got a first down by a clipping penalty. That's the kind of day it's been.
Yeah, it's they haven't been able to do anything on offense consistently that puts pressure on that Michigan defense.
We'll see if that outstanding Iowa defense can get a quick stop here. Here's McCarthy, throws it again, short flat route toward the Iowa sideline, and always moving forward are those Michigan backs or slot receivers. Donovan Edwards gets 3 or 4. Line of scrimmage was the 21, so they give him 3 to the 24. Second down, 7. Hawkeyes with some good team tackling. Kayvon Merriweather leading the way. McCarthy on second down and 7. Donovan Edwards releases again, and McCarthy's hit as he let the ball go. Deontay Craig with a crushing blow, and the ball went straight backwards, well, sideways and then backwards, and it's all the way back.
Rolling on the field is a fumble by the offense, recovered by the offense.
Back to the 3-yard line of Michigan.
Yeah, I don't think they even have to review this. His arm went and started forward.
Well, I thought it was starting forward, but he was hit as he cocked. Michigan taking its time before they snap the football all the way back to the 3-yard line. 3rd down and 28. Michigan's not been in this territory before, and they run straight ahead with Corum, and he's going to be hemmed in and spun down at the 8, so he gets about 5 back, and Michigan now will punt from its own end zone.
And if you got a punt block in, that'd be a good time to run it.
I guess LeVar Woods is sending in the punt block. Sebastian Castro with that last tackle. Boy, Deontay Craig making a big play. Great move, came around the tackle. First breakdown on the day for the Michigan offensive line. They've been spectacular. So here comes the punt from 5 yards, from within 5 yards of the back of the end line. There's the snap. Kick his way. Oh, it's a short kick. Angling toward the Iowa sideline, out of bounds at the 43-yard line. Brad Robbins, who's averaging 47 yards a punt, he was a little on edge there.
He hooked it. He was standing sideways to make sure he didn't step on the end line, and I think that just took his whole rhythm off.
Just a 35-yard punt. Hawks have a great chance here at the Michigan 44 when we come back. Thank you, Authentic Brand, for providing our Hawkeye apparel for today's game. I've got the long sleeve dress shirt on. You've got that great looking golf polo working for you. Authentic Brand offers the finest Hawkeye apparel and accessories, and they found it right here in Iowa, out in Perry. Hi to Clark and the crew. Refresh your game day wardrobe. Shop official Hawkeye gear at authentic-brand.com or find them in retailers nearest you. 20-0 Michigan, but the Hawks have a chance to get on the board. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
I'm here for Pioneer Brand Seeds, a block away from another ag company's corporate office. This company concentrates their breeders here in one centralized location. That's not how Pioneer works. Our breeders are located where their test plots are. That way, Pioneer corn breeders gain insights about what does and doesn't work for a local geography in real time. Ask your local Pioneer sales representative about field-proven Pioneer brand corn hybrids. And like our breeders, they're located near you.
Hey, Hawkeyes fans, it's time to gear up for the season, so let's do it right. Jerseys, hats, hoodies, and more. Shields has everything you need to show your Iowa pride. Visit our fan shop online or in-store for the biggest and best brands in the game. You'll find the right gear to level up your team spirit with all the essentials for your pregame parking lot party. Shields, proud partner of Iowa Athletics and football fans everywhere.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
Iowa football with its best starting field position as we welcome you back to Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield's coverage of Iowa, Michigan. 20-0 Wolverines. They've dominated in time of possession. Hawkeye defense has fought its socks off. And now, after a big play by Deontay Craig, a near sack, a fumble, recovered on the 3-yard line, Michigan had to punt away from its own end zone, and the Hawks have it 1st and 10. At the Wolverine 44. Straight ahead running is Caleb Johnson. Nice stop and go move. He runs over a linebacker and gets really good yardage, about 6 to the 38. Mike Sinistril on the stop. Good blocking, good middle blocking there, Edward.
Yep, and he really gets low when he sees contact. He gets his body real low and ran over a linebacker.
2nd down 4 for the Hawks. Looking to score for the first time this afternoon. Even balanced line. They're going to run off the left side. Nice cutback by Caleb. And he pile drives inside the 35. Near the 1st down marker. Needed to get to the 34. He's about a yard shy.
Yeah, that was a good power play. And I think Kirk saying, put it on that offensive line. You guys go out there and run that ball into the end zone.
Guys getting a flow. There's a good hole there in left guard and center. And on the cutback, the Hawks are third and actually less than a yard. Lines are down. Laporta goes in motion. Petrus going to throw on 3rd and short. Dumps it over the middle. Caught. Middle right to Potabom, the fullback. And Monty rumbles inside the 20. The Hawks are in the Case IH red zone for the first time today. I love that call.
I like the call. He came out of the backfield like he was going to block the outside backer and then just ran past it.
17 yards, and Spencer hit him in motion, in stride. Nice throw. Monty cradles the catch, and Iowa has 1st and 10 after that 17-yard pickup at the Michigan 18. Hawks are in the Case IH red zone and hoping to score quickly. Reganey and Laporta split wide left. Tight end Lachey to the right along with Potabom. Here's a pass into the end zone. Oh, overled Reganey on a post route. He was open, but Spencer rushed the throw. And the Hawks will move on to 2nd and 10. Hawk fans, take the field with a winning lineup from Case IH. Learn more about exclusive offers on top performing tractors and combines at caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Stops the clock with 50 seconds to play 3rd quarter. Iowa needing to score here. 20-0 Michigan. Michigan defense has owned the day to this point. Petrus backs away from center. Play fake. Looks right. Throws left. Crossing wide open is Nico Reganey inside the 10. 1st and goal Iowa. Nico lost his helmet, so he'll have to come out for at least a play. But I see a flag now across the way.
Oh no. I mean, he was so wide open coming underneath.
Yeah, I'll tell you, there may be a riot here if this is against the Hawkeyes. 41 seconds to play. Now we got Bo Stevens having words with Jenkins, their outstanding tackle.
Foul. Unnecessary roughness. Offense number 65. 15-yard penalty. Repeat 2nd down.
Logan Jones with an unnecessary roughness penalty.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing this.
Well, I just saw it, and if that's what the penalty is on, it's highway robbery. He chucked the guy on a cross block. Now, I didn't see what happened after that. What do you got, Robbie?
Oh, I tell you what, did you see, Dolph, the Iowa sideline? It's just been like this the entire game, and Brian Ferentz just chucked his headset, took a couple of steps, and just let the official have it. And here's another timeout. And every single time that Iowa's been able to get anything going offensively, it's just been the penalties that have just killed any momentum they've had.
I guess because he drove him to the ground. Isn't that the way you're supposed to block?
He chucked him the first time. Let's see if we can get a look at it again here. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing there. Unless we've completely. Here we go. This will be a good angle. So he chucks the guy and then stayed with the block. I mean, Logan, he has no idea where the ball is. He's just driving his guy into the next county. Now, I didn't see the end of the play, but that, yeah.
Well, as the coach tells us every once in a while, it's going to be flag football one of these days.
5 penalties, 60 yards on the Hawkeyes. And throwing a completion to Arlen Bruce, and the ball gets inside the 30 to the 29. Well, we thought there was a 1st and goal with Reganey's crossing route, but the penalty gods have been flying into the Iowa huddle all day long. Gain of about 4 or 5. It's 3rd down and 22 for the Hawkeyes. And this will be the last play of the 3rd quarter. Mozzie Smith on that last tackle. LaShawn Williams in the backfield at tailback. Here's the snap as the clock hits zeros. Spencer, good protection, throws, caught in the sideline, and driving for the goal line is regaining. He's over the pylon. Well, they say he's out of bounds at the 3. The Hawkeyes think he scored end of the third quarter, but the Hawks will have first and goal. They needed to get to the 8 for the first down. Again, great protection for Spencer Petras.
Oh, yeah, and he put it right on the money. I don't know what coaches, I guess he's just telling, he wants to talk to the official. That's what he was. I guess
well, the
so.
third quarter, the Hawks are huddling up. Third quarter's over. 20-0 Michigan. Oh. It continues to get a little testy here in Iowa City. Kirk Ferentz and Brian Ferentz are going to have a long discussion with the referee here during the timeout. 27 yards on a sideline route run by Arlen Bruce, his first big catch of the day. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Teen Shed award-winning pork entrees are our specialty. Try the Parmesan crusted America's Cut, char-broiled and served with a mushroom white wine sauce, or a roasted stuffed Iowa chop. This center-cut bone-in chop is stuffed with a apple raisin dressing and glazed with an apple whiskey sauce. Your meal is never complete without one of our homemade apple dumplings. See you for dinner.
I-80 and Hickman Road, Urbandale, and I-80 and Northwest Boulevard, Davenport.
Laser Graphics and Signs provides big signs, bold graphics, and beautiful results for Hawkeye athletics around Kinnick Stadium and Carver Hawkeye Arena. Laser Graphics and Signs helps you build your brand through the use of high-impact graphics, signage, and video displays designed specifically to tell your story and grow your business in a big way. That's Laser Graphics and Signs, an official graphics and signage provider for Hawkeye athletics. Visit them online at laser.com to see how they can bring your big ideas to life.
Welcome back to today's coverage of the American Eats Farmers Game, the A&F game sponsored by our friends at the Iowa Farm Bureau. Brian Ferentz and Kirk Ferentz, Father-Son Day here at Kinnick with the officiating crew. Hawks have 155 yards of offense and 60 yards in penalties. And it's not so much the yardage as it is the calls that were made in critical situations, Ed.
Taking the momentum away. You know, after a big play where you're getting some offensive momentum, then you're looking at second and 20.
Well, now it's a question of your manhood. I mean, they may not win the football game. They got a whole quarter to do it, down 20-0 to Michigan. But it's gonna get a little violent now with first and goal at the 2-yard line. I mean, credit Spencer Petras. They had second and 20 plus, and one running play and a great sideline route throw to Arlen Bruce, who turned upfield. We thought he got to the pylon, but he stepped out of bounds. They say at the 2, so it'll be first and goal there. So there's, you know, the fight's still there.
Yeah.
Comes down to execution and play clean football. I mean, based on what we saw of the Logan Jones penalty, it was just absolutely ridiculous. The flag, I mean, not Logan.
Yeah. Now they got Stillonis in as a third tight end.
Stilianos, Stephen from the transfer from Lafayette, Lachey, Laporta, and Stilianos. So this is what you call power football. This is in-your-face football. Handoff to Johnson, gets to the outside. Touchdown, Iowa! Caleb Johnson. Michigan as much as conceded that touchdown. Caleb Johnson, who's run well all day long, waited for the seal block to occur, and he scoots into the end zone. Touchdown, Iowa. 9 carries, 32 yards for Caleb Johnson, and a score. His third of his young career. It's 20-6. Well, the Hawks are pending this point after try within 2 scores, and 14:56 to play in the game. Drew Stevens on for the try for point after. It's good, and it's 20-7 as the Hawks get into the north end zone. And the Iowa kick is coming up shortly. Hawkeye football is brought to you by the Iowa Corn Cyhawk Series, all about celebrating our student athletes as well as our state's corn farmers. Just like the Cyclones and Hawkeyes work hard all year to get ready for the season ahead, so do Iowa's corn farmers, growing a crop used in over 4,000 products. That's a win for all Iowans. Thank you, Iowa Corn. The Shields scoring drive. 7 plays, 44 yards. That all started with a Deontay Craig play that forced fumble that pushed Michigan back to its own 3. A poor punt of 35 yards gave Iowa 1st and 10 at the Michigan 44. And the Hawks used 2.5 minutes of clock. A 2-yard touchdown run by Johnson. 20-7. Iowa trails the Wolverines 20-7. Iowa fans, make sure you check out Shields for all your Hawkeye gear. Shields right there with you in Des Moines, Sioux City, Iowa City, and Cedar Falls. We're ready to play. Drew Stevens will. Michigan has their hands team out there just in case. The Hawks were thinking onside kick. You're not going to onside kick in this situation. And Drew line drives one through the end zone. It'll come out for the touchback. No one gets you closer to college football than SiriusXM. Download the SiriusXM app and take your Hawkeyes with you all season long. Tune in to Big Ten Radio exclusively on SiriusXM for news, talk, analysis, and more. Straight from your phone, no car required. You know, Deontay Craig reminds me, he's a bigger version of Joe Evans.
Yeah.
He gets to the quarterback.
Good hand fighter. He gets off a block real quickly.
He's out there now. Max Llewellyn is out there, and I'm guessing Aaron Graves is in the middle with Van Ness. Here's McCarthy up under center, and nowhere to go for Blake Corum. Van Ness is out there. Max Llewellyn stuck his nose in there. This kid has made plays, hasn't played much, but the snaps he's been out there, he and Aaron Graves, they've been spectacular.
Now that defensive crew has got to get them 3 and out here. Keep the momentum going.
Gain of a yard, 2nd down 9. Nose of the football between the 26 and 27 yard line. McCarthy shifts to the pistol. They've got 4 wideouts, 3 by 1. He throws to the sideline. It's caught by Bell. He's dropped short of the 1st down marker at the 33 by Sebastian Castro. Sebastian's been all over the field today. Michigan looks at 3rd and 1.5 yards. Big play in the football game. Hawks can get a stop here and force a punt. They've got some badly needed momentum back. Michigan overloads with tight ends. Couple receivers. Blake Corum, this is usually his moment, his spot. Black and gold stripe day, and the stripes are on their feet. Here's the snap. They run the draw. Handoff and stuffed at the line of scrimmage. Hawks had that play figured out from the get-go.
Boy, they absolutely controlled the line of scrimmage, pushed that big Michigan offensive line back on their backs.
And Sebastian Castro cheerleading out there to that north end zone. Aaron Graves jammed things up at the point of attack, and Michigan loses a yard. Corum had no chance. I think it was Corum who carried the football. He's 24 carries, 102 yards. He was spectacular in the first half. He's had to work a lot harder here in the second half. Here comes the punt from Brad Robbins. He's averaging 47 yards. This is a line drive, but it's going to hit and roll inside the 20. Arlen Bruce was a little unsure whether he should try and run up and grab that What'd you see?
We had the block on, too, so he wasn't going to have anybody down there to help him. But, yeah, you've got to commit and come up and get that ball, because that added another 20 yards to the punt.
It was a 41-yard punt, and the last 15 was on the roll, but the Hawks get the ball back. A 3-and-out for Michigan. Iowa has it 1st and 10 at the Hawkeye 17 when we come back. 12:37 to play. 20-7, Michigan has the lead. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
Time to redo this basement?
Yeah. A home gym, movie theater, model train utopia.
Or yoga studio?
I'm flexible-ish.
Great. I'll just use the U.S. Bank mobile app so we can plan it out.
Which way are you leaning? Setting a savings goal or applying for a home improvement loan?
I say we look at both options, right here in the app.
Budget for a really good home gym. We deserve it.
Noted.
Help for today, planning for tomorrow. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender member FDIC.
The right seed portfolio placed on the right acre paves the way for success. In the FS Envision and FS High Soy lineup, you'll find flexibility of choice with plenty of seed and trait options to match any growing condition.
Learn more about our products at fsc.com or talk to your local FS crop specialist. FS Envision and FS High Soy. More options, more yield.
Hawkeyes got on the board, forced a 3-and-out. They get the ball back. It's 20-7 Michigan with plenty of time. 12.5 minutes remaining in the game here at Kinnick Stadium, and the crowd is into it on black and gold striped day, A&F Day, and Rob Brooks is on that noisy Hawkeye sideline.
Yeah, you got it, Dolph. That north end zone living large again. Hey, with all the championship teams that have been honored here today, I had a chance to talk to Mary Ferentz beforehand, and she, of course, has another championship team. That's the Ladies Football Academy, and one of the perks for the ladies that have raised the most money are to come down on the sideline and just take a look at everything. And there was one in particular, Annette Taylor, has raised over $85,000 throughout the 10 years and raised over $38,000 this year for the Children's Hospital. And just a tremendous feat. And they certainly enjoyed themselves, and hopefully are enjoying themselves a little bit more now.
Well, congratulations, Annette. Man, that's outstanding. Here the Hawkeyes have the ball 1st and 10 as we resume play at Iowa's 17-yard line. And Reganey, who was big in that last scoring drive, splits wide right. Arlen Bruce to the short side of the field with multiple tight ends and nowhere to run. That said, they had extra blockers in there, but nothing doing with that Michigan front. As Caleb Johnson has been the primary back for most of the second half. Did all he could do to get back to the line of scrimmage. Junior Colson, of course, yet as you know, this is that point of the game where they gang up on the run and force Spencer Petras to try and beat him throwing the football.
Yep, that's what you got to expect. And now he's going to have to throw because it's 2nd and 9.5.
Two tight ends left. Laporta goes in motion. Twin receivers to the wide side of the field. Petras rolls out that way, has a man wide open, caught for a first down. Up across the 28-yard line goes Nico Reganey. Great route run.
You know, he looks so much better than the last couple of weeks. That foot has been bothering him so much. He slipped coming out of a cut last week, but he's looked good today.
Gain of 11 to the 28 of the Hawkeyes, and they're on the move with 11:45 to go. We'll keep an eye on that clock. 20-7 Michigan. One back, two tight ends. Petras going to throw on first down. Lobs it upfield. Caught at midfield. Great catch. Still on his feet. Still going. Luke Lachey, I believe. Yeah. Yes. What a catch. What a throw into heavy coverage.
Yeah, Lachey ran through the tackle. Almost broke it all the way.
Luke Lachey was a great catch, looking back into the sun, just about spun away at the 40-yard line of Michigan, gets to the 38. That's 34 yards and a first down. What would be better than a quick strike offense here with 11:09 to play in the game? The Hawks keep going with that heavy package, multiple tight ends, single receivers, and one running back. Regaining in motion. Petrus play fake to throw again. Dumps it to the opposite side of the field. It's caught for a short gain. Came back to the short side of the field to Arlen Bruce. Thought that was going to bust wide open, but Jalen Harrell, give him credit, the edge rusher, was running with Bruce and drove him down. A gain of, well, they actually give him a gain of 5, almost 5. That's a better gain than I realized. Good job, Arlen Bruce. He really took a shot, held on to the ball. 34-yard line of Michigan. Actually a net of 4, but a good play on first down. Twin receivers right for the Hawkeyes. Johnson, the tailback. Pottebaum's in the game now. He wings left, comes and gets a blocker, and Caleb Johnson spun down, tried to get to the outside. Took a look inside. Jalen Harrell right there again. Tracked him down. 10 minutes to go in the game, and the Hawkeyes unable to run the ball. Third down, he loses a yard, so it's going to be 3rd down 7.
Yeah, he gave up on the hole a little quick. That time bounced it outside where there was nothing.
Tried to, yeah. Hawks are 2 of 7 on 3rd down today. Iowa has just gone past 200 yards of offense. Petrus empty backfield. Now LaShawn Williams comes out of the slot to join him. And he takes the handoff. And he's running through a couple tacklers. Gets the first down at the 26-yard line.
Oh, that was good blocking up front by the offensive line, because he didn't get touched until he was 6-7 yards into the secondary.
Nice kick out block first by Mason Richmond. He's coming on strong. 9 yards. They needed almost 8. Good job, LaShawn Williams. But to Ed's point, great interior blocking by the Hawkeyes. 1st and 10 at the Michigan 26. Petrus gaining some confidence. Throws to Laporta in the flat. He's loose. 20-yard line. Dives forward to the 18. He came all the way behind the line of scrimmage. Gathered the pass in. And that what a move by a tight end. As he made a defensive back or a linebacker miss. He whiffed. And then he stiff arms another would-be tackler and gains another 5 or 6 yards.
Yeah, we got a player down over here, huh?
On the Iowa sideline, it's a Michigan player. And we can't see a number, but what a play by an all Big Ten tight end in Sam Laporta. He's been doing that his entire career.
Real nifty. He ran right out. That was a quarterback. He ran right out of the tackle. And like you said, stiff-armed linebacker.
DJ Turner, we're told, is the injured Michigan Wolverine. While we have a moment, happy 6th wedding anniversary to Jeff and Shelley Lambert up in Cedar Rapids. They're listening in. Where are you listening in? Let us know. The harvest is underway. You can reach us on Twitter at Gary Dolphin or on Facebook at voiceofthehawkeyes.com. 8:56 to play in the game. Iowa on the move again, trailing 20-7. This is the A&F game presented by the Iowa Farm Bureau. And we're back to Iowa City in a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The Hawkeyes know a successful season demands a powerhouse team with a can-do attitude. So does Case IH. We're committed to developing the most powerful, productive, and reliable equipment. From tillage, planting, and harvesting to hay and forage, Case IH equipment meets every challenge in the field and wins. Check out a leading lineup by visiting your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawks!
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Love kids, like having a daycare, extending our family, having another kid, and just kind of made sense to do more improvements. Having that availability to put back into our home from the home equity basically saved us.
With the fence closed in, it's like, wow, we actually got a yard, you know, like.
It makes the yard feel bigger. There is just another example that Tobacco Credit Union has had our back.
Your money for good. Learn more at tobacco.com. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity.
Hey, Hawkeye fans. This is head Hawkeye coach Tom Brands. This December, the world comes to Iowa, Coralville, Iowa. The best men's and women's wrestling nations will descend on Extreme Arena to battle Team USA for the 2022 World Cup. If you are a wrestling fan, this is an event experience you will not want to miss. This December at Extreme Arena, 2022 World Cup. Learn more at uwwiowacity.com.
Well-marked Blue Cross Blue Shield's coverage of Hawkeye football continues from Iowa City. Hawks are in the Case IH red zone. Back-to-back possessions. Second down, excuse me. Second down and 3. DJ Turner helped off the field. Looks like he's going to be okay. That's good news. Reganey splits wide right. Hawks have been having some success with these multiple tight ends. Now they go Potabom as a fullback. They're going to run Caleb Johnson off the right side, and he gets nowhere. Good pursuit down the line of scrimmage by Michigan's Chris Jenkins. Seems when the Hawks run straight forward, they have better luck, Ed.
Yeah, the off-tackle play worked a couple times earlier, but they've been faring better straight up to middle. Now we got a big third down here, Dolph.
That was second and short. This is third and short. No gain for Johnson. 8.5 minutes to play in Iowa City. On a gorgeous day, it's 70 degrees, but the temperature's rising. Hawks need to convert here. They hand off to LaShawn. Big hole. First down inside the 15. Iowa stays committed to the run.
And just like you said, that came inside. That was right over the right guard. Good job of blocking.
That's the young freshman, redshirt freshman Bo Stevens from Blue Springs, Missouri. Logan Jones. He's played with a nasty streak since he got called for that roughing penalty, which really hurt Iowa drive earlier in this half. But they're back on track now. 1st and 10. Michigan 14-yard line. Petrus to throw. Has a man open in the left flat. Inside the 10. Driving hard is Reganey. Well, there's a little New England toughness being thrown around out there right now, buddy boy.
Well, that was a good job, too, of Laporta blocking. So he got upfield, and a nice gain of 7 yards.
He drove that defensive back toward the Iowa goal line for another 2 or 3 yards. I mean, coming up to take him on. Get a name on that reserve defensive back, but he took a shot from Reganey. Hawkeyes have 2nd and 4. Here's a pass caught and then dropped immediately as Laporta. They'll give him forward motion. See where they put him down. They thought it should be further. Oh man, he gets a bad spot there, I think. 8-yard line.
Well, it's 4-down territory, I think, for our offensive staff. So you need to make sure you pick up half of it on this play.
Reganey, it looked to me like he caught it at the 6 or 7-yard line. They bring it back to the 8. 3rd down. Need to get just inside the 5, so call it 3rd and a long 3. Spencer's in the gun with Michigan leading 20-7. They run the same cutback play that they tried a moment ago, and LaShawn got the first down, and he doesn't get it here. He gets to the 6. LaShawn Williams on the carry, and the Hawkeyes look like they're going for it. Iyabi Oki made the stop. Tommy Doman is the other backup safety that took a shot from Reganey. So here come the Hawks on 4th down and 2. 4th down and 2 with just under 6 minutes to play in the game. Laporta goes in motion. 20-7 Michigan. Petrus rolls out left, throws, and it's caught, but it's going to be short of the first down. Oh, we got a flag down near the goal line. It was a great catch by Laporta, but it was going to be short of the first down at the 5, but now the hanky drops at the 2. Let's check out the penalty. 5:41 to go.
It's going to be offensive interference. I think that's what they're going to call.
Oh boy. Penalties, whether warranted or not, have really hurt the Hawkeyes today. See who they get it on. Let's get the call first.
Pass interference. Offense number 10. The penalty is declined. The result of the play, first down, Michigan.
Oh, Michigan football. And only 5:41 to play in the game. 20-7 Wolverines. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When you set up a savings goal with U.S. Bank, it grows with you. There's no limit to what you can crochet. Can do. Doesn't have to be crocheting, but it totally could be. Like the headphones you're listening to this ad with, you could totally crochet those. There's no telling where your savings goal will take you. Maybe you'll save enough for yarn to crochet your house or the whole town. Oh, right. Doesn't have to be crochet related.
Set up savings goals on the U.S. Bank mobile app, even for the wildest of dreams. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Welcome back to Walmart Blue Cross Blue Shield's coverage of Hawkeye football with the game on the line. Iowa down 2 scores. Hawks go for it on 4th down at the Michigan 6. They came up short on the pass play. Petrus to Sam Laporto, who made a great effort, made the catch at the 5. That's a yard shy of a first down. But off the play, we saw a flag drop at the 2, and hopes were high, but they call offensive pass interference on Arlen Bruce. What'd you see, Eddie?
Well, it was totally away from the play. It looked like the defensive back grabbed him to me, but I think it was one of those situations where the official had made up his mind when that play started that he was going to watch for someone coming in to scrape off a coverage guy. Wasn't even near the play. Wasn't even within 10 yards of the play.
So the ball would have gone over on downs anyway. So the Hawkeyes go for it on 4th and come up short. 20-7 the score holds, just 5:41 to go. Iowa with 2 of its 3 timeouts. Both teams have 2 timeouts remaining. So there can be no tomorrow. The Hawkeyes need to get a 3 and out here on Michigan, who has the ball 1st and 10 at the 5. Aaron Graves is out there. Max Llewellyn, 2 freshmen. Deontay Craig and Lucas Van Ness. That is a mean front 4. McCarthy's on the goal line, hands the ball off to Corum, and he gets forward for a couple. Just want to run some clock. Sebastian Castro, Kayvon Merriweather came up. Merriweather, after the Hawkeye front 4 tied up that offensive line. The Hawkeyes hold him to a 2-yard gain. Michigan are going to use as much of that clock as possible. We're down to about 5 minutes to play. 2nd down 8. Corum, the tailback. He's had a big day. Here he comes again. Tripped up right at the line of scrimmage. Nice play. Van Ness got pressure. Looks like Ethan Herkett in the game. Jay Higgins came up and filled the gap too. Fell forward for a yard. 3rd down 7. 4:40 to play.
Well, that was some kind of
well, he disappeared, didn't he? He just disappeared.
Van Ness came off the ball, drove that guard all the way back toward the goal line.
Michigan with 31 minutes in time of possession. Iowa with 23. That defense still out there fighting. They played a lot of guys today. They need to stop here. 3rd and 7. McCarthy to throw. Fires to the sideline, and it is
in the stands.
Okay. I saw the receiver pull up.
Yeah, he saw that.
I didn't see the ball.
I saw the coverage. They wanted one-on-one coverage out here on Cooper, and they got it, but he was all over the receiver.
Yeah, that receiver Cornelius Johnson. The Hawks get a break there as Michigan decides to throw for it on 3rd down. Now still 4:12 to play. And Michigan must punt again from its own end zone. It was an adventure last time for Brad Robbins, just 35 yards. See what the Hawks choose to do here. There's a snap. Oh, and they almost got to it. He gets it away, and it's a nice kick. Arlen Bruce backs up to his own 40. Avoids one tackle. Comes back to the middle of the field and is downed, dropped at the 42. Terrific coverage downfield by Michigan. 49-yard punt by Brad Robbins, who averages 47. Timeout on the field. The Hawks get the ball back with a little more than a half a field to work with, but they've got to go in a hurry. 2 timeouts and 4 minutes remaining. It's Michigan 20, the Hawkeyes 7. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Ball on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting a card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
Today's agriculture demands expertise, and no lender delivers more ag expertise than Farm Credit Services of America. More than simply having the financial products and services you need to do business, we have the knowledge and commitment to help grow your business. From financing the next season to growing the next generation, we work to achieve your goals. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Call 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
You like to listen to them, now you can watch them on the special Behind the Mic broadcast. This unique second screen experience shows Ed Podolak and Gary Dolphin calling all of the action. The broadcast is live now on the Hawkeye Radio Network's YouTube channel, on Twitter at Gary Dolphin, and on Facebook.com/Voice of the Hawks.
20-7 Michigan trying to hold on here in Iowa City. The Wolverines have won back-to-back games against Iowa, but haven't won here for 4 tries going on 5. Hawks need to rally. We got some interesting fourth quarter scores around the league. Here's John Swisher.
Dolph, Minnesota has battled back. They've tied it up with Purdue at 10. Illinois is throttling Wisconsin 34-10. Elsewhere in the top 25, Ole Miss 22-19 over Kentucky, 48-17. TCU upsetting Oklahoma, and Kansas State holding on, beating Texas Tech 27-20.
How about the Cyclones? Are they playing tonight, or I haven't heard their score all day? Or are they playing today?
Playing Kansas.
Okay. Kansas. That must be a later start. Okay. Here it's 20-7, 4 minutes to go in the game. Ed, Hawks got to go in a hurry.
Yeah, that's 2 3-and-outs by the defense here in the fourth quarter. I'm hoping it's not too little too late, because we sure weren't able to stop them all day.
All of our scoreboard updates, by the way, are brought to you by U.S. Bank. Put your trust in a bank that's been focused on serving the people and businesses in Iowa and all across the country since 1863. That's U.S. Bank. Stop by your local branch or log on today. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Good field position, 42-yard line of Iowa, and that's where the Hawkeyes start from. Petrus rushed and sacked. Well, he could see that big old lineman Chris Jenkins coming right in his gun sights. Mike Morris was there as well, and Spencer just held on to the football, and down he went. Not much he could do. He was on him so quick, as Connor Colby was trying to keep Mike Morris out of there. So Spencer loses 10. 2nd and 19 to be exact. Ball back to the 32. Hit again as he throws.
Same guy.
Oh, he took a shot there. Somebody's lit up Mike Morris. Very Aiden Hutchison lookalike. 3rd down and 19. Boy, those are killers. 10-yard drops on 1st down. Puts you in such a tough position because they're pinning their ears back and coming now.
Yeah, they'll set way outside of the tackle, so he has to reach to get him.
Morris comes out of the game now. They go with more defensive backs. Petrus steps up in the pocket, and he's mauled again. Down he goes.
Same guy again.
No, it's a different guy this time. But it looked like the same guy. They're running fresh bodies out there, much like the Hawkeyes are. And that time it was Iyabioki. Taylor Upshaw also in the neighborhood. Well, credit Michigan as the Hawks. Well, they're not going to punt. Another loss of 5 back to the 28. 2:43 to play in the game, and the Hawks are going to go for it on 4th and 24. Spencer with a deep drop. They blitz. He's hit as he throws, and that's a forward pass.
What was that, 4 sacks in a row?
3 out of 4, and it was Okiayabi again.
That's just a tackle and twist against the right side of our offensive line. And we couldn't handle the guy coming in inside. Free run right at the quarterback.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification with the score. Michigan 20 and Iowa 7. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye football. Michigan turns the Hawkeyes over on downs, and now they go to their power package. And they'll just run Blake Corum. He's grabbed onto by 4 or 5 Hawkeyes. They're grabbing at that football. He gets 3 to the 25-yard line. The line of scrimmage, the 28. Petrus sacked twice and hit hard on 4th down as Michigan came swarming over the top of the Iowa offensive line. Boy, that was impressive. That's series by Michigan. Wow. They found their second win. Minute 56 to go. The Hawks are not stopping the clock, at least not on this down. Michigan leading 20-7.
As you said, though, they just pinned their ears back because they knew we were going to throw it.
Overwhelming that young Hawkeye offensive line. Jim Harbaugh calls timeout. That's Michigan's second. Minute 37 to play. Hawks have 2 timeouts remaining, but hope is fast fading. Hey, nothing goes better though with Hawkeye Sports than Wimmers. Wimmers Meats. Wimmers premium quality choice hot dogs and sausages deliver the home game experience to your family and friends. Wimmers, the official hot dog of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Hawkeye football is brought to you all season long by our wonderful Honda dealers across the state, including Zimmerman Honda. Mark Zimmerman and R.C. Rogers have you covered in the Quad Cities, out of Moline, down in West Burlington. Stop in and see Brad Deary. Brad Deary Honda. Thank you to all of our Iowa Honda dealers. Stay with us for the post-game show courtesy of U.S. Cellular. That's coming up immediately after the game. Hawkeyes will. Here's Corum getting to the outside, tried to turn the corner, and he stays in bounds. He didn't want to run out of bounds. Good pursuit by the Hawks. Max Llewellyn, Logan Klemp, young linebacker from Jewell, just a sophomore. Excuse me, a senior from South Hamilton. He's waited his time. Now the Hawks do use a timeout. It'll be 3rd and 2 with 1:26 to play. Barring a comeback for the ages, the Hawks will drop to 3-2 and 1-1 in the Big Ten. Michigan will remain unbeaten at 5-0. Well, I love the fight in the second half, Ed. Very frustrating first half with some disputed calls, penalties on the Hawkeyes. A big one in the 3rd quarter snuffed out or ambushed another drive. And, you know, credit Petrus and the offense are able to play through it, got a touchdown, got the ball back a couple times, drove into Michigan territory. The last time they got all the way down to the 5-yard line, turned it over on downs. And here we sit. Corum gets the first down. He's going to run for the touchdown. Only Jack Campbell to beat, and a great blocking off the right side. This Michigan offensive line has impressed me today, buddy boy.
Yeah, when I looked at them on the field warming up and then did all the study work and find out, you know, they're graduate students and 50-year players. They got one junior. The rest are all 50-year graduate. And that's where...
like an NFL roster.
Yeah. And
age-wise.
over 300, yeah, and all of them over 300 pounds. And they've been known for great offensive linemen at Michigan forever.
They sure have. So with 1:19 to go in the game, Michigan puts a stamp of approval on this one with a touchdown. Blake Corum, what a day he's had. Ran for over 200 against Maryland last week. 29 carries, 133 yards today, and a touchdown. And his longest run of the day occurred right there against a tired Iowa defense. Michigan, the Hawks have evened up time of possession somewhat. Michigan's had it for 8.5 more minutes. The damage was done, though, before this last drive as the Hawks got down 20-0. Scored a touchdown, had the ball back twice in the red zone, Michigan territory. Scored once and got to the 5-yard line before the last gasp died, and the Wolverines are able to not only run clock but score with 1:19 to go, and the Hawkeyes will have a chance one more time on offense as Caleb Johnson heads for the goal line. Oh, Illinois, that's an impressive win for Brett Bielema, back in Madison today, or will be. It's not over yet. And how about Purdue? What does that score? 10-10? That was Purdue hold Minnesota to 10 points. Now Purdue's in front 13-10 with 4 minutes to go up in the Twin Cities. Minnesota maybe a little let down coming off that impressive win over Michigan State last week. Hawks go to Illinois next week, and they'll be fired up in Champaign, and that's a night game, 6:30 start. I know Ed's fired up.
I talked to Fed this week, and I said,
Paul Federici, the director of ops for the Hawkeyes.
Who'd we,
who'd we upset?
Upset.
Who
That's
at the league
word I was looking for. It wasn't what I was going to use, but
well,
thank you for that one.
They know we're night owls. I mean, maybe that's why. Here's Petrus throwing. Catch is made up at the 45-yard line by Brody Breck. Brody Breck with a big catch. Redshirt freshman from Ankeny, 6'4", 215 pounds. He's got a long reach and nearly a 20-yard gain, first down. Petrus throws, hit as he throws, and a pass.
Brody dropped that
bobbled by Brody at the 40-yard line of Michigan. Clock stop with 57 seconds to play. Yankees are playing this afternoon. Aaron Judge has not hit a 60-second home run. At least not yet.
This Mike Morris, number 90. He's quite a specimen. Now he's down.
He's got cramps.
Yeah.
You can see it from here. He is long and rangy. He's 6'6", 290 from Belglade, Florida. That's where Brad Banks is from.
Right, and he's playing edge out there.
Now Hutchison last year was what, 6'7"?
Yeah, and
one draft pick.
8-foot arm reach.
How about this score? TCU 55, Oklahoma 17. At the end of the third quarter. When's the last time Oklahoma gave up 55 points in 3 quarters? Rutgers is at Ohio State later. Northwestern trying to end a losing streak visits Penn State.
That won't be easy.
No. Iowa State at Kansas. That's a mid-afternoon start. Here's Petrus back to throw and has a man open. Michigan, of course, playing prevent. First down at the 40-yard line of Michigan. The pass caught by, looks like Alec. Is that Alec Wick? Yeah, it is Alec out of Iowa City. Regina High School. Hawks going in a hurry. 43 seconds to go. Petrus throws again to the sideline, caught and then dropped. That'll be incomplete. Nico Reganey, who's had a good game today, unable to put the ball away. Mike,
number 91.
Sanders still. Oh, we got a penalty on Michigan, which means nothing. But Iowa will keep the ball. get 15 yards closer to the Michigan goal line. 27-7. Iowa with 5 penalties, 60 yards. That was a big number today.
Yep.
And critical penalties at critical junctures. No penalties, a good penalty. But Iowa had 3 major penalties that stalled drives. So the ball at the 25-yard line, and they blitz Petrus. He gets rid of it, caught inside the 5 to the 4 is Luke Lachey. Might be a candidate for our star of the game there.
Yeah, he's
Ed.
really come along as a pass receiver. He's always been a really good blocker.
And his daddy listening in over in Columbus.
Yeah.
Mom and dad. Well, mom's here, I'm sure. She comes to all the games. First and goal. That was a 20-yard pickup. Petrus to Lachey. Find him again, Spencer. And it is caught by Luke Lachey. Touchdown, Iowa.
Well,
touchdown for Luke Lachey.
Now we got our MVP.
He's our Old Dominion Freight Line's best of the best today. Luke Lachey. They've raved about Luke all fall, how he's emerging. He'll be the heir apparent to the Spencer Petrus when Spencer leaves next year. Luke has caught 4 passes for 84 yards, a touchdown, and a long of 34. That was a heck of a catch he made when the game was still in doubt midway through the 4th quarter.
Yes.
Here's the point after, good by Drew Stevens. So Luke Lachey, he is the silver lining in that cloud today. His dad, great player at Ohio State. What did he win? I'm going to have to ask Jimmy that when we. He's won 2 or 3 Super Bowls. He was a member of the famed Hawkeyes offensive line in Washington. Joe Gibbs, Riggins. Talk about a team that loved to run the football.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. So young Luke Lachey, starring like his daddy today. Buckeyes have Rutgers tonight in Columbus. It's 27-14. Now we will see the onside kick with 8 seconds to play. Michigan has 10 guys up on across midfield.
Well, it doesn't mean anything in this game, but it's good to practice it.
Yeah, and I like the fight in the second half. The offensive struggles all day long. I mean, pick a category. Time of possession, penalties. Defense fought their guts out. I mean, the Iowa defense is legit despite 27 Michigan points. So they'll learn from this. They'll head to Illinois, and that'll be a dogfight next week. Illinois, I think the Hawks have won the last 6 or 7 in that series. And of course, Brett Bielema, former Hawkeye. Here's a pop fly, caught and downed immediately. Pooch kicked it to the 25-yard line. And that'll do it. R.J. Moten playing center field, caught the football. Michigan will snap the ball one time. Now frustrating, Edward, but glorious day for the fans. Beautiful weather. And a hard-fought football game. A lot of contact, physical. We knew it would be. But J.J. McCarthy and Blake Corum were difference makers.
Yep. And this J.J. McCarthy, he's only a sophomore. He's got quite a future.
The entire Michigan offense walking over to Jack Campbell to shake Jack number 31's hands. Jim Harbaugh comes back to Iowa City, where he spent his early years when his dad Jack was a defensive backfield coach here at Iowa for Frank Lauteber. I'm not sure if he was here when Bob Cummings was here, but Jim and John spent a few years right across the street, right behind Kinnick Stadium. And he comes back, and he hadn't had a win here in Iowa City. He got it today as Michigan defeats the Hawks 27-14. That's the final. Stay with us for the U.S. Cellular postgame show coming up in a minute here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. This is Iowa Hawkeye football from Learfield.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
Medical cannabis can seem confusing, but you can trust the experts at Bud & Mary's dispensaries. I'm Ed Podolak, and after a long NFL career and a terrifying car accident left me with chronic pain, Bud & Mary's helped me get relief with Alleviar tablets. Bud & Mary's cannabis products are available in a variety of forms, sizes, doses, designs, and strengths. Explore their brands like Batch, Alleviar, and Become, and discover what works best for you.
The Hawkeyes play here.
Touchdown! How about that play call?
This is Iowa football from Learfield.
We invite you to visit the iconic Midwest venue right in Kinnick's backyard, Arden Creek Vineyard and Winery. Located just 35 minutes southeast of Iowa City, Arden Creek is the perfect destination to sample and enjoy award-winning handcrafted wines. Our selection of reds, whites, and rosés will keep you coming back. Pick up a bottle today at your local wine and spirits retailer across Iowa and Western Illinois. In fact, Arden Creek is now a proud sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes and is now being served across Kinnick Stadium this fall. Go Hawks!
Always have loved kids, like having a daycare, extending our family, having another kid, and just kind of made sense to do more improvements. Having that availability to put back into our home from the home equity basically saved us.
With the fence closed in, it's like, wow, we actually got a yard, you know, like.
It makes the yard feel bigger. There is just another example that Tobacco Credit Union has had our back.
Your money for good. Learn more at tobacco.com. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network, Hawkeye football has been brought to you by U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Also brought to you by EMC Insurance. You've worked hard for it. Now count on EMC Insurance companies to protect it. Brought to you by Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. Come and Go. Order ahead on the Come and Go app and we'll bring it to you curbside. Iowa Farm Bureau, who would like to remind you to support America's farmers. Check out www.americaneedsfarmers.org. And by Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
Gary Dolphin with Ed Podolak. We'll be joined by Iowa football coach Kirk Ferentz shortly to discuss Michigan's win over the Hawkeyes 27-14. Our star of the game, our best of the best, our Old Dominion Freight Lines. Best freight line, best of the best, is young tight end Luke Lachey from Columbus, Ohio. Legacy player. He is the real deal. He's emerged, bided his time, learned a lot from Sam Laporta. And Luke had a terrific day. 4 catches, 84 yards. He was Iowa's top yard gainer. A long of 34 at 27 yards in after catches, Ed. And he almost broke that one for a touchdown. A beautiful acrobatic over the shoulder grab. Petrus put it in between a couple defenders, and really like what I saw out of young Luke Lachey today.
Yeah, and he had man-to-man coverage on him, and the ball was just over his shoulder. He caught it and then ran through a prospective tackler. But, you know, he blocks really well, too. And if we didn't have Laporta, he would be by far our top tight end.
We'll visit with Luke. Our post-game coverage is brought to you by U.S. Cellular, America's locally grown wireless and official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Join the national network built by locals for locals. U.S. Cellular. Hawk fans, When Iowa wins, you win. 2 days after any Hawkeye football victory, buy one delicious pothole frozen pizza with Quick Rewards and get one free at any Quick Star location. Buy one pothole frozen pizza, get another free. Pothole Pizza at Quick Star, proud partner of Hawkeye football. Mershman Seeds sponsors every Hawkeye sack again this season, thanks to Joe and the crew down at Mershman Seeds, another great Iowa company. For every quarterback sack the Hawkeyes spin, it's a $150 donation from Mershman Seeds to the University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital, courtesy of Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field. We'll check out our Mershman sack total in just a minute. I don't think we had any plays under review today, did we, Ed?
No, we should have.
I knew that was coming. All plays under review are brought to you by our friends at Athletico. Physical therapy is usually the thing you're told to do after medication, x-rays, or surgery. But what if the best way to fix your pain is to start where you normally finish? The sooner you start with physical therapy, the sooner you can start changing everything. It all starts with no prescription needed at Athletico. Okay, the Mershman Seeds quarterback sack recap. Just one on the day. Hawks had a lot of pressure on young J.J. McCarthy. And Deontay Craig got the first one of the afternoon, which was big because as McCarthy went to set up and throw, he was jarred by the young defensive end. The ball popped loose, rolled all the way back down to the 3-yard line. And from there, Michigan had to punt. The Hawks took advantage of it and scored their first touchdown once they got the ball back, a short drive of 44 yards. So that was a big sack by Deontay Craig. Just one on the day for the Hawkeye defense and $150 to Stead Family Children's Hospital. So far this season, the Iowa defense has sacked opposing quarterbacks 13 times, and that means $1,950 for Stead Family Children's Hospital, about to crack the $2,000 barrier. Thank you, Deontay Craig, for your effort today, and that's our Mershman Seeds quarterback sack recap. More postgame here on the Hawkeye Radio Network in just a minute. Michigan beats Iowa 27-14. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
Get a Hy-Vee Plus Premium membership for just $99 a year and get fuel savings every time you shop in-store and online. Plus, exclusive deals and offers every month. Plus, free standard delivery and free express pickup. With Hy-Vee Plus, our plus equals more. For a limited time, get $50 off an annual Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG. That's right, get $50 off a Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG.
When our team takes the field, it's important to have a good game plan. The Iowa Secretary of State and I want you to have a good game plan for the November 8th election, too. It's important to have your voice heard by voting. You have options when it comes to casting your ballot, whether it's at the polls, your local election office, or from the comfort of your couch. Pick the play that works best for you. Remember these 3 important keys for the upcoming election. Visit voterready.iowa.gov, get in the game, and be a voter. Go Hawks.
If Big Ten football runs deep in your veins, then Sirius XM Big Ten Radio is where you need to be. We're talking conference and team previews, live games, news and analysis from experts like Anthony Herron, Bobby Carpenter, Jake Butt, Matt McCloy, and Ben Hartside. Coaches shows, championship specials, and more. Get inside Big Ten football like nowhere else. Feed your fandom on the Sirius XM app. Stay up to date anywhere you go. Just download the app to start streaming.
Hawkeye football all season long.
Touchdown, Iowa! Touchdown, Iowa!
This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 degrees. Lennox, 72 degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
Spencer, good protection, throws, caught in the sideline, and driving for the goal line is Reganey. He's over the pylon. Well, they say he's out of bounds at the 3. That's our John Deere run after the catch. That's called a yak.
Oh, run after the catch.
Yeah. Yards after catch, actually.
Well, what is their yards after contact, too?
I wanted to yak on a couple of those penalty flags today, but not to be. But that is our John Deere run of the game. As much for welcome back Nico Reganey. He was spectacular today.
Yeah, he's missed 2 or 3 weeks of practice with that stress fracture. And last week he slipped a couple of times, and you don't know whether that's from still having pain in that, but he looked terrific today.
Best game on his return. He caught 4 passes for 55 yards and 28 yards on that John Deere run after the catch. We'll improvise a little bit today, but that run, they said he was out of bounds to end the third quarter. That set up first and goal at the 2-yard line. The Hawks would score on a short run by LaShawn Williams, and Iowa got on the board, would score a touchdown toward the end of the game. Had a couple of other opportunities, though, a couple of red zone opportunities toward that north end zone, and turned it over, a big one turnover on downs, and a couple penalties that really hurt Iowa in critical moments. But our John Deere run of the game, that was a 28-yard play, 10 yards rushing after the catch by Nico Reganey. Our run of the game is sponsored by your John Deere dealer, like P&K Midwest, from tractors to gators to mowers, everything in between. The John Deere playbook at P&K Midwest will help you be strong off the line every time. Shop our full lineup at pnkmidwest.com. Nico Reganey, our John Deere run of the game. Time now to go inside the Iowa locker room, meet our Old Dominion freight line best of the best in the game. He's Luke Lachey, young tight end from Columbus. Luke got his first career touchdown catch today. 4 grabs, though, none prettier than that one near midfield that he extended. We'll talk about that one. 4 catches, 84 yards, a touchdown. He was targeted 5 times, and when you grab 4 of them out of 5, that's a great percentage. That's a high shooting percentage for Luke Lachey, who, by the way, was a heck of a basketball player in high school. Luke, congratulations. We've watched you emerge here your first couple years on campus, and the light has really gone on, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. Yeah, thank you very much. We're just going to try to keep moving forward and keep going.
What changed in the second half? The passing game was much more effective.
I think that we all just kind of came together. In the first half we were working hard, and it wasn't there for us, but we got going, and things started getting into a groove for us, and we kept going.
Yeah, I see you used a lot of 2 tight ends. Ed Podolak here, your dad is a good friend of mine, and I'm sure he misses not being able to watch you play, but I think your mom comes to all of them, right?
Yeah, she does. Yeah, she's here with my sister and a couple more. So.
Well, I know it won't be any fun tonight, but she's going to be very proud of it today. And I know you've been used a lot as a blocker, but now you're emerging as a receiver. So you get more reps on that in practice?
Yeah, I have been. I think we've been trying to use 2 tight ends a lot, and just trying to, see what I can do, running routes and stuff. So, I like to block, but, running routes is nice too.
Yeah, making catches is nice too, are nice. The one you had midfield, I mean, great throw by Spencer, split a couple defenders. You're looking back into the sun to describe the degree of difficulty just finding the football and then running for 12, 15 yards afterwards. You stumbled over, I think, one of your teammates, or you might have taken it all the way.
Yeah, it was a great ball by Spencer, and, shout out to him for having trusted me to put that ball up there. But I didn't really notice the sun too much. I kind of tracked it down early. But then, the run after, there was a guy hanging on me. I think Sam was in there trying to get a block, and I think I stumbled over him, or I don't know what happened. But, it was great effort by, Sam, and a great throw by Spence. So.
Well, that another tight end will block for a tight end. Now, you guys you're roommates on the road and all of that?
I'm roommates with Steven Stylianos, but last year Sam and I were, but we're really close. All the T-backs, we call them, tight ends, fullbacks, we're all really close. So we all spend time together on the road. T-backs, yeah.
Hey, it helps to spread the field a little bit too. Nico Regani's return had to help you guys out in the throwing game.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, Nico's been working hard to get back, and you really feel his presence out there on the field. So it's nice to have him back.
Luke, watching fall camp, I was talking to Kirk one day, and he said this might be the deepest the tight end position has been in a number of years. You mentioned Steven Stylianos, the transfer from Lafayette. There's a couple freshmen that flash too, pure freshmen, and that must make you feel good to have that kind of depth.
Yeah, it's really nice. We can trust everyone in the room, and everyone's working really hard. Like I mentioned before, Steven Stylianos has really done a good job since he's been here, and Addison Ostrenga has really picked up the offense as well, and he's working really hard. And Johnny Pascuzzi, he's also doing a good job. So
you had your best day as a Hawk today in terms of catches. You led the team in yardage. Your first touchdown. What's next? Where do you want to get better at in the immediate future, especially with Illinois on the horizon? But for the rest of this season, what are your goals?
Yeah, my goal is just to keep getting better every day, and I'm just really looking forward for the team, to keep working to get better next week against Illinois. And I think that's our main goal, is to really come together as one and win next week.
Yeah, well, that second half had to be encouraging for the offense. I mean, this is a good Michigan defense you were facing today. They're 7th nationally in points allowed. What were the issues in the first half they were giving you?
I just think that maybe we were kind of stopping ourselves at points, with those flags that were coming. But I think that they did it. They did a really good job. They're a good defense, and they're well coached.
Hey, enough said.
Yeah, enough said.
We don't want to give them too much credit.
I know.
Now, as we wrap it up with Luke Lachey, our Old Dominion Freight Line best of the best today. For those of you who don't know in the listening audience, Luke's dad was an All-American, great player at Ohio State, and went on to have an incredible career with the Washington. What are they called now? The Commanders?
The Commanders, yes.
Commanders, that's right. He won, 2 or 3 Super Bowls. I'm sure you've been hearing about this forever in your young life. And now it's time to carve out a career for Luke Lachey, because you're a Hawk. But
right.
So, but Jim does a great job with our buddy Paul Keels, the play-by-play voice for the Buckeyes. Jim has been the analyst there for a long time. What do you do now? When do you call Dad? Do you call Dad on game day, or you wait till tomorrow and discuss the situation, or what?
I usually wait till tomorrow. I think right now they're playing, so I won't talk to him. Maybe later on around 8 or 9, but. Right now, I'll just let him do his work, and then we'll probably talk tomorrow. That's usually what we do.
Well, good for you. We're delighted that you're a Hawk.
Me too.
And we're delighted that your mom and sister. That's not a short drive from Columbus to here. I've made that drive a few times over the years, but thanks so much for your time. Congratulations on a great day, and go get them next week.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Luke Lachey.
We've had some great interviews this week.
These young guys.
Or this year. Everybody. We have a very literate football team. You know, they might be showing us up a little bit even.
You know, when they start articulating better than you and I, then let's wrap this interview up. He's way smarter than we are, but terrific to have Luke on as our Old Dominion freight line. Best of the best in the game. Luke Lachey's first career touchdown catch, 4 in total for 84 yards. Old Dominion Freight Line works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. We'll hear from Kirk Ferentz. We've got the Case IH Red Zone recap, our Iowa Pork lineman of the game, all ahead here on the Hawkeye Radio Network, courtesy of U.S. Cellular. Michigan wins the game 27-14 over the Hawks. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
Hi, welcome to US Cellular, where new and current customers choose any phone they want for free.
Free? Even the one with 5G and lots of storage?
Free.
What about the one that takes incredible pictures?
Free.
And the one with the latest everything?
Free.
How about this giant cardboard phone?
Oh, that stays.
At US Cellular, new and current customers choose any phone they want for free. That's any brand, model, or size. Free for everyone. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
This is Hawkeye football.
Touchdown, Iowa! Touchdown!
This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
On 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly MedFarm. Bud & Mary's line of full THC products gives me pain relief after an NFL career in a terrifying car accident. Learn how you can relieve your pain. Visit budmary.com.
Spraytech Fertilizers asks, are your crops ready for Mother Nature's challenges? Too wet, too dry, weeds, insects, diseases. Spraytech has a full line of Full-Tech products to meet these challenges, like Full-Tech Cube with its application technology of 4 ounces per acre. Cube enhances nutrition, induces flower formation, improves plant health, reduces diseases from fungi and bacteria, and increases yield. It's reassuring to know your crops have a partner against Mother Nature with Spraytech.
Call Spraytech at 515-252-7777 or visit spraytech.com.
Hey everyone, Chef Brandon here. The Burger Shed features signature handcrafted burgers, real ice cream shakes, and machine shed classics you already know and love, like the award-winning pork tenderloin and smoked turkey Reuben sandwiches. Plus everyone's favorite dessert, the apple dumpling. With plenty of big screen TVs and several local beers on draft, Burger Shed is the perfect place to watch your favorite sports team on game day. And every day, burgers, beers, and a whole bunch of BS. Burger Shed, Bass Pro Drive, Altoona.
Every team needs the right players in the right positions to provide the winning combination. It's no different with insurance. You need to have the right coverages on the right policies for the right price. IMT Insurance is proud to partner with independent insurance agents to offer auto, home, and business insurance for you and your family. Together, we'll help customize an insurance plan for you. You, your IMT agent, and IMT Insurance. We're a team that can't be beat. Find your local IMT agent at imtins.com.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Welcome back to more of the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
Iowa loses to Michigan 27-14. The Hawks drop to 3-2 and 1-1 in conference play with Illinois up next in Champaign-Urbana next Saturday. More on that later. Time now for our drive of the game. Our drive of the game is brought to you by Iowa Corn. We thank the corn industry for the meat, dairy, and eggs that we all enjoy. Not to mention the countless number of other products that can be made from corn. Over 4,000, as a matter of fact. Share your winning moments using hashtag #IowансWin. Our drive of the game occurred in the fourth quarter. The Hawks finally got on the board. A 7-play, 44-yard drive that was preceded by the sack, the forced fumble by Deontay Craig, forcing Michigan to punt from its own end zone. Hawks took over at the 44 of Michigan in 7 plays. They were in the end zone. 17-yard catch by Mati Potabom, kept on 3rd and 1, kept a drive alive. Then Nico Reganey caught a 28-yard pass play, a great run after the catch at 30-yard line. He got down to the 2, and Caleb Johnson finished the drive off from there. With a 2-yard touchdown run, the Hawks were on the board. It was 20-7 Michigan. Still 12.5 minutes to play in the 4th quarter. And the Hawks had new life. They had hope. Would return to the Michigan 5-yard line before turning it over on downs on a 4th and 2. But that 7-play, 44-yard drive that re-energized the offense is our Iowa Corn drive of the game. Time now for our Case IH Red Zone recap on the Hawks today. Case IH, enter the Red Zone with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Iowa got to the Red Zone 3 times today. The 7-play, 44-yard drive I just mentioned. Then had 2 really impressive drives. 13 plays, 78 yards that used almost 7 minutes. Unfortunately, that one was turned over on downs at the 5.
Yeah, those 2 drives were good drives, and the game was still, in play. Then we got that terrible call, so even if we had made the first down on 4th down, the official would have called it back because of offensive interference. But we did get a couple things going later in the game. It's tough to start the second half with a sack, and that really kind of, again, was tough on the momentum.
And a 3-and-out to start the game.
Yeah.
After Michigan had taken the opening kick, driven down and scored, you wanted to answer in kind. But it wasn't to be today, and, you credit Michigan's defense, but you also credit the Hawkeyes that were flying all over the field today. Iowa ended up with a total of 5 penalties. That's not a huge number. It's too many for Kirk Ferentz, but 60 yards. And sometimes it's not the yardage or the number of penalties. It's when the flag is thrown. You've lived through a couple you disagreed with in your long, illustrious playing career. Yeah. Hawks did put 5-play, 75-yard drive together late in the game. Used, in the hurry-up. Michigan was in the prevent. Luke Lachey caught his first touchdown pass as a Hawkeye from 5 yards away, and Iowa got to within 27-14, but by then there was very little time left, and that's the final score. That's our Case IH Red Zone recap. Now time for our Iowa Pork lineman of the game. We're going to give the award, a co-award today, to Deontay Craig, who forced the fumble that led to the Iowa first touchdown, and Noah Shannon, a defensive end and a defensive tackle. Noah had 5 tackles today, 2 solo. Craig with 3 tackles, a sack, Iowa's only sack, and a forced fumble. Great effort by Deontay, the young lineman. He will come back for more next week in Champaign-Urbana. Our lineman of the game is sponsored by Iowa's Pig Farmers. Just like the Hawkeye linemen, pig farmers use continuous improvement to bring their best to the game. Learn more at iowapork.org. Back in a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
MedFarm has a new name. It's Bud and Mary's, a tribute to the founders of their 3rd-generation family business, Bud and Mary. Family-owned, family-operated right here in Iowa. Bud and Mary's was founded through plant science and medical cannabis research that delivers high-quality products that are approved by the Iowa Department of Public Health and tested at the University of Iowa. Explore brands including Batch, Alleviar, and Become. Visit budmary.com.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
Gary Dolphin here. You've heard me talk about Authentic Brand's premium Hawkeye apparel. But did you know that Authentic Brand manufactures a full suite of made-to-order company merch with infinite colors and decoration options and detailed trims that make your branding pop? Insist on the Authentic Brand label from your supplier or get connected to one of their authorized project partners. Visit authentic-brand.com and search the word project. Again, that's authentic-brand.com and search the word project.
My name is Matt Ditch, and I'm an Iowa pig farmer.
Iowa pig farmers like Matt and Melissa Ditch are committed to teaching their kids about doing the right things when it comes to pig care and protecting the environment.
As they get older, we do start to have those conversations. Well, hey, Dad, why do we do this or why do we do that? And so they kind of get a firsthand lesson of why we do those things and why they're good for the environment and the pigs and us.
Learn more at iowapork.org.
We care about Iowa, too.
This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly Med Farm. Bud & Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned company providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
The most powerful ideas come from understanding. By asking what's important here. At Great Southern Bank, we start by asking our customers to find out how we're doing and what they really need. Then we get to work, making banking easier and more effective, financing more flexible, and our communities better places to live. It's an ongoing team effort to keep improving how we serve our neighbors day after day. And it all starts with understanding what really matters. Learn more at greatsouthernbank.com. Member FDIC.
Facing a criminal charge or complicated family law situation, Carr Law Firm has the trial experts you need. As experienced trial attorneys, we understand how much is on the line. Go to carlawiowa.com for a free consultation. That's Carr with 2 R's, lawiowa.com.
This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
Gary Dolphin with Ed Podolak. We await Kirk Ferentz. He's talking to several players from that great 2002 Iowa team. And I'm sure Brad Banks is right in the middle of that conversation. And then, of course, Tony Moiaki, today's America Needs Farmers Wall of A&F Wall of Honor. Tony's the latest and certainly deservedly so, to join the likes of, 9, 10 other winners, and Marshall Yonda most recently. All the way back to Robert Gallery, and Casey Wigman was the first. So congratulations to Tony. Hey, I want to thank our friends at Wendy's who supplied us with enough food to feed a small country this morning. Fans, you've got to get out and try the new home-style French toast. Ed had that. French toast sticks at Wendy's. Wendy's new home-style French toast sticks are so good. Some are saying they're better than their mom's French toast. Perfectly crispy on the outside, fluffy on the inside. Perfectly perfect in every way. Try Wendy's new home-style French toast sticks today and see if they're better than your mom's. I yielded to Ed and went for the Baconator.
Ooh, the Baconator. I love that. You know, when you get sausage and bacon and egg together.
Yep.
On a bun, and it's hot.
And some Swiss cheese on it.
And you just drive through, and they hand it to you.
Well, you had hogs on the farm, didn't you?
Well,
pigs?
We were a pig farm.
Yeah. So
I had a pet hog named Little Girl. Yeah.
Now, this is the first I've ever heard this. You had a pet hog?
Yeah, I was in 4-H at 10 years old.
Okay, Cass County.
And I had a Yorkshire litter, and I brought the best. She ended up being the reserve grand champion. I brought her home, and then she delivered 2 other litters for me later, and we never ate her. I just let her die of old age. It was.
That was nice of you. I hope Kirk was listening in on that to provide a little levity for the minute. Is Kirk? Yeah, nothing like a hog story to brighten up your day, right, Coach?
Yeah, whatever.
Well, I'll tell you what, there were a lot of big animals on the field today on both sides. But let's start with, I thought the effort in the second half was great on the offensive side of the football. Just some, let me just say, some ill-timed Hawkeyes ambushed a few drives.
Yeah, I mean, the story of the first half, they really controlled the ball well, and when a team can run the ball at will like that, it makes it difficult. And they really, I don't know what the time of possession was for the first 2 quarters, but it was certainly one-sided. And then, we couldn't get anything going offensively, and when we did, something would happen. So it was unfortunate, but hate to talk about officiating, but I probably will today. Hopefully, I don't get fined, but if I do, I do. So. Because, it typically doesn't decide a game. I'm not saying they decided this game, but it certainly impacted the game a little bit.
Yeah, Coach, I saw the replay on and I know, but I can talk about it.
Yeah, feel free.
On the clipping, head was in front. They were both within the tackle box. I thought, unless they've changed the rule as I thought I understood it, I thought that was all okay.
Yeah, so the problem there, one person's opinion, the problem there is that, and these guys do it for a living, but they don't understand the rule. Not that they're bad officials, but we've screwed the rule up so badly right now. It's almost impossible to officiate. I don't want to speak for the person that threw the flag. My guess is they thought they saw what they saw at the end. And that's one of the problems. If you don't see it start to finish, it's really hard to officiate that call. So like a lot of things. And my thought always, as a football person, would be, if you're not sure, don't call it. And that's true, I think, in any call out there. I think it's just good officiating. But I happen to see it on the replay board. That's one nice thing about replay boards. And I don't mind telling you, I'm a little confused. I don't think it was intentional. I just think, they probably thought they saw something.
Well, I would hope it's never intentional. But,
right.
But explain the roughing or the unnecessary roughness call on Logan Jones, because we looked at the replay. He was driving the guy into the backfield. Reganey was 20 yards downfield. I mean, Logan's not watching the ball. He's going to take his guy to the ground if he can, and that's what I saw.
It's a live play that doesn't end until the whistle blows, and you've seen Linderbaum do the same thing probably 15 times, 20 times. Yeah. On the other side of the line of scrimmage, but that happened to be where they were both at, and their player didn't back off, so I'm not so. I guess we're supposed to step out of the way and bow down. I'm not sure what you tell a guy or coach a guy, and that's where it gets a little difficult when you're trying to coach guys the right way. And so anyway, that was disappointing. But the impact of the calls, not just the calls, but the impact of the calls today seemed to really weigh into things.
They used to be called pancakes, weren't they?
Yeah, you used to praise guys for that, and I'll praise Logan for his effort. I think that's what we're looking for.
Well, let's praise Luke Lachey. We had him as our Old Dominion Freight Line best of the best, and you've been talking about this young guy all summer and all fall, and he's a legacy player with Jim out there at Ohio State, and he played like daddy today. I thought his effort was phenomenal.
Yeah, he's improved and grown with every phase since he's been here. A tremendous young guy, great personality, and. He's a little young. I don't know what his chronological age was, but he's just a young-looking guy when we recruited him, and he's worked extremely hard. He's his first year, boy, I tell you, he got sick, and then he just had a couple weird things happen to him. But he's worked really hard. He's a really good football player, and with him and Sam, I think we have a chance to have a pretty good tandem there, and hopefully we're gaining ground on the outside. And I thought overall, this may sound crazy, but I thought our team grew today, especially on the offensive side, and. I think our main task right now is to keep our guys looking where they need to look and working as hard as they need to work. I have no reason to think they won't, but I'm a little bit encouraged actually. I think we're making some progress, and we just got to put things together here.
Well, that's an awfully good Michigan team, and they're well-rounded. They've got it all. They've had problems finding quarterbacks, but. Gosh, they got a bushel basket full of them now, I guess.
Yeah, they really do, and their guy played pretty well. He made the one critical error. Whenever that was, the third quarter, I guess it would have been, but it was off to our right. He made a couple last week, so we were hoping maybe to get at least 2 things off of him. But to his credit, he did a good job, and then he really hurt us when he broke contain. Going down to the left of our bench. That was a play that really hurt us a little bit, and one that hopefully is correctable. We can't give that up, and that. You're playing a really good football team. We knew that coming in. So we talk to our guys all the time about the margin for error. It's really narrow, and we couldn't make the plays today that we needed to make to keep it where it's a doable game, and that's it's a tough hill to climb.
Kirk, it was great to see Nico Reganey, for the most part, return to old form. He's sure gloved, and man, he can run after the catch. And then Caleb Johnson and LaShawn Williams had some bright moments.
Yeah, both those guys, the running backs, did a good job. And, I thought there was some good blocking from what I could tell. And, again, you have the luxury of the replay board. So saw some things there that were a little bit better, even some little intricate things. Couldn't see them from the sideline. You see them on the board with some of the younger guys, and that's encouraging. And then, Nico, he's a veteran player, and we badly need that outside. I think Arlen's coming on. Every snap that Brody Breck gets is going to help him. And at some point, maybe we'll get Deontay Vines back, too, after the break. It won't happen this week. But, so that group will get better as we go. And hopefully the line keeps maturing. And, Spencer missed a couple throws today, but he made some really good throws, too. And that's, we just got to pull this whole thing together.
Saw that Sebastian Castro played a lot today. Is Cash linebacker, has he earned that, or is it injury related? Or
it's a little bit of each. Terry Roberts is, he's limited this past week with injuries, and did some good things on special teams. So we got to be a little bit judicious about how we use him. And Sebastian stepped in last week and did a really nice job. So I think he's earned the right to be in there, and we've, he's been doing a lot of good things on special teams. We've kind of been waiting for him to make a move on defense, and hopefully he's making that move now, because that gives us, our cash, cash package. That gives him a chance to play in there. We can keep Cooper outside. If Terry's in there, then Terry will be outside. We'll move Cooper in. And speaking of Cooper, there's another guy that just really continues to impress me a lot. He's growing fast.
Coach, the last thing I have for you, assess the offensive line. You've been moving a lot of guys in and out, switching positions. Here we are now, 5 games into the season, and you're an old line guy. They're young, some are inexperienced. They're getting better, but after today, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, this may sound crazy, and I don't watch the TV copy. From where I stand, I thought we got better. They got big physical guys. They got good athletes. Imagine that. And I thought I saw some really good things. Now, I understand. I think we had a 20-yard run that came back, but I question the call, quite frankly. That was a really well-executed play that we had no chance of making 4 weeks ago. So just one illustration, and then I'll flip it. I've been in these shoes before, too, at the end of the game. Our last possession, we just had a meltdown. One young guy who's going to be a really good football player here. But the wheels came off, and I just got done telling him, there's a young guy, I won't say who it was, but Oakland 1993, I remember the wheels came off. It was Howie Long on the other side, just for the record. But the wheels came off, and, I've seen that before. This guy played about 9 years after that and had a great career. So sometimes that's called education, and it's just part of the deal. But, I think we got the right guys that are working hard, and I think they are growing and showing improvement. And I'll just say this. Everything we're doing right now, we can't improve or move fast enough. We've really got to have a sense of purpose with everything we do.
Howie Long, did he make it? I'm trying to think.
He's pretty good.
Did he play in the league? Okay.
So the rest of the story is, I threw a guy in, Lance Zeno, and Lance went in there and stuck his hands up, stuck him right in the chest. We threw a touchdown pass, and then Lance came out of the game. Bob was back in the game. But so I've always teased Lance, you're 100 against Howie Long. You should retire right now. He got cut at the end of the year, and Dahl played 9 years. So, it is what it is. But that's part of football. Sometimes you get educated, and those 2-minute, when you're down 2 touchdowns, that's not much fun out there to be an offensive lineman.
Yeah. Well, you know what? The crowd was great. Black and gold stripe day. They were behind you. They were rooting for the Hawks as well. They should be. And they saw the 2002 team get honored. Tony Moiaki, the A&F Wall of Honoree. It was, other than the final score, it was a great day here at Kinnick, as it always is, and it was really loud. Yeah, great to have the 2002 team back. Great to have Brad as the honorary captain. And Tony, we talked about that earlier, just a tremendous young guy. So, that's what part of what makes this so special. And great to have them back and get the recognition they deserve. And, we're 5 games into it, and the only thing we can worry about right now is the next 7 days, and we'll reassess things. But, it's that's what football is. You go out and compete, and we'll get back on our feet, learn tomorrow, and then we'll go back to work on Monday. Coach, thanks for your time as always.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks.
Coach Ferentz Iowa loses 27-14 to Michigan. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye football. Straight ahead, we will have an updated traffic report from the Iowa State Patrol as many or most of you are headed home listening in on the Hawkeye Radio Network. A complete scoreboard update as well here on the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
It's game day. Hey farmers, did you know you can get paid for a new crop of high-quality carbon credits and up your profitability game? Improve soil fertility and increase income potential through carbon farming practices. Learn about our program and see how much you could earn producing credits at indigoag.com/Iowa. Carbon by Indigo, a proud partner of Hawkeye Athletics. Terms and conditions apply.
Oh, you know that old injury of yours? The one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, why not start with therapy first? Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Get a Hy-Vee Plus Premium membership for just $99 a year and get fuel savings every time you shop in-store and online. Plus, exclusive deals and offers every month. Plus, free standard delivery and free express pickup. With Hy-Vee Plus, our plus equals more. For a limited time, get $50 off an annual Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG. That's right, get $50 off a Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
This is Iowa football from Learfield.
You did it, Iowa! You've won more than $20 million in jackpots this year from Wild Rose Casino and Hotel. And we're not stopping anytime soon. Winning is more fun at Wild Rose. From jackpots to cars to cash and more. We've got 20 million reasons and more why you'd rather be here. Wild Rose Casino and Hotel.
Must be 21 or older. If you or someone you know needs gambling treatment, call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Golden Harvest Gold Series soybeans are bred to win. These 19 varieties have strong agronomics within high-demand trait platforms like Enlist E3 soybeans for superior performance all season long. Gold Series soybeans also out-yielded Astro brand soybeans by an average of 1 bushel per acre in 5,542 comparisons. Grow gold at goldenharvestseeds.com/gold-series.
This is the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show. The Hawkeyes drop a 27-14 decision to the Michigan Wolverines. Michigan ranked number 4, unbeaten at 5-0. Hawks got down 20-0, and that was too deep a hole to climb out of against that Wolverine defense. The Hawks lose it 27-14. We'll take a look at the stats in just a little bit. Right now, we want to go upstairs in that beautiful azure blue sky and bring in Trooper Pilot at Iowa State Patrol, Trooper Pilot Taylor Grimm, for an update on traffic on I-80, 380, and all roads surrounding the interstate system. Good afternoon, Taylor. Good to have you on with us.
Hey, good afternoon. How are you guys doing?
Doing good.
Good. In the area right now, the only issues we're really seeing, 218 coming up to 80, 380 interchange there. It's always a nightmare with it goes down to a single lane, so that's, if you can avoid that, please do so. In First Avenue, from Mel, and please do so. Take a different route. if you're going through that area and you want to take First Avenue to get up to the interstate, keep going on 2nd Street and go all the way over to the mall. You might hit some more lights, but it's going to be faster, I promise. It'll be faster going over that way. There's nobody by the mall. So if they just keep going up to the mall, they hop right on. So that's what we're looking at right now, no major issues.
Taylor, you were cutting out on us a little bit. Did you say avoid Melrose and First Avenue?
Yeah, that's correct. I apologize about that.
That's okay.
Yeah, the First Avenue and 2nd Street area there, that's just a nightmare through there. If you want to take First Avenue to get to the interstate, keep going to the mall. Get on at the Corwidge Mall. There's nobody down by the mall, so just keep going. There's more lights, but with much less traffic, you'll still make it onto the interstate faster.
Great advice. Thank you, Trooper. Appreciate your insight and your reports every week. Thanks so much.
You're welcome. We'll talk to you again.
Iowa State Patrol Trooper Taylor Grimm, Pilot Taylor Grimm, up in the sky, keeping an eye on the quickest routes out of town. So there you have it, here from the Hawkeye Radio Network. We'll take a break, come back in just a little bit. Have a scoreboard, though, lined up for you next. Some interesting finals around the Big Ten. It's going to be wacky, wild, and crazy going forward from here on out. Iowa loses to Michigan 27-14. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Draft Day Sports Lounge is the ultimate place to watch the game, have some fun, and show off your golfing skills with Top Golf Swing Suite. Top Golf Swing Suite in Draft Day delivers a one-of-a-kind simulation that's fun for golfers and non-golfers alike. Pair that with Draft Day's live sports viewing, local craft beers, and delicious menu, and you have a winning pair. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Top Golf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football.
Get a Hy-Vee Plus Premium membership for just $99 a year and get fuel savings every time you shop in-store and online. Plus, exclusive deals and offers every month. Plus, free standard delivery and free express pickup. With Hy-Vee Plus, our plus equals more. For a limited time, get $50 off an annual Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG. That's right, get $50 off a Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG.
You like to listen to them, now you can watch them on the special Behind the Mic broadcast. This unique second screen experience shows Ed Podolak and Gary Dolphin calling all of the action. The broadcast is live now on the Hawkeye Radio Network's YouTube channel, on Twitter at Gary Dolphin, and on Facebook.com/Voice of the Hawks.
This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
It's better than bread. More bread. Put more bread in your wallet when you move your car loan to Community Choice and make no car payments for 3 months. Just 60 seconds to get started. Go to unbankyyourbread.com. Loan subject credit approval and analysis.
Today's agriculture demands expertise, and no lender delivers more ag expertise than Farm Credit Services of America. More than simply having the financial products and services you need to do business, we have the knowledge and commitment to help grow your business. From financing the next season to growing the next generation, we work to achieve your goals. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Call 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting a card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
Live from the Learfield Network studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
And from Master Control, I'm Mo Lewis. Let's check the U.S. Bank scoreboard. Put your trust in a bank that's been focused on serving the people and businesses in Iowa and all across the country since 1863. That's U.S. Bank. Stop by your local branch or log on today. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Elsewhere in the Big Ten, some surprising finishes. Purdue takes down number 21 Minnesota today, 20-10. Illinois goes into Madison and beats Wisconsin 34-10. Right now, early on, Ohio State and Rutgers are tied at 7. Penn State and Northwestern are scoreless, and Maryland with an early 14-7 lead on Michigan State. Later, Nebraska will host Indiana. In the top 25, number 7 Kentucky loses to Ole Miss 22-19. Number 18 Oklahoma taking on TCU, and the Horned Frogs beating down the Sooners and doing it with big plays in the air and on the ground.
3 receivers to the left. Miller gets a carry up the middle. No. Duggan rips it away and is sprinting down the right-hand sideline. 40, 30, 20, 10. Touchdown. 67-yard sprint. What a fake from Duggan, who makes the OU defense pay with another score. And the Frogs go up 19-3 on Oklahoma.
Brian Estridge from Learfield and the TCU Sports Network. TCU beats Oklahoma today 55-24. Number 25 Kansas State over Texas Tech 37-28. It's actually in the second half now, and Utah is leading Oregon State 21-10. Alabama up 7-0 on Arkansas. Oklahoma State is leading Baylor 7-3. Wake Forest and Florida State, a matchup of number 22 and number 23, and right now Florida State with a 7-0 lead, and Texas A&M and Mississippi State are scoreless. Iowa 14, Michigan 27. Next week it's a road trip to Illinois. We'll talk again then. This is the Iowa Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Hi, this is Hawkeye coach Kirk Ferentz. My players know that determination and strong will can lead to endless possibilities. For years, Iowa farmers have believed in that too. Farmers are the backbone of this country, and their dedication to bringing us food and energy has never been more important. That's why we're proud to wear the America Needs Farmers logo on our helmet. Join the Hawkeyes as we celebrate America's farmers. To learn more about ANF and pick up some great ANF merchandise, visit americaneedsfarmers.org.
Preparation is the key to success on game day. And like your favorite Hawkeyes on the field, you need to be ready right from the opening kickoff. Cenex has your pregame routine covered. We've got your salty snacks, your sweet treats, ice-cold beverages to wash them down, and fresh tanks of propane to fire up the grill. Fuel your fandom at your local Cenex station. Hawkeye Pride, powered locally.
This is Gary Dolphin, and those who know me know of my love for Iowa sports and Iowa history. We have a lot to be proud of, like the Herbert Hoover Presidential Library and Museum in West Branch. That's why I'm a supporter of their campaign to renovate and modernize the museum space there. And better yet, Iowa taxpayers who contribute to the effort will receive a 25% state tax credit on gifts of any size. Join me and help share Hoover's history. Get the details at standwithhoover.org.
You don't have to go to the game to get a game program. You can download it now by visiting the game day page on HawkeyeSports.com. That's right, the game program is now digital and it's free. So check it out. Get the roster, the stats, and fascinating stories about today's matchup. Just go to HawkeyeSports.com and click on Game Day.
The Hawkeyes play here. This is Iowa football from Learfield.
We invite you to visit the iconic Midwest venue right in Kinnick's backyard, Arden Creek Vineyard and Winery. Located just 35 minutes southeast of Iowa City, Arden Creek is the perfect destination to sample and enjoy award-winning handcrafted wines. Our selection of reds, whites, and rosés will keep you coming back. Pick up a bottle today at your local wine and spirits retailer across Iowa and Western Illinois. In fact, Arden Creek is now a proud sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes and is now being served across Kinnick Stadium this fall. Go Hawks!
Iowa Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is brought to you in part by American Equity, Beaver Creek Golf Course, Arden Creek Winery, Farm Credit Services, Great Southern Bank, Lennox Heating and Cooling, Splash Seafood Bar and Grill, Schneider Graphics. Show your support to our local Iowa radio business partners and support those who support the Hawkeyes.
This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
Just the second Hawkeye defeat against an AP top 5 team at home in the last 7 games, and credit Michigan. They had the great start to the game, scored off their first possession. The Hawkeyes went 3 and out, and they were battling uphill for the rest of the afternoon. Number 4 Michigan defeats the Hawks 27-14 on this glorious day weather-wise at Kinnick Stadium, when there was much to celebrate. The 2002 team, the American East Farmers, thanks again to the Iowa Farm Bureau for honoring Tony Moiaki. Hawkeye women's basketball team got their championship rings. It was the 2002 team, of course, honored on the 20th anniversary of that incredible year they had, led by quarterback Brad Banks. And so many great players, from Gallery to Sanders to Dallas Clark to Steinbach, and on and on and on. On the field today, the Hawks lose 27-14. Let's look at the important stats on the day. First off, the scoring. I mentioned Michigan using over 5 minutes to take the opening kick and run down the field, literally run down the field. On a reverse, Ronnie Bell scored on a 16-yard rush. Moody's kick made it 7-0 Michigan. That came at the end of a 11-play, 75-yard drive. Michigan led 7-0. The Wolverines extended the advantage to 10-0 off a 54-yard, 13-play, 7-minute drive that used up a good portion, well, the first 6-7 minutes of the second quarter. And Jake Moody's 44-yard field goal split the uprights. It was 10-0 Wolverines. Hawks had difficulty moving the ball the entire first half. Michigan didn't. They got it back, and as time was about to expire in the second period, drove 61 yards in 13 plays. Moody's second field goal of the day, this from 35 yards, put the Wolverines in the locker room at the break with a 13-0 lead. It became 20-0 after Iowa went 3 and out to start the second half. The Wolverines, behind the talented quarterback J.J. McCarthy, engineered a 67-yard, 10-play drive that chewed up 5.5 minutes of clock. And Donovan Edwards, a 12-yard pass from McCarthy, got to the end zone. Moody's kick made it 20-0 Michigan. The Hawks responded out of the gate in the fourth quarter as Caleb Johnson's 2-yard run capped a 44-yard, 7-play drive. This after Deontay Craig forced a fumble that ended up at the Michigan 3. They punted out of the end zone. And the Hawks just had half a field to work with, or half a field to go, and they did in 7 plays. The touchdown by Caleb Johnson, that young freshman, continues to emerge. Point after kick by Drew Stevens made it 20-7, 4 seconds into the fourth quarter, and the Hawks had some hope. But Michigan, after a couple stalled drives, critical penalties thrown against the Hawkeyes, several disputed. But it didn't matter, and Michigan put the exclamation mark on this one with 1:19 to go on a 20-yard touchdown run by Blake Corum. What a day he had, as we'll repeat his stats in a minute. But he broke through the right side of the line, raced 20 yards into the end zone with a little less than a minute and a half to go in the game. 27-7 was the score at that point. The Hawks did score with 8 seconds to play. And that will do a lot for Luke Lachey's confidence. Our Old Dominion best of the best player of the game caught a 5-yard touchdown pass from Spencer Petras. Stevens' kick made it 27-14 with 8 seconds to go. And that was it. Final score, Michigan 27 and the Hawkeyes 14. Now the team and individual numbers. Total yardage, Michigan put up 327 yards on 66 plays. The Hawks 281 on 55 plays, most of that coming in the second half. On the day, Michigan with 24 first downs, Iowa with 16. Michigan ends up with 7 more minutes in time of possession. Each team had 5 penalties, but Iowa's were more critical in the when you look at the timing of them. 60 yards in penalties for Iowa, 50 total yards in penalties for Michigan. Both teams were 4 of 11 on third down. The Wolverines rushed for 172, passed for 155, 66 plays, 327 yards. Iowa, 24 rushes, 35, net yards. Now, keep in mind, Petrus was sacked 4 times for a minus 31. So when you add in the losses, that stat looks pretty ugly, and it is. But Iowa did run the ball the second half much better. Petrus threw for 246 yards for a total of 281 in total offense on 55 plays. Spencer Petrus, 21 of 31 for 246 yards. He was sacked 4 times. No interceptions. The Hawks didn't turn the ball over today. That was one bright spot. LaShawn Williams had 8 rushes for a net of 34 yards. Caleb Johnson, a touchdown, his 3rd of the year on 12 carries and 33 yards. Sam Laporta targeted 7 times, caught 5 passes. The story of the day, though, 2 stories really. Luke Lachey, 4 catches for 84 yards, a long of 27, and his first score as a Hawkeye. Nico Reganey, welcome back, Nico. 4 catches, 55 yards, a long of 16. Brody Breck caught a couple today, too. It's great that Ankeny's Brody Breck is blending in nicely and will continue to do so. For Michigan, Blake Corum, the star, 29 carries, 133 net yards in that final touchdown run that sealed the deal. He averaged nearly 5 yards a run. Donovan Edwards carried 5 times for 29 yards. J.J. McCarthy, oh boy, he is good. 18 for 24. Many short routes, short flat routes, sideline routes. So that's what they do. They chew you up on the short passes. They took a couple throws down deep. But McCarthy ends up with 155 passing yards, 1 touchdown. He was sacked just 1 time. That's an impressive Michigan offensive line. Luke Schoenmaker, the tight end, caught 4, as did Roman Wilson, 4 pass catches, and Donovan Edwards, 4 catches. Schoenmaker had 45 total yards with a long of 18 to lead the Michigan Wolverines. Torrey Taylor punted 5 times for an average of 48. He was spectacular as usual. Brad Robbins with 4 punts for an average of 43 for Michigan. Leading tacklers on the day, Seth Benson for the Hawks, 14 tackles, 8 solo. Jack Campbell with 11 stops and 8 individual. Benson had a tackle for loss, as did Campbell. Cooper DeJean with 7 tackles. Jay Higgins with 7 tackles. In fact, we'll hear from Jay Higgins shortly. Junior Colson, the outstanding linebacker, with 7 stops for Michigan, 4 unassisted. Michael Barrett had 5 tackles. And those are the numbers, facts, and figures on today's game. Won by Michigan, 27-14. Let's see. We're going to take a break, or we're going to hear from... We got Nico Reganey. Can't rave enough about Nico today. His family makes those long road trips out here from New England. They saw a nice performance by Nico. It's so good to have him back in the lineup, and Rob Brooks caught up with him in the Hawkeye locker room.
Nico, there in the second half, did you feel like, especially in the passing game, starting to get some rhythm and some confidence going?
Definitely. Like I said in there, I feel like the group had a little bit of swagger to us and like really believed in ourselves. That's definitely something that we have to learn to continue to do, is like really believe in ourselves that we could take the step forward to being a good offense. And like I said in there, I have faith in everybody in the room to give it all they got every single day and every single meeting, every single practice, every single drill, that we're going to do everything we can to get there.
All 3 phases, certainly no quit in this team either. You made this a game in the 4th quarter, and when you're inside the 10-yard line and had a shot to score there, you really felt, hey, the momentum might be turning a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I think when we scored our first touchdown, the fans were like electrified. And when Kinnick gets like that, I feel like it's hard for opposing teams to do good. And then we had the 3 and out, I think it was, right there, and our offense drove it right down the field. We had a tough play where they called the offensive pass interference, but officiating doesn't win or lose games. We got to do better next time we run that play. And I think that if we score right there, it's a whole different score at the end of the game, especially with having Kinnick on our side.
I think this group of receivers is starting to make some strides here midseason.
Definitely. I mean, we know we have such a young group. We've only had 2 guys who played like real Division I football coming into the year, being myself and Arlen, with Keegan being out and the other 2 guys transferring. So we know it's going to take some time, and just like continuing to instill in them that like they have to have the utmost confidence in themselves, especially Brody. Like I see him every day. He's a great friend of mine. I just keep pushing him to truly believe that he should be out here on this field and like have this confidence in himself, because I know how good he is. I see him every day at practice, and that's just something we have to continue to do, is get confidence in ourselves and believe in ourselves.
Yeah, you make some really good plays, as that is, now just looking for that confidence, looking for more of them.
Definitely. I mean, once you get one catch or once you make a play, I feel like that feeling in your stomach goes away a little bit. So hopefully now we could just continue to grow off that and continue to get better and make some more plays for the offense next week.
Nico, thanks for your time.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Rob Brooks in the Hawkeye locker room. We'll go back to Rob in a minute, and Nico Reganey, who had a terrific day. Coming off a serious foot injury. It was great to see Nico. He's targeted 6 times, caught 4 for 55 yards, and sniffed that goal line a couple times. Almost had a touchdown, was forced out of bounds. Iowa would score off that after that possession on a 2-yard run by LaShawn Williams. Nico Reganey, one of 9 different receivers to catch a ball from Spencer Petras today. Luke Lachey had a career-high 4 catches to go with Nico's 4 grabs. So congratulations to Nico Reganey. On the defensive side of the football, linebacker Jay Higgins had 7 tackles, 4 solo. He's with our Rob Brooks.
Jay, hard-fought game out there. Talk about defensively the challenges that Michigan presented on offense.
Well, we knew from the Big Ten championships they always had some up their sleeves, so just making sure we take care of the gadget plays, double passes, reverses, stuff like that. And we knew with their formation how they were trying to out-leverage us, so we just want to make sure that we, always could leverage the football with our formations and just trusting our scheme, what we've been practicing all week, and I feel like we went out there and gave it our all.
Yeah, you really did a terrific job in the red zone, especially in the first half, limiting to 2 field goals after that 1 touchdown drive.
Yeah, just Coach Parker preaching, bend, don't break, Once they get down there, there's nothing else we can do but other than keep them out. And saving 4 points is big, obviously. Just making it, trying to, limit possessions that our offense has to score, just keeping them out, finishing, keeping the 3 points is what we're trying to do.
Obviously, always want to stop the run, and difficult against good offenses sometimes. Was it tough getting off the field a couple of drives?
Well, there's a couple of plays I want back myself. When my D-line's getting double teamed up there, on the backers to make sure our D-line gets free. So just making sure we get to our gaps as quick as possible, just helping those guys up front.
Your growth as a Hawkeye had a terrific game today with 7 tackles. Talk about that.
I just preaching, Coach Ferentz preaches next man in. I've been here for 3 years, so just trying to learn from Campbell every day. And I told the media guys preseason, I'll be ready when my number's called. So now that my number's called, hopefully this is my time to flourish. Do what I promised.
A lot of talent on this defense at all levels, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fun playing with this group. Just veteran linebacker Campbell next to me. Quite honestly, you can put anybody next to him, he'll get them to play. And making sure the standard's the standard, doesn't matter who's in there. So just make sure I uphold the defense to the standard.
How much do you rely on some of those guys that have been around for a while?
It's always good to get some knowledge and how you prepare, how you watch film, how to carry yourself at the hotel, away games, just how to work with adversity when it hits. Always look up to mentors and role models.
Jay, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robbie. Robbie Brooks in the Hawkeye locker room with Jay Higgins. Jay had 15 career tackles coming into today. He had half that amount after the game with Michigan. 7 tackles, 4 solo. The junior from Indianapolis, he is a football player, as Ed Podolak would say. He and another Hoosier State native, Deontay Craig, he's earning more playing time. The defensive end out of Fort Wayne, the sophomore. Look for Deontay Craig to keep improving and keep logging more minutes. Likewise for Jay Higgins. We will take a break here and come back. When we return, we've got Michigan coach Jim Harbaugh before we bid you good afternoon from Iowa City. And a final thought coming up next here on the U.S. Cellular postgame show, where Michigan defeats Iowa 27-14. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
It began a half-century ago, and thanks to you, our residential tractors and compact excavators have become top sellers. Together, with a committed dealer network of 1,100 strong and a complete lineup of tractors, mowers, RTVs, and compact construction equipment, we're ready to help you get more done for the next 50 years. Together, we do more. Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
Cenex, we're locally owned and operated, so your community is our community. That's why your Cenex goes far beyond the store. We fuel community connections by supporting local festivals, restoring town monuments, and renovating baseball fields. Now in its 4th year, we'll have contributed more than $400,000 to Cenex communities through our Hometown Pride initiative, because community connections make the places we live so special. Cenex, powered locally.
Draft Day Sports Lounge is the ultimate place to watch the game, have some fun, and show off your golfing skills with Top Golf Swing Suite. Top Golf Swing Suite in Draft Day delivers a one-of-a-kind simulation that's fun for golfers and non-golfers alike. Pair that with Draft Day's live sports viewing, local craft beers, and delicious menu, and you have a winning pair. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Top Golf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City.
Welcome back to more of the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
Linebacker Seth Benson, a career-high 14 tackles today for the Hawkeyes. His second game with 10-plus stops this season. His 8th career game with 10 or more tackles. Sioux Falls stand up and take a bow. The Hawkeyes, though, lose to Michigan 27-14. Here's Michigan head coach Jim Harbaugh, who was asked about setting the tone on the first drive of the day that Michigan scored and how the offensive line played into all that.
Yeah, really good job mixing the run and the pass. We went to a power play about 4 or 5 times early, and it was getting 5, sometimes 7, sometimes 10, and mixed. I thought we did a good job mixing up the plays, and that's how you want to start a game. I thought it was a very impressive drive. I thought the game was really impressive. I think all around, all phases, very impressive.
Isaiah? They were kind of late when you really needed to stop, and your guys really got after the quarterback. What were you seeing that allowed them to be able to get the kind of pressure they were able to get, both Yabi and Mike Morris?
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of extra effort there. Both Yabi and Mike, Jalen Harrell, guys were doing a really good job in the edge. But like Mozzie Smith and Chris Jenkins inside were doing a tremendous job forcing things to the outside and getting the pressure up the middle that allowed those edges to come through at the end. They probably won't show up in the stat line, but it was under 20 yards. I think we held them in rushing the first half. You're not doing that unless the guys are playing really good inside of the front. And heck, I think we can get better too. Great feeling of winning, thrill of victory, and it'll be a very happy flight back to Michigan. And then as soon as the wheels hit the ground, we'll get ready start getting ready for Indiana.
In the back, Nick. What have you seen, and how do you feel about the offensive line's growth and chemistry from the first game of the season until today?
I think it's improving. I really do. I mean, we had Hayes, Keegan, Olu, Zinter, Trente. That 5 in there today. That hasn't always been that way, through the first 5 ball games. But and it's allowed some other guys to step up, like Gio and Carson Barnhart. And but I think the chemistry's coming. I mean, we can get better. And we can get better there. I think we can get better in several areas. But it's a great win to keep moving on and improve when you win. That's try to get better and all those things. Really good after a win, especially a Big Ten win, especially against a team that's really prides themselves on a blue collar mentality. Hard-working team, physical team, hustling team. I've always been enamored with it. Always tried to have our teams be about that blue-collar mentality. I mean, even looked it up one time, and really the whole blue-collar started in Iowa. I can't remember the town, but somewhere on the west side of the state, maybe Des Moines, I think. Smaller town, but guys were wearing blue jumpsuits and working in a mine. And they called them blue-collar workers, people that do manual labor, people that do work, you know. We respect that. We try to be about that. And, you know, when you're playing a team that's about that, it's exciting and challenging to challenge yourself, or, you know, against that kind of mentality. And I think our guys fared really well.
Okay, staff, get on that. Blue collar started in Iowa. Jim said blue suits, mining town. Get on that, Swish. I need to know where that is. In small town Iowa, Des Moines. Well, must be around Des Moines. We'll check that out. But Jim's always up front. He does his research, and he's got a really good football team. 27-14, Michigan defeats the Iowa Hawkeyes. And we're going to wrap things up today with the Pioneer plays of the game. Let's listen.
Here's today's plays of the game, brought to you by Pioneer. What do you call an Enlist E3 soybean with elite germplasm? Introducing Pioneer Brand A Series Enlist E3 soybeans, featuring Pioneer's high-performance genetics like no other. Talk to your local Pioneer sales representative to learn more about these exclusive varieties. Here's today's Pioneer Hawkeye plays of the game.
They're going to have to rush this snap. Here it is. McCarthy back to pass. Retreats now, throws to the end zone. Incomplete. Great play down there by Sebastian Castro. Spencer, good protection. Throws, caught in the sideline. And driving for the goal line is Reganey. He's over. He's over the pylon. Well, they say he's out of bounds at the 3. This is in-your-face football. Handoff to Johnson, gets to the outside. Touchdown, Iowa. Caleb Johnson. 2 tight ends. Petrus going to throw on first down. Lobs it upfield. Caught at midfield. Great catch. Still on his feet. Still going. Luke Lachey, I believe. Yes. What a catch. What a throw into heavy coverage. First and goal. That was a 20-yard pickup. Petrus to Lachey. Find him again, Spencer. And it is caught by Luke Lachey. Touchdown, Iowa. Touchdown for Luke Lachey.
This is Iowa Hawkeye football on the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield.
Thank you for our support there from Pioneer, the Pioneer Company, great Iowa company, and bringing you our Pioneer plays of the game each and every post game. All right, Jim Harbaugh said the term blue collar was first termed in Iowa. So my wonderful staff was on that. The reference to trade jobs, blue collar trade jobs, first was toned in 1924 in Alden, in an Alden, Iowa newspaper. 1924. Alden is just west of Iowa Falls, just north of Highway 20, not too far, straight north of Buckeye, Iowa. And there you have it. So Jim Harbaugh, he's doing his homework. That's like all good coaches. I'll bet Kirk Ferentz knew that too, though. So hey, Alden, stand up and take a bow, Coach Harbaugh, referencing you blue-collar workers in the mine out in Alden. All right, what a good way to end our post-game show. Sorry we didn't have better news for you today, but on a beautiful day in Iowa City on A&F, America Needs Farmers. Thank you, farmers. Thank you, the ag industry. Michigan outlasts Iowa 27-14. Join us next Saturday night. The Hawkeyes return to action on the road at Champaign-Urbana, taking on the Fighting Illini, and I haven't heard a final, but I'm guessing Illinois held on. They were way up on Wisconsin in Madison. So Brett Bielema has got the Illini playing well. The game kicks off at 6:30 from Memorial Stadium in Champaign-Urbana. We'll be on there at 4:30 with our Hawkeye pregame coverage. Yeah, final score, Illinois 34, Wisconsin 10. Purdue knocks off Minnesota 20-10 in Minneapolis. Well, it's been that kind of day in the Big Ten and around college football. Hey, have a great rest of your weekend, and stay tuned for more coverage here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Final again from Iowa City. The Wolverines 27, the Hawkeyes 14. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
This has been the U.S. Cellular postgame show. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Also by Hy-Vee. Score big savings at HyVeeDeals.com. Alliant Energy. Visit AlliantEnergy.com to see how they're using their energy to power beyond. Pioneer, an American seed brand since 1926. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Topgolf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City. Iowa Office of Secretary of State. Visit voterready.iowa.gov. Get in the game. Be a voter. Kubota. Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer. Iowa Pork. Just like the Hawkeyes, Iowa's pig farmers work every day to bring their best to the game. Learn more at iowapork.org. And by Cenex. Powered locally. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.